Hello, everybody. Welcome to the gaming stadium. Here we've got an awesome game and night of Siege ahead of everyone. And I could not be more glad even, to be joined here by Chief. We've really started to get back into the swing of things, you and I, and we've got a really great tournament ahead of us, a long night of Siege, and there's a lot you could say about this one.
I'm excited to see the outcomes of these series. Now, our first series today taking place in that upper bracket grand final. It's going to be Phantom Legion versus Synthetic. And if you're following the T3, the amateur circuit at all, you are most certainly familiar with these teams. Synthetic being led by Poison, one of the best amateur IGLs. And of course, Phantom Legion. We love this roster. One of our favorite players, though, Trist, has just departed the roster a few days ago. And that entry-level fragging that Phantom was known for, well, unfortunately, they're going to have to pull a substitute in to fill those large shoes of Trist.
Yeah, so I'm curious what effect that might have on the game tonight. We could maybe have Phantom Legion not play at their top level as they're, maybe operating with a sub. I don't know if maybe Trist has made the decision to actually come in and step in for this final game, or maybe if he's not and somebody else is filling his shoes. But on the opposite side of the playing field, you mentioned Poison. The IGL probably ranked among the best in amateur play for North America, and Poison has seen a lot of success with Synthetic recently. I remember seeing this team, Synthetic, play in Upsurge, and they took a 7-2 when you and I were casting that. Synthetic looked like a totally different beast recently, and it's kind of shocking. To see them here in a best of three is going to be a big determiner of what they might moving forward here in the next couple of months.
And Reese, I am terrified by our map selections. One particular map made it through. That is Villa, Synthetic's best map. If I enter in a best of three, if I'm Phantom Legion, I see Villa as one of the 7 maps available to me, I instantaneously ban it. Now, they elected to remove Consulate, a map that isn't particularly loved by amateur players, but still, I would rather move a map that the roster that you're playing against today is lethal on, and take the gamble on a map that doesn't receive that much love. It isn't played a lot. Now, you can take the other side of that coin and say, well, Phantom Legion, since they are a T3 staple, maybe they have done some VOD review on Poison and Synthetic, able to maybe break things down, but that's unlikely given the fact that this is a tournament and you're not going to have a lot of time to prep for your opponents. Our second map today, that is going to be Clubhouse, followed by a decider of Oregon.
Yeah, so we've kind of got sort of the rhyme and reason, usually call this the T3 trifecta for good reason, though I'm glad that we will have Villa coming in here. Synthetic plays so well on Villa that it always gives us a fun match to cast. A lot of these little individual points that you can kind of nitpick at and talk about how maybe Phantom Legion are going to look to try and upset that, and what we might see come out in the form of counter-stratting. I like the fact that you talk about, this is a tournament environment, so it's not like a regular season where you're sort of looking out into the schedule and seeing your various opponents and having the capability to kind of, do a little bit of VOD review. And also in a similar sense, there's a different play style that you're going to approach with this, given that it is a tournament. And if you lose, you're going to be heading down into the lower bracket. I'm sure nobody wants to be here. You want to get that sort of first ticket all the way sent through to the grand final.
And with Poison going on to Villa, how do you think we're going to see this map start to evolve? Because we've seen just about every single strategy under the sun. We've seen the grandiose roam clears pushing in through Master Bedroom and pushing into planes and games eventually. And we've also seen Synthetic start to flirt with the idea of that linear execute, where you push in through art underneath, you start to send your soft breaching charges up range. That's going to be the Ash launchers, the Zofia launchers, or even frag grenades. Even a Buck might make his way in through the operator selection phase. And that way, that on-site utility and the on-site defenders, they start to get pressured. They start to feel the burden of the attackers, and then they're going to be forced to start to make plays.
Yeah, Villa can sometimes be a map where we have a little bit more unexpectedness. I especially say that given that we have Villa as the first map and then Clubhouse Oregon in the latter half of this best of three. We all know how Clubhouse and Oregon have played, even if you've just played one or two scrims on these maps. There's a very defined sort of concrete foundation that a lot of the bomb sites will see, whether that's in your setups on the defense or how you're going to look to approach demolishing that from an offensive point of view. Things on Clubhouse Clubhouse and Oregon don't change terribly too often. However, on Villa, there has been a little bit more sort of volatility. Now, sometimes you'll see more roam setups. You'll see a lot of extension strategies, notably when you're looking at trying to defend something more in terms of the first floor sites. If you're trying to hold back inside of dorms and rather inside dining and kitchen, you're going to want to play up above and deny the attackers that vertical game. But with all of the pre-match analysis being said, let's go ahead and jump into the first game here. Villa, Synthetics pick in the TGS Open Series.
And if you've been following any of the Siege Invitational, it's been a few operators being removed. Always a ranged hard breacher, followed by Nomad. But here in the amateur circuit, it seems like they're going to go with Old Faithful, an operator that receives no play at all. That's going to be Thatcher. All those EMP grenades now completely removed. And this is going to put our final attacker band in a precarious position. Again, are you going to go for a ranged hard breacher, RX Cairo pellets, and Ace opening up those walls? It seems like it's going to be neither. Offsite roam pressure, it's going to be a little bit more strong for the defense now that Jackal is off the board. I am never a fan of Jackal bans because in theory, Jackal actually provides that defender who was just Jackal pinged with information. A 4 Jackal ping means, well, that attacker is right on the other side of your wall, and a 1 Jackal ping means he's pretty far away, and you can use that game knowledge, that area denial to say, hey, I'm about to be pressured.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned that. I was just having a scrim the other day. Of course, I play a little bit of comp myself, and I got pinged by a Jackal. And then that sort of gives you the idea, wow, the attackers have pinged me and I'm on the bomb side. A 4 ping probably means they're a lot closer than you might be expecting earlier in the round. However, I will say I kind of see why Synthetic are going to ban the Jackal because they've got a player named Freak GN, and he plays a very voracious Vigil, always something of a problem to deal with here, though Synthetic are going to begin on the attack, so we won't probably see the impact of what the Jackal veto will look like until we hit the side swap. Synthetic are going to come into this fairly typical Villa composition. However, Phantom Legion definitely throwing a few spanners in the mix here. They've got a Clash and a Capcan pick. The one thing about that, though, you're pretty much giving up your cards with what'll be shown here.
Swervin seems to be the new tryst for Phantom Legion. And you're highlighting Clash, you're highlighting Capcan Reese, and neither one of those operators are 6-picked away to. Pulse was removed in favor of Frost. Now, we saw Pulse being shown there just to trick Synthetic and saying, hey, this could be a first floor defense because that downstairs bomb site, that kitchen bomb site, it is designed to have the attackers push 2 floors. You start upstairs, and if you bring a Pulse, that means you start to coordinate those nitro cells. We've actually also seen Pulses be played here on the primary bomb site of Plains and Games. Similar idea. You put that Pulse downstairs over in Library, and all of a sudden, those attackers have a brand new minigame, a brand new task that they have to deal with, pushing on that first floor to guarantee that they're not collected by a nitro cell. Because just about every single attack that you have on Plains and Games will be collected by a nitro cell because all the floors are soft. If you're doing a north to south clear, well, practically everything is soft other than that lamp box, which is the connector between the north and south sides of the map over by red stairs. And again, it's all about information when you're a defender.
Especially on Villa, lack of intel can really take apart a lot of attacks. You're going to want to hold on to the drones. Wasting them is a big no-no generally in Siege, but never more so on a map like this. And things that are not going to add to that definitely will be Buzz playing on the Mozzie. We do have a few answers as far to that sub-question. Phantom Legion have a much different roster than I would traditionally expect. And one of those members already going down is Millie. Far too aggressive, playing at the opposite end of the study door, heading into Aviator. He'll get picked off, and now Synthetic have got something else to consider. It's Buzz away from the site on a first floor flank, thinking if maybe he can go to disrupt some of this vertical game. It'll be a flank coming in, Library side, and Buzz so far, it seems as though Synthetic don't have the best drones in place to totally catch him off guard, but Spiff will make a reaction. It seems the intel somehow is here. They're aware of Buzz's position, but no push coming through to isolate him just yet.
There is a ton of utility for Synthetic. You have all of your frag grenades still available, and we're talking about that vertical play, and there's the first round of frag grenades going upstairs. It doesn't necessarily find its target, but still, you have so much utility that's going to be almost impossible for Phantom Legion to avoid it, particularly when it's coming through the floor. Elmo Hesse is going to rotate over to 90. This is going to stop all rotations that Phantom Legion has, because that becomes crucial when your players downstairs use that red stairs as that rotation. Phantom Legion in their hand, they're starting to get aggressive. They have to, because it's a 5v2. Tak unsheaths his shield and brings out his pocket F2, but it's now all in the new substitute against 5. He collects himself with 2, getting himself a down, but his burial ground will eventually be that gun vault. Synthetic takes round 1.
Quite some explosive attacks there in the first round. Just working on isolating that low pressure, and Phantom Legion early on Villa here are going to show that they're going to play the swinging game and that they're not afraid to do so. Having somebody just waylaying, peeking out of the aviator door does not give me a lot of confidence here. This looks like something you would expect out of Coastline or Consulate, not really Villa. And as we get further on the map, I wonder what effect the substitutes will have. And I wanted to kind of develop more into that situation, but Synthetic were just so aptly prepared to engage their opponents here that kind of caught me a little bit off guard. You've got Millie, as I attempted to mention, the Frost who got first pick in the previous round. You've got Swervin as well, a player that I haven't seen on a team, but I've definitely heard of him on Twitter as well in the ranked queue. And then finally, they have Tak, who previously played in the Canadian Challenger League for Honor Esports. Tak has had kind of a mixed bag. He didn't get picked up by a Challenger League this season, so it is kind of unfortunate that he's been out of the action, been participating in some more kind of T3 amateur events recently. But hey, maybe he'll fit the bill for Phantom Legion here on this composition and try to turn things around on Villa.
You know, Reese, we have to identify a very large green elephant that's currently found our way into the lobby. That's going to be the Caveira that was 6-picked into. And if you're newer to Rainbow Six Siege, you may say, oh, just a new operator joining the queue. Oh no, my friends. Cav is the sneaky beaky operator who has a silent step ability where you're not going to hear her running around the map, but she also has a great secondary ability. If you're down but not out on your back, she runs up to you, puts cold steel to your face, and interrogates you, and then sadly removes you from the server. And now all those defenders, well, they're going to have live information through the wall. Why she isn't played, because that sounds like the most OP gadget in the entire world, is the fact that if you look at the competitive scene, most attacking rosters are going to be playing within a few meters or a few seconds of each other. The likelihood of her working isn't going to be as powerful, because as soon as you start that interrogation, those 3 seconds, well, the attackers are going to pounce on you and absolutely remove you. Now, if you want to play silent, it makes sense. She's a great counter to Jackal, but Synthetic ban Jackal.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what to make of the Caveira pick initially. Let's let Millie show what he can do with the operator, but generally, I have to say, when a clash gets picked, it kind of tells you something about the team that decides to play. Swervin has found himself in a fight. The Nomad, Mohesi just keeps on swinging, and the lineup, the first pick again, Synthetic, are going to start off in that 5-4 advantage. However, the two roamers, the duo of the Vigil and the Caveira, could be the difference maker here. If Synthetic do not properly cover their flanks, Mohesi is going to ease some of my fears by now deploying an air jab at the bottom of the red staircase, but Millie is in close proximity, and the big thing about the Caveira is the fact he's got that Louison in the pocket. Suppressed pistol could make quick work of the air jabs and take them out without Synthetic being totally aware.
The thing is, I think she's been identified. There's the bullets confirming that. It's going to be an impact grenade, but it's going to miss its shot entirely. And everybody from Phantom Legion instantaneously gets melted. It's now all on Cav. Mill's forced to go up these main stairs, and it's going to be a wall of Synthetic players. It's a free kill for Freak GN as he delivers his roster to a flawless victory. 2 rounds in a row for Synthetic, and the Masters of Villa continue on their dominant streak.
Yeah, this is a Synthetic Villa, all right, and they're showing exactly why. 2 all-out attack performances in a flawless round. I think Phantom Legion are going to have to kind of get a realization that this isn't going to be as easy, and that sort of ranked, uncoordinated style is only going to get you so terribly far here. I will let everybody know this is Synthetic's pick, of course. And in a best of 3, sometimes you're not going to see the best performance when you're playing on your opponent's map pick, never more so when Phantom Legion are playing with substitutes, and I doubt they have any strategies really prepared beyond Buzz and Giorno, who were part of that previous 5-core roster. This is going to be players holding positions they're comfortable with, audibles being called by the IGL here, and just kind of letting the game play out and roll across your screens without too much craziness going on. The strategies are going to be fairly surface level, and Phantom Legion are going to try to play for picks. However, Synthetic have done excellently in shutting that down so far. Never are they moving too aggressive. They're not making the cardinal mistake you always point out with just shift challenging, running through the halls and approaching members of Phantom Legion without caution. No, this is a very patient Synthetic. We're looking to close out Villa and make sure that they get off to a great start here in TGS.
Well, Mills has been on operator roulette. We've seen every operator under the sun, and now it's Ella's turn to enter in the server with an FO12. That, to me, absolutely screams we're going to have an extension over into code. But Mills is going to be going back downstairs exactly where they were playing in our previous round. That FO12 is quite a bullet hose when it comes to the shotgun pellets, but it's really only good up to a few meters. After that, that weapon's damage falls up entirely. And you, Phantom Legion, if you're preparing for a strategy where you want that semi-automatic shotgun to start to sing, you really have to create a scenario where it's going to be effective. That's going to be all CQC style battles. And lurking over on the red stairs, I'm not sure if you're going to have that full impact. Again, most rosters are electing to bring out that coat check style of play where you have to force the attackers into a mini game where they directly deal with you. And Freak, he's known by that name for one particular reason, because he slams anything he sees.
Oof. Oh, bad luck for Mill. He tried to put the shotgun, the FO12, to work there as he wound up the red staircase, but it seems the jig is up in Synthetic. We're well prepared for that. That's sort of the rigidity that I was talking about earlier, where they're always prepared to sort of be poked and prodded from the various different angles. So far, that opening kill motto and theme is not going anywhere, as Tack and Millie are down for the count, leaving the rest of Phantom Legion to bring up the rear and try to hold on for the rest of this round. Now the utility pour is going to begin as Freak will tease the angle, securing control of Statue, and a possible nade to come through from Tones as well. Cooked and tossed. Giorno forced away from the eastward split door. The smoke canister will be sent out in return. This is going to further add to the delay Synthetic have already faced, and is probably the one silver lining to this round as well, with a possible return pick on the Tones, who now goes down in a nitro launched out, however, either misses its target or was shot by Freak midair. Mohesi is going to add to the damage already done by the Synthetic offense as they lead by a 3-man advantage. Now Giorno caught out in a great angle through the hard wall, and Tones to finish it off. Synthetic are going to pick away 2 flawless rounds consecutively.
I mean, the power that Synthetic has is just oppression. Every single twist and turn, they take gunfights to Phantom Legion that they're completely unprepared for. Phantom elected to go for a first floor hold, assuming that Poison and Synthetic are going to go for that linear execute in through kitchen, apply that vertical pressure. Very similar to how Synthetic attacked back on round 1, that planes and games offense they had. The problem was Phantom Legion misread that play. They were forced to rotate their troops up red stairs to directly deal with the synthetic pressure that's coming out from the south side of the map. And at that point, Phantom Legion, they just started to lose gunfights. Phantom Legion, moving forward, they need to start to create a strategy that is wasting time. That means you start to remove the drones systematically. You start to create little road bumps. And at that point, Synthetic, hopefully they're going to have no information to move forward. And that's quite a way to move forward. This bomb site, known as Living Room Library, was and has been a bomb site that is just frequently never played. It is always tried to be played in professional at the start of a new season, but it just never finds its impact. It's one of the lowest played bomb sites for a reason, because the attackers just always seem to win it. Phantom Legion bringing out a unique pick. I'm extremely excited to see how it's going to work.
Yeah, this is... I like the fact we are going to Living Room Library, but it's under these circumstances where Phantom Legion are going to have to kind of bring up a strategy on the fly. The good thing is you can see the fundamentals of this strategy, and they are what I would consider correct. You've got the vertical hold up above. You cannot hold this site without the vertical pressure. I mean, unless you're in a quick match, really. Trying to hold this horizontally is about as smart as playing a bar stock defense on Clubhouse. Just doesn't work terribly too often. However, Buzz, again, that aggressive motif will show its face, and it's an ugly one for Phantom Legion now to have faced the opening death for their roster in 4 rounds, the 4 total rounds we've had played. Mohesi goes DBNO. Looked like he met one of the frost mats, but looks like Millie is just not in position to get the confirm off the back of that, hoping that the Nomad being on low HP, now 20 after stepping into the Pog mat, will be enough of an advantage to give Phantom Legion one tiny bit of a leg up here.
Did you hear the statistic that SI had? Only 20% of the opening deaths are in favor of the winning roster. So what that means, if you get the opening kill, you only win that round 20% of the time. That's a fascinating statistic. It should be the other way around, but Synthetic has just been unstoppable so far in this map. And even though there's gunfights going in their disadvantage, they still maintain that man advantage. Swervin retakes that top floor. He hears one from behind. Mohese loses that gunfight. And now it's Phantom Legion for the first time this series on an even footing with Synthetic. They still have over 100 seconds left in this round, and now it's on Poison, the IGL against 2.
Oh boy, Giorno almost making money moves inside of art storage, but will be caught out completely dry of ammunition. And now Poison, case in pocket, remind you, with control of the objective. Gonna charge in and put the case down in an off-meta plant spot. Swervin might not totally be prepared for this, and the hesitancy, it's not going to work well. However, with the 416, you only need a single bullet of the 26 here in the magazine. Poison is going to play passive, and Swervin does not properly predict this. Swinging for the angle, he does not check the close corner, and that'll mean a Synthetic round win. 4 in a row. No response yet from Phantom Legion.
That was Phantom Legion's best round, and they still weren't capable of winning it. Why it was slightly going in Phantom Legion's favor was they were winning gunfights. Their hold upstairs was wasting time. It wasted about that 90-second mark. It burned a lot of the Synthetic utility, particularly that vertical utility. They took down some of the best fraggers, and then Phantom Legion decided that they wanted to continue on that success wave. They played it too aggressive after that. They just took too many gunfights to Synthetic. They're swinging corners, particularly over by Piano and Art Room. If Phantom Legion backed up a bit, back towards their bomb site, or continue to use just the adjacent buffer rooms and force Synthetic to continue to enter in through the map or play those vertical angles, it would have wasted even more time, and Phantom could have set themselves up to stop the full send with the dying seconds around for Synthetic, but instead, they decided that they wanted to play hyper-aggressive, and they eventually threw away that man advantage.
Yeah, this is not a great look so far. Phantom Legion stepped up, particularly Giorno, had a couple good position kills, and when he was starting to fall back, Synthetic moved ahead of themselves and ahead of their pace a little bit quicker than they had done in the previous few rounds, and so it kind of caused...
Reese, do you see what's going on? There's that.
What is going on here? I had not missed this one. I was completely away from the reversed mirror strategy. Okay. I mean, what much can you say about this?
I mean, I'll give Phantom Legion credit. That is the most unique strategy, atypical strategy I've ever seen. Mirror windows are one-way information, and I guess it's even putting both teams the exact same one-way because the mirror windows are facing both directions. And that was a Jaeger shotgun that we just saw with black ice on it. It got the kill. Tones has fallen with a few deaths, and this bizarre round for Phantom is actually working out well. At least it was until Mills did that.
Yeah, kind of played spoiler a little bit there, but things will start to go back to favor of Phantom Legion as Giorno finds another pick. Freak, I think, tried to come in from Veranda side, or maybe at Book's corner. Another aggressive peek. So far, we've seen Phantom Legion continue to try to go for these aggressive peeks, whether it's runouts, spawn kill attempts, or a Jaeger shotgun sitting in an awkward spot on the middle floor of Villa. Advantage still will hold on at a thin lead for Phantom Legion, as it seems the attack has come to a halt. The progress is difficult inside statue, or rather study, as the mirror windows are impeding their progress. Spiff is out of frag grenades, notably, so his options in terms of the vertical game to try to open up the mirror windows is going to be a little bit lackluster. You can consider that, but Buzz caught off guard a little bit, and Spiff just hearing the sound cue somehow going to isolate the Malusi, but Giorno makes the decision to go aggro out of the game store, a decision that is going to pay dividends to him now as Poison begins to take a tiny bit of chip damage otherwise on the map. Phantom Legion, their advantage is still here, but this is winnable for Synthetic.
I mean, the lights out plays that Synthetic has throughout the previous 4 rounds, it is still in their ballpark, and now it's going to be on Poison. He's clutched around before, but that was a 2v1. Now it's a 1v3, and it's just as powerful. He has that angle, that reverse mirror window that he opened up, gifted by Phantom. He's going to attempt to use it against them. Now, he's going to stay on this rappel over by Study and just bait kills, hope that Phantom take these gunfights. But at a certain point, Phantom's going to head for the hills, start to run out through every available spawn, and there's the runouts. He has the red pings. He knows that they're outside, but he just doesn't know where to look. A gifted kill by Jordan, but finally Swervin, the newest addition to Phantom Legion. His runout's going to pay off.
And well, the first round won here on Villa. Poison is shaking. Okay, there we go. Now you've really got the clearer picture here. Phantom Legion, they kind of come into this, they know that Synthetic are going to play it stratted out, and so they're just going to approach this in the complete opposite way. You're not going to be prepared for this. People don't play like this in scrims. Very rarely do you see this heightened level of aggression on game day. PLG are taking angles. Giorno looks fairly comfortable compared to the way that they were playing sort of in the first 3 rounds. Now that he's collected, I want to say, dueling triple kills in this round and the one previous, he's had a little bit more success, and the weird and unusual operators are going to continue to rear their face. Not only we have the alibi, of course, the operator released here with Villa. Also, we did see a tiny glimpse of the Tachanka, however, 6-picked away from, and the signature Caviero, which has been present on way too many of these Villa rounds, is back in action as well. And I think I also caught the fact that Millie has got the shotgun again. He is not letting that M870 go.
Well, there's also another DMR shotgun in play. It's a slug shotgun, 32 rounds of fully automatic shotgun play. And you know what, Reese? At least Phantom Legion isn't recycling any strats. You know, we also have our sponsor, Encore. If you need to recycle anything, your energy drinks, your cans of pop, your juice boxes, your juice boxes after you finish them, well, we have a way to do that. With Return It Express, there is no sorting, there is no lineups. You just straight with the cash, refunds deposited straight into your online account. You can drop off your empty cans at Express Depot near you and just go. Sign up is easy too. Just head over to returnit.ca/express to give your empties a second life. Just like the strategies of Phantom Legion, they're giving all these brand new strats second lives with the most unique, atypical things in the universe.
Aha. We have a big returning recycling culture where I live here in Oregon, and you get 10 cents deposit on every can that you take back. I think generally it's more helpful. We always love to support the environment, and no one likes to be walking down the side of the street and see, cans and bottles and all of that stuff along the side of the road. So make sure to help out Encore and visit the link as Chief called out. But back to the action now. We've got the sign of the ACS-12. Such a slow-firing weapon, but Buzz is going to find one immediately now, a second. Coming in from the concrete door, and Mohesi falls away as well. Synthetic just getting completely obliterated this round as even the ACS-12 is able to find some action. However, now Tack is put down on the floor, and Spiff left. Barely 25 HP to his name, and Skeleton Key at the ready to try to fend off Phantom Legion. This aggressive play, I wonder how it's going to translate over to the second half. Approaching Villa, that aggressive behavior will get shut down rather promptly, and I would predict Synthetic probably to play off the back of that, and now we'll see the impact that Louison can have at close range. Quite some lethal weapon. Phantom Legion are going to escape the first half with a little bit of buffer room.
That was exactly the defense that Phantom Legion needed to bring out. It wastes time, but more crucially, you set up your defenders in ways that Synthetic, every single one of their previous executes, Synthetic got map control for free. This time, Phantom said, you know what? If you want map control, you're going to have to fight me for it. They set up multiple defenders over by Zombie, over by Boar, and Lamp, and after that, they just took gunfights. And more crucially, they won those gunfights. Synthetic was almost unprepared for that level of aggression. And, Poison sometimes, gets stuck. He expects a defense to do one thing. His 3 million IQ brain says, all right, I'm going to do this, 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 and this, pre-round meditating exactly what his attack was looking like. And that's one of the few errors that Poisons make, unable to adjust his own roster's aggression to meet now the full swings and the full sins of Phantom Legion.
Yeah, that was, I think, pretty much the description of an unorthodox vertical hold in the top floor there. Phantom Legion gave a lot of gunfights over to Synthetic, but there was just not the effort to try to clamp down off the back of that. And so Phantom Legion playing a more gunny style of siege, it's going to get them 2 rounds built up. Still, Synthetic hold on to their lead, and the scoreboard is open right for the taking. Synthetic are going to come into this with pretty much what is their default for the Aviator hold, bringing Poison on his typical Clash to try to hold back here. One thing to keep in mind, though, is the fact that Cade has been left up on the board. He managed to narrowly escape the Operator vetoes, and that's going to make hard breaching a little bit difficult. However, as I say that, I feel like Phantom Legion probably don't have many aspirations of going for the hard breaching game, as they have elected to completely ignore operators like the Ace or Habana, instead bringing the Lion and Blackbeard.
I mean, in all honesty, Reese, you really don't need a hard breacher in planes and games, particularly with the strategy that Synthetic has. They open up one of the walls into study, and if you're going for a rush, you also don't need it. It's a full send up the red stairs for Phantom Legion, trades back and forth between these two rosters. But Synthetic, they now know that their bomb site is almost going to be compromised. There's members of the attacking team surrounding them at all sides, but still the refrags are both in favor of these teams. 4 players in this lobby have lost their lives to this full send strategy. Synthetic maintains on the top end of these refrags.
Well, the aggressive style of Siege just keeps on giving, however, doesn't look to benefit much Phantom Legion, leaving only Buzz to try to creep around from the hall, and he's going to meet probably the most grisly operator you could face in a 1vx clutch such as this. Freak is going to round the corner, Buzz completely preoccupied dealing with the clash, and now the Jaeger to try to peek. His shots will connect. The Synthetic are going to move up to 5-2 on Villa, and Synthetic, surely they're aware of this now. Phantom Legion are going to rush. They're going to play aggressive. They are not looking to play a normal Villa.
Buzz says it best there. Fight me. Because Synthetic, they really never fought that round. If anything, it was Phantom Legion acting as a giant tsunami wave crashing on the bomb site of Synthetic. But Synthetic, they weren't just grains of sand. They were a giant cliff. And one wave wasn't enough to erode away the defense of Synthetic, particularly when you incorporate that clash into the mix. She is a giant wall of plexiglass shield with tasers attached to it. And after that, a full send like Phantom did there, I mean, they're just going to hit that wall. They're not going to be able to adjust. And one of the hallmarks of a good IGL is when they call a rush and their rush fails, you say, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to step back for a split second. Let us regroup. Let's coordinate. What utility do we still have? What positions are we holding? And can we now participate in a regular execute? A regular execute being breaking down utilities, setting up crossfires. Now, Phantom, they didn't have hard breachers in that round, but again, with that planes and games bomb site, you can set up a 360-degree crossfire without ever actually having to go hard breach, because there are 3 different insertion points that the attackers can flood in through. Instead of just having one door frame, one fatal funnel, there are technically 3. That becomes a lot more difficult for a defending roster, even with the man advantage or equal man advantage, to truly hold.
Just wanted to quickly say thanks to the Gaming Stadium for allowing us to put on this wonderful event, and give us the opportunity to see some good Siege. Today's event is put on by Canada's leader in esports, the Gaming Stadium. Are you looking to be the next big thing in competitive gaming? Well, look no further. The team at the Gaming Stadium are leaders in online esports tournaments and events. You can check out the action and learn a little bit more at tgs.gg if you want to find out about some of the latest and greatest tournaments that the Gaming Stadium are putting on, and maybe have your opportunity to show up on stream in a tournament like this coming up in the future. It's got the vertical hold below from Synthetic. They're going to play pretty much the typical sort of advanced level or more intermediate strategy where you're trying to deny Phantom Legion from getting control below, but Tak is going to send it in with the Deagle and send Freak away to the observation tools. A very aggressive play is going to earn them the opening pick. However, Tones is not making that acquisition process down on the middle floor very easy.
Every Synthetic defense is to get refrags. They lose a gunfight, instantaneously there's a refrag. Poison's going to exemplify that point, and now Synthetic have the man advantage. An incredible play downstairs on this first floor. Their extension downstairs is forcing Phantom Legion into a two-pronged assault, where they're executing both that first floor as well as that second floor, where that bomb site actually is. And at this point, Phantom Legion has expanded their troops out so far, they're not going to really have the contact. Now they have to change up their strategy entirely, go for a full sin. You can hear the Candelas going off in the distance, trying to whitewash the entire bomb site, but Mills just flies on through and has now lost their life. Swervin, the newest addition to the roster, against 3. Everybody from Synthetic wants to pad their stats. The utility goes through, potentially a kill. Missed shots all around, but Poison doesn't miss with that shotgun. Close quarters he goes, the Mossberg sings, and Phantom Legion falls again.
Oh, well, we were talking about kind of a little bit of shakiness on behalf of Poison, but Swervin looked like he could have used a little bit of the aim labs there in that moment, not being totally target on. And Phantom Legion, their lack of sort of a more coordinated 3-2-1 go assault caused problems on the first floor when trying to move in. They were just feeding through that single doorway heading into Music Box from Laundry, and it was just player after player meeting Tones, whether SMG-11 or M590, both weapons serving up demise for PLG in that attack. And now Synthetic are going to march forward to match point and map point on the first here in this best of 3, looking like they're ready to make quick work of a Phantom Legion who are not playing like their usual selves.
Well, I know you're still playing Siege. I have stepped away entirely, no longer relegated to smoke players and thermite players, but if you ever actually have the shakes, just hop into aim labs, hop into some T-Hunt, throw on some good music, and fortunately for you, Monster Cat Gold is the answer to your prayers. If you need to queue aim labs for 5 minutes or 5 hours, you just need, well, that Monster Cat Gold for $5 a month. That service is yours. The best beats and electronic artists, you can queue that up, grind things out, DMC free, and that's the crucial thing. So you can stream all of your action, stream all of that aim labs grind, so you can be the next greatest thing. And if you think you can beat Poison in the server, whether or not that's with your aim, with your brain, there's no better way than throwing on some Monster Cat beats in the background and grinding out those aim labs so you can be the next Synthetic.
Of course, and it's all about the good vibes and listening to music. Sometimes, very rarely I'll do this, is I'll listen to music while I'll cast if I'm just not feeling the energy. I'll kind of get myself hyped up, put some good tunes on, and sort of get into the action here, and Monster Cat can definitely fill that role for you. Looked like Tones already took a bit of early damage. I have to wonder if that was maybe the shots through the bike's window that he had fell folly to, but still alive and up on the board. It hasn't been sort of a battle of attrition so far. It has been very quick starts. Phantom Legion to immediately go full steam ahead in this round, looking a little bit slower, however. Not the same pace that they had approached things on the earlier Aviator round, where it was running in and not really looking back. Tones is going to launch up a little bit of a nitro cell, giving him a vertical angle. I wonder maybe the shotgun probably could have done that a little bit more efficiently, but, you know, we'll give him a little bit of credit for trying.
That's a Boss G ACOG that we currently see at Dokkaebi. And I'm a full stand for that slug double barrel shotgun abomination. It hits like a truck. So if you actually have good aim, it's going to work. Case in
Boom!
point, Tack lines it up with his ACOG, but he misses the audio cue. He still wins it outright. A third one peaks for Synthetic, eventually being shut on down. But incredible showing of mechanical skill there. And at that point, Synthetic has been absolutely bodied. They weren't prepared for Boss G ACOG, and they crumble to the oppression of it. Phantom Legion continues their streak. They want to stay in this series, and they don't want to let go of Villa.
I swear, we need like a checklist or something at the start of the round to see all these various loadout quirks, the shotgun bots G, the ACS-12 on Alibi, the reverse mirror windows. I mean, really, this is a bit of an unusual one so far for Phantom Legion, to say the least. Aviator in Games is back, so PLG have already kind of shown their cards in Clash being brought once more. This should be a fairly easy closeout for Synthetic. They just kind of have to play Turtle almost. You don't need to roam against Phantom Legion. Kind of just play your stuff, hold back, and wait for them to move in.
You freak.gn in the server. Do you
Right.
think they're ever going to sit at Bob's side and just hang out all day? I mean,
can hope.
You can hope, absolutely, Reese, but it's freak.gn. He's never going to just hang out, kick his feet up on his desk and just bask in the sun. He's going to fly around the map. And you know what? That's why we love Freak, because he's all over the place. And you know what? You incorporate Poison with one of his favorite operators as that Clash as well, and you can really allow that style of play. Again, you have to be careful if you're putting all of your eggs in one basket. That means just putting all of your troops over on the south side of the map, because at a certain point, the attackers of Phantom Legion are going to set up on you. They're going to have that control of the north side. They're going to rotate an attacker over to 90 window, zombie window, or most likely the crucial study balcony. Now they have their boa constrictor strategy around you. They can start to remove the oxygen away from those defenders. And that's why that crucial play of somebody like Freak's going to come in. He's going to start to rat his way up a red stairs, start to take gunfights, and Phantom Legion have to do their due diligence with preset flank drones as well as some other utility watching their flank. Unfortunately, Nomad is not in the server for them. Instead, they brought out a Kali, a bolt-action sniper rifle, and no hard breacher again.
This is quite some angle being played by Tack up on the Ruins pillar. Just holding back and trying to play for the long angle. Synthetic had a little bit of trouble with peaks earlier, but they're not going to be the team to just go kind of swing on out and take the aggressive peaks. Maybe Freak will think about that, but Poison, I doubt, is really going to allow it too much. Kind of playing their style of Siege more comfortably and not trying to rise or, I guess, kind of dive to the level of Phantom Legion are at right now. Synthetic want to play their Villa, and Phantom Legion are not making that terribly easy.
Well, there's a mirror window being cracked on open. So the execute for Phantom Legion, it's going to be a smidge easier for them. But they still have the plexiglass shield in front of them. Buzz is going to be hanging out here in a passive manner because he now has to rotate more of his attackers on over to burn that ADS, and then you rotate Kali or sniper rifle on over. It shoots the class shield once. The shield is going to fly away from them, and now you can actually do damage to the toes of that player. But also, Phantom's just in the bomb site already. They're going for a plan. Where's the answer from Synthetic? Finally, that Nitro Patel finds his target. Phantom's starting to crumble. Swervin's going to stop that bleeding temporarily, but still, Synthetic at the top end of those refrags.
Yeah, it seems sort of the main fuel of the push has been expended, and now it leaves Buzz and Millie to pick up the pieces on match point. Synthetic can close out the 4-on-2. It would be done with on the map, but Buzz is going to try to make a play at a R4C around the corner. Does him no favors, and Spiff is just going to finish him off from the mirror setup. That's Villa done and dusted. Synthetic, with the expected result coming out of the gate, they will head up 1-all in this series.
Now, that wasn't Phantom Legion playing at 110% effort. Sticula, you and I have casted both these rosters a lot. Now then, this is a community tournament. Sure, there's, a $5,000 or $500 prize pool, but you're not going to give away your macro strategies, your big grandiose strategies in a tournament like this, simply because, both these rosters compete against each other elsewhere. You don't want to put your VODs on the market. And also, some people just forget, this is a video game. You're supposed to have fun. And sometimes you want to queue into a live match, bring out different operators, your Boss GA cogs, your Cali bolt action sniper rifles, and just vibe. That way, you don't get burned out. But if you're going 100 and 1,000% every single time you queue into a server, at a certain point, you're going to be dropping a twit longer saying you're retiring.
Yeah, and specifically talking about players getting burnt out, one of the players, what was formerly on this roster for Phantom Legion, Trist, had to take a little bit of a break just because he wasn't exactly ready to continue playing. And to be at that top level of Siege, you have to put in a lot of effort. Trust me, I know. We just quickly like to say thanks to Kanto, one of our sponsors here for this event. Kanto is a website where you can check out a lot of different gaming peripherals and some of the various things that you're going to need for your setup. If you're looking for that final piece for your work from home or gaming setup, you can find everything that you're going to need to build the best workstation or the best battle station at cantoliving.com. They've got monitor mounts, speakers, stands, all of that good stuff. So go ahead and check them out today if you're looking for just that final piece to complete your various setups. We should be just jumping into the next map. It was so quick on Villa that we're not going to take much of a break.
I mean, that actually makes sense, right? You just had a quick series and the players are sharp, they're ready, and you know what? They want to continue on through. They want to just transition into Clubhouse. The problem is Synthetic, they're great on Villa. We know that. We just saw them be great on it. They're also good on Clubhouse. And this is the opportunity, even though we have like a 3-minute break technically for the players to talk amongst themselves, prep for the next map. What is Phantom going to do to shut down Poison and Synthetic? Because you have to create macro strategies where they're not going to be able to set up their attacking executes, where you break down their defense, whether or not they're going for a linear defense downstairs in the basement or a full upstairs roam. Not quite an SSG style roam, because there are a lot of flaws to that bomb stuff that we're currently seeing in our meta, particularly that time sink. The attackers can just bypass it altogether by going for what I refer to as that French style of play, where you execute only in dirt, tunnel, and the kitchen hatch. So if you want to go for a roam, you have to put a lot more emphasis in denying that style of play.
Yeah, Clubhouse, I feel like it's going to be much more difficult for Phantom Legion to approach this with the same kind of just totally aggressive style of play each time, especially on the defense. Things are going to get ugly very quickly. It'll be on Synthetic to see if they're going to properly kind of come into this and counter strat that, shut it down. They've just played 10 rounds of it, so they kind of know what to expect here, and things shouldn't get too crazy. It could look like maybe Synthetic closed this one out early and get a 2-0, but Phantom Legion picked Clubhouse for a reason, so maybe they've done just a tiny bit of prep work on this map to be ready for it.
Do you remember the old days of Defiance when he was playing the Cav in Strip Club? I mean, let's see. We saw Phantom Legion bring out Cav in our previous map of Villa. Could they channel their inner Defiance and just do some maddening play, run out through red blocks, run out through electrical, and do some mind-numbing stuff? Because honestly, I'm on board. If we see how Phantom was playing that, I would be shook if we didn't see something, completely atypical. Actually, this is an opportunity to flex an operator like Oryx, right? If you want to bring out something that's unique, but also that will get you in an ability to take gunfights, why not flirt with the idea of an Oryx? Fly up some hatches, fly up through Oil Pit, do something that's different. At least that's going to give you that extra leg up and an atypical flank style that Poison, again, a competent IGL, might not be prepared for.
Yeah, Clubhouse, it can be kind of difficult once you're moving through the regimen of setting everything up to suddenly have to deal with an Oryx that has appeared up above. You don't like to go through sort of the rigmarole of clearing out the top floor just to realize that now an Oryx is back up there and you have to resume that process again. We'll go jump over towards Clubhouse. Operator vetoes on this map generally are predictable. You're going to have almost always Thatcher and Maverick or Thatcher Habana removed just because of the impact. There's almost always a hard breach that you need a wall that must be opened up.
Honestly, though, why that's 100% right, I don't think Phantom is going to bring out our traditional bans. It's going to be something completely different. And, well, that's Capital. A common ban maybe 2 years ago, he was incredibly oppressive. If you sat upstairs in rafters, Good luck ever holding that when fire bolts are raining above you. There's the ban I was looking for. Something completely different. We actually have seen sludge bans here on Clubhouse and professional play. Again, if you're going for that linear style of execute, where you're only executing downstairs in that basement through dirt tunnel and through the kitchen hatch, the best way of going for that take is removing the entire ceiling away from Arsenal. That way, defenders, well, they can't sit so comfortably in deep Arsenal, and you can start to use that explosive utility to push them away from close Arsenal. That's going to be the AK side, that bomb side. Clash bans, again, it makes sense. Poison, he likes Clash. If you want to hurt Poison, you remove his favorite operator.
Yeah, that's I like that. A little bit of kind of some tinge added by Phantom Legion and a bit of spice thrown in as well. Sledge and a Clash ban, and now Valkyrie removed as well, so things won't be terribly too crazy. Synthetic have first defense here, so I think this is probably where you win the game. You force Phantom Legion to slow down, and you get probably a 5-1 half. I feel like unless Phantom Legion just ignore Villa and play this like totally differently and actually play a competitive game of Siege, there could be more room. But it's just the fact that Synthetic Clubhouse has been a prominent map in their pool for a long time, especially with this lineup. They all have experience, and seeing a Monty Buck Glass composition really kind of paints me a picture of what to expect here.
Well, that's different, to say the least. I mean, do you remember like the OG days, like 2-3 years ago, right as this map was reworked, or technically they called it a map buff at the time, we would see Monties, Glazes, and Yings. So not that different if we, get in our DeLorean time machines and travel back in time, but in our current meta, absolutely it is as far away from the norm as possible. But if you're going for a smoke dump strategy, you have two sets of smoke grenades. If you go for a linear take, like we've been highlighting, that top-down execute from kitchen and dirt tunnel, one of those ways is to remove pressure in AKs. You can do it with frag grenades. You can also do it with smoke grenades by cutting off line of the side. You post your glass sky high, and now if a defender decides to get aggressive against you, well, he's going to be answered by the Banana People scope and see you outright. So honestly, Reese, I'm excited to see how it works. We're probably overanalyzing just a meme pick, but hey, you know what? I'm on board for Glasses.
Can't say I have seen Buzz play on the glass before, so this is sort of a day of firsts for me personally. We'll see what he does. They have so they do have two sets of smokes. This looks like an oil pit rush, I would say, with 4 people stacked up outside rafters. The drone will go in, and I imagine Phantom Legion are fairly quick to follow. However, Swervin does a bit of auxiliary play, so he'll open up one of the walls connecting between bikes and lounge. So now you've got a bit of a deeper angle, but Millie collects the first, however, instantly traded, as we'll see what Giorno can make happen on the Monty. He catches a big bounty of damage on the Mohese, just playing on the opposite side of the wall, and Poison will close in just on the opposite side of E-Box. Smokes will go down, and Freak is careful to play a little bit more passive. However, I doubt they totally are aware that the glass is here yet. That scope can be so effective in working through some of the various smoke canisters, though you need to be a little bit more judicious with you throwing all of these. If they are expended before you get to the execute, that could leave you a little bit wanting, as so far things are back at equal in a 3-on-3.
Stop peeking Glads. Sure, he's been nerfed a couple of times, but that DMR sniper rifle hits like a truck, and you can see Freak bearing the damage of that weapon. He tries to go for the rotate and now completely finished off. Synthetic only has 2 of their roster left. Poison's on a little bit of HP. He's sitting at that 75 mark. There's a Nitro Cell. It could find its target. Detonated. Jordan's going to take the HP loss. Now it's on the IGL Poison against 2. Unable to find any impact after the attack, as Tack gets that kill. Phantom Legion, they want to mix things up, and boy, did they absolutely.
Yeah, a full blue push, and Synthetic kind of just fell down. You can see the chat is very active here. Phantom Legion are going to let everybody know, and we'll go up to Jim now. Synthetic choose not to repeat on the bottom floor, but an attack win is an attack win. That's some good margin built up here for Phantom Legion, especially if Phantom are trying to play this off the back of that attacking momentum and just sort of get in the heads of Synthetic so far. I'd say it's kind of begun, but You haven't totally won just yet, so don't get too excited over a single round win. You need minimum 2 to be kind of considered successful on Clubhouse, but in this game, I feel like that doesn't matter so much because Phantom Legion are so undulating in the way that they play. It's a constant state of motion, really.
You know, my mental would be chalked after dying to a class, particularly when he gets 3 kills.
Yeah.
The problem is, if you're going to go for this loosey-goosey fun style of strategy, what are you going to do when the tertiary bomb site rears its ugly head? The whole idea behind this bomb site is to burn attacker hard breach utility. You only have one hard breacher. That is going to be Habana and her 18x Cairo pellets. So now Phantom Legion's going to decide, are we going to go for a traditional execute where we clear east to west, we open up CCTV, we open up cache, and then we continue to push towards the west? Or do you go for a linear execute where you only push in through the spa balcony over towards the west? You open up that exterior wall. Now with Monty, there are ways of bypassing these hard reinforced walls. You can put him up in through the garage rafters, vault in through our window, and now he can directly take those gunfights and the players sitting over by cache. Again, the problem with that, though, is the defenders have set themselves up with multiple rotations, their traditional rotation back into construction, as well as that red rotation. So Phantom's going to have to address that minigame by posting up 2 additional attackers to directly deal with that. It seems like they don't want to bother that style of strategy. It's going to be the linear execute all in the west spa balcony.
Well, there goes the breaching round now that the ADS has been cleared, but an unexpected swing by Spiff. Great decision-making there. You'll take down the Ash, and though the wall did get open, not without quite a cost. As now Buzz is going to play the long angle. Only 1 bullet out of that OTS-3. Now a second as Freak sits within a hair's margin of health. Though it looked like maybe a little bit of damage off one of the members of the defense peeking from another angle. Tones will lurk below, just holding off inside CC. The one problem here is in the attack if Phantom Legion try to form up outside of that gym window, things could become dicey. Somebody peeks from CC. Giorno jumps in unaccompanied by his teammates and will go down as a result. But now a challenge will further in, though it's looking like Phantom Legion are met with no success, as only 1 kill stands across the board, and Millie is left to fend off the full breadth of Synthetic's defense.
Well, there's a gifted free kill as Mohesi is going to lose that gunfight a little bit too aggressive with that SMG-11. Now, everyone from Synthetic, they're just going to vibe in their bomb site. They're not going to play this aggressively. They have 70 seconds to work with. Millies is going to be forced to take these gunfights, identified by the bulletproof camera, working their way towards the east, able to win 1 miraculously, but that was still a 1v4, and Tones, he won't allow any more kills to work in favor of that primary support operator. A good kill by him, and Phantom Legion, they do need to address the issue of the linear execute because they just never had control of cache, and they lost 3 different gunfights as a result of it.
I mean, that was a wicked attack. Monty just hopping in, just, hello, I'm in the middle of a master bedroom, and of course Monty is going to die. If you run forward, if you try to challenge the defense, you're opening up yourself to get gunned down, as we'll have more and more kind of just piling onto this lineup. There it is. There it is. The double shield Finka Lion lineup. Phantom Legion. Oh, no.
Don't 6-pick.
Don't. He'll lock it in.
Yes.
We'll get to see what the blitz looks like. Phantom Legion are giving us a fun one. Let's go jump into round number 3. We're back to the basement.
It's Hyper on Dark Zero that's been bringing out blitz in just about every single series that he's been playing in SI. And you know what? Sometimes blitz works. And I can't believe, Reese, I just said those words. Blitz work. There's a few rounds that Dark Zero just YOLO'd into a bomb site, took gunfights with the blitz, they flashed defenders, and they won. Now, Dark Zero's SI run has looked a little haphazard. They haven't been sitting as strong as a lot of people would have expected them to be, maybe because they're bringing out atypical operators. And, you know, there's an interesting point where you as an IGL, you're obviously dictating the operator lineup. And at a certain point, you say, maybe it's best for us not to bring out a blitz. Maybe it'd be better bring out, you know, a normal operator like an Ash per se. But hey, this isn't a normal day for Phantom Legion. It's like bring your child to work day or bring your dog to work day. And their dog has a shield that flashes you.
Really, this is like bring your ranked strat to work day, essentially. A full blue run. There was a pre-placed drone, so that should give you a clearer idea of what this will be like. Umine in the lake. Swervin drops his shield, but no swing to come from Spiff. Now a second smoke is tossed, and the Finka running through, gunned down. Poison is going to make his presence known, but the pistol will come out. However, Poison DBNO, the confirm just isn't there, as this attack has been completely waylaid, and now Tack dropped out, taking a deep breath of that toxic canister, and Tones is going to run through Giorno. A synthetic pick away round number 3, a complete opposite to what we saw last time this blue push was attempted, and quite some response by Synthetic. Phantom Legion, they just tried the same rush twice, different operators, but the same strategy, the same push, the same execute, and it's not going to work on Clubhouse.
I think I have just lost the ability to say a sentence after that attacking execute. I mean, completely discombobulated. I mean, that's both me currently after witnessing it, and I'm assuming all 10 players in the server. Because if I was the defender, I would start screaming at the top of my lungs when I see a blitz running at me. And maybe that's a reason why I'm casting and not playing, because Synthetic, they were as cool as a cucumber. They see blitz running, they just say, hey, Poison, I'm being pressured over here. Can you just tell somebody to just send a wall of lead down range to deal with this as he's shooting you? And Synthetic played that perfectly. Phantom, again, they're going for their meme strategies. They're just having fun. They're flying in through blue, and they just weren't able to get the kills. Maybe if you actually brought a glass, again, can't believe I'm uttering those words after we saw just 4 different smoke grenades go down range. They actually probably could have got those kills, because if you look at that positioning of Poison, that smoke player over by the blue door, the southmost door, he was actually kind of having his shoulder blade being shown by the door frame, and the glass would have spotted him outright. Again, it's hard to analyze a meme strategy when players are just flying down through blue, but there are always ways of bettering your, YOLO strategies.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to look back on this one after the fact and see what Phantom Legion could do differently. This is looking like, and I dare I say this, a bit more of a sensible lineup this go around. You still have the Finka holding on, but Buzz is going to miss an opportunity. A late reinforcement by Synthetic
this is not
will
sensible,
go unpunished.
Reese. It's not sensible.
Oh yeah, here it is again. Here we go. You never see an Ashe really at the main breach, and the Twitch there as well. One time, maybe she'll go for the drone hole, but with Giorno forming up on the other side and nothing to stop this breach from being open, no bandit, no Cade, no mute, nothing can impede this progress from a full run in. As soon as the Banshee is deactivated, the wall will open, and Phantom Legion run in, not holding back, but cut down for 2. Synthetic will respond, but shut down in the intermission as Phantom Legion come across the board. A 2-on-2 as the Goyo's head is raised by Buzz for his third pick, and now you've just got to find the final defender. Freak waiting outside on Garage 90. Diffuser in a difficult position to recover, but he'll be picked off as it's Swervin to secure the trade against Freak and Phantom Legion. A full run in through the main breach, and Millie will show his happiness.
All right, well, that just happened, and Phantom won that round. Incredible. I mean, what worked for Phantom was the fact that they didn't go for a double rush. Most of the time when we see an execute like that flying in through East Main Breach, everybody is rushing. The entire attacking roster is going to be in that bomb site, and usually the entire attacking roster is going to die after that. The thing was, Phantom, they post up that LMG of Finka on that CC window, and the entire execute, you heard one sound. That belt-fed LMG just sending all of its rounds down range. I believe that was a 3K during the confusion of that round for that Finka player, simply because he was belting so much lead. At a certain point, the law of probability comes in, and those bullets are going to find its target. Synthetic wasn't quite prepared for that. They're actually expecting the more just YOLO rush. That was a coordinated rush from Phantom Legion, and it caught Synthetic off guard. Hey, you know what? Phantom Legions actually accomplished their goal. This map used to be 4-2 split in favor of the defense, which means Phantom Legion winning 2 rounds on attack are exactly where you should be. However, in more modern terms, this map is going about a 3-3 split, which still puts Phantom Legion in a strong position. 2 more rounds of Synthetic's defensive half, which means Phantom, if they win 1 more round on attack, they're actually sitting pretty solid in this series.
Yeah, I just wonder how they're going to achieve that. Is it going to be another just run in through the breach scenario? Maybe not so much with a formulation of the attackers over by the east side. Maybe a logistics hash drop. Just kind of thinking about the opportunities that Phantom Legion have got here. Highway pressure to come in as well. Make sure you can put the defenders in their place. The Arunis is not going to really help with that sort of all-out rush mentality, nor will the Vulcan shields as well. Seems like steady progress on the Jacuzzi breach, but the Mute Jammer, is it still there? Maybe not so much. It's hard to tell, really. So dark inside of that hallway, but Giorno would be in position to try to shut it down, if not for Tones, who's waiting at the CCTV side, and it'll force Giorno off the balcony, though I imagine they'll get that Mute Jammer off one way or another. Now the Jacuzzi breach is wide open.
You still have extra X-Cairo pellets, only 2 of them, but you can still use it on the other side of the map, the east side of the map, or more appropriately, you can use it to deal with this mirror window. Fortunately, though, Phantom, they know the way of dealing without utility. That is pushing from underneath into billiards. You Ash breaching launch your way into that wall, and then all of a sudden you shoot from underneath, and that player sitting behind that mirror window won't be sitting so comfortably. Think a boost goes out. Phantom Legion's opportunity to start to flood in through the bomb sites, and they'll do exactly that. Tak gets that first kill. Giorno's going to continue on the descend, but met by that Nitro Cell. Things are going to quiet down, though, as Phantom Legion, they take their breath, and they continue on that pounce.
Another shot and connect from Millie as only Tones is left. This attack, a rank success looking likely for Phantom Legion. And the Goyo sent to try to fend off from inside logistics. Finds the first now onto Buzz, but still to contend against the full might of Phantom Legion inside Master. Millie will just wait at the head glitch behind the bet. PLG are going to claim their 3rd attacking round. This Blitzkrieg style of siege working wonders. And Synthetic without a clue in how to shut it down.
Yeah, the problem with Synthetic is they're playing so normal that they aren't making the adaptations to something that's different. And that's, again, when you have Poison in the lobby, you have to have him just think about it like, all right, our strategy is designed for a traditional execute, clearing the east side of the map, opening up cash box, we retreat that way. But when the attackers are going for a linear execute, where they're just flooding the bomb site, at a certain point, Synthetic has to say, all right, we have to change our mentality altogether. We have to change our strategies to adjust for this play. That's why, if we go over to the newest addition to the competitive map pool, Chalet is still being played by even high elo players downstairs in the basement, because true grandiose roam players like you would see on a bar defense doesn't work in rank, because the players aren't setting up their bomb sites necessarily to have that style of play work. And also the roam players just tend to fail so often that you just go for a linear execute and you win gunfights. At the end of the day, that's what Phantom Legion is doing. They're just winning gunfights.
Very rare that we see that idea work on Clubhouse, just taking fights and winning them. More of a LATAM approach to Siege and Phantom Legion. It's just working out for them. I don't know if it's the unpredictability or Synthetic's inability to be flexible and to rotate their strategies, but they are prepared for the same attack push that we've seen each and every time, which has been a Phantom Legion full send into blue. However, this time, it looks like Phantom Legion are doing things a little bit differently. You still got Buzz continuing to bring the Finka that he's seen so far, but Synthetic, what is the change going to be, and how are they going to shut this down? Playing simply for frags, I don't think it's what you want to do in this scenario. I think you try to play more off the back of intel and utility, and maybe things could go a little bit differently there, but already Phantom Legion, you can see about their momentum. Their pacing is very swift. Down at the bottom of the main stairs to contest with Amira Mohesi, a little bit late on the setup. Eventually, though, he will get one of the mirrors in position, and now there should be intel. However, the smoke canisters tossed in the space at pipes is not going to make that very easy. Things are going to really come down to the initial push in, and if Phantom Legion are able to strong arm their way onto the church site, the Goyo spotted on the opposite side, and Swervin is quick. with the C7E to be able to shut down that Nitro before there's time for Tones to detonate it. And in fact, the Nitros so far, Mira and the Goya already losing two as Tak works his way in, failing to check behind the mini bar as this round is looking good for Synthetic. However, Buzz is going to find one as Tones is completely oblivious to the blue pressure. Now Giorno to line up the headshot, but with Millie down, Buzz has got redefined. However, at LMG, quite some magazine taped onto it. Could be what makes the difference here, but Synthetic are going to play together with 1:20 left. This should be doable.
The thing is, he's just going to have to push at a certain point. No more frag grenades available in Finca, so he's going to have to go for a flash dump if he wants to push in through. Identified by the Malusi Wubwum, so that's where those old frag grenades would have been so crucial. He's going to decide he doesn't even want to deal with that pressure entirely. He's going to rotate the other side of the map. Now, it becomes crucial. Did his teammates shoot away any of those default cameras? There is one over in bar. It might not necessarily see that Finca, but you can still hear him on the other side, and that's where it becomes crucial. Now, Buzz has completely hightailed it out there entirely. He's debating whether or not he wants to go for a central stairs execute, drop in through the hatch. These metal stairs are quite loud. You have to solo and crouch walk. He takes an incredible gunfight. He shoots a dead body. He flips on over, taking that live player out. But now he's on that 5 HP mark, pushing in through a fatal funnel of Moto. He's eventually just going to have to push gunfights, and it's just not working for him. Synthetic playing this very passively, retreating back over to the east. They know that their opponent is lit, but they're just going to allow him to ring around the rosy the entire map, and that's exactly how it goes down. Freak goes for the flank and finishes it off. It's an even half for both of our rosters.
Well then, nobody really claiming advantage, but Phantom Legion 3 attack wins. I would chalk that up as a victory in their book so far. Keep themselves at even odds, and now moving on to the defense, they get to decide where these battles are going to happen. Synthetic were, I would say, middling in their attack successes on Villa, but this is different. This is Clubhouse, and we don't totally know how Phantom Legion are going to play things as of yet. We'll head to the tertiary site first. I've noticed kind of a trend change recently. CCTV is so well understood by a lot of teams that going to it first kind of gives them the opportunity to start immediately. A little bit of a fake there by Poison icing the kicker. He'll go for the pause, but never mind. Instead, the Ella and Frost coming out, but Phantom Legion, I think it's probably one of the least or one of the lesser egregious attacking or just in general lineups here. Nothing terribly crazy. I think the one oddball probably would be the FO12 on the Ella.
Or this DMR shotgun that we currently see Tak bringing out, the ACS-12. Do you remember when this gun used to be a buckshot and it was just a fully automatic buckshot, and if there was a wall and you just held mouse 1, the wall would instantaneously disappear? I mean, those were the good old days, but it's now a slug shotgun, and it actually isn't bad. It has a 2-time scope, or I think we actually currently see Tak rocking the 1.5-time sight, and it is gnarly. You don't want to be on the receiving end of it. 2 to 3 shots, and you're instantaneously melted. The only real problem with it is it has an incredibly slow rate of fire. Now, Synthetic, since they're executing on this tertiary bomb site, we're going to see, are they going to go for a normal execute, or are we going to just, do another full sin execute? It seems like it's going to be normal, but the thing that they're going to have to contest with is a point-blank FO12 that is holding the east main breach.
This is definitely an unusual one. Sometimes you will see a hold inside of the top red hallway area, but never this aggressive with the Ella shotgun on the opposite side. Tones is going to kind of realize the weak point of this strategy, the cross angle that you can get, and Freak shoots Swerve, and I don't know where that had happened. The Ash just sort of comes away with a fight out of nowhere. Buzz will rotate off, so the shield shouldn't be too much of a problem any longer. It looked like the Melusa was just kind of hanging out inside of the bar area, maybe thinking about a late roam, but Freak has got other ideas about what round 7 is going to look like. The pressure beginning to formulate over here at the cast side, and the ACS-12 will pop up, but not managing to net too many targets with 3 attackers bearing down on him. This is going to be a difficult one for Tak to accomplish, and Mohesi is going to even the score as Tones will find Millie too aggressive at the head angles. Now Buzz completely away from the site. If he gets droned out, this is over and done with Synthetic. Synthetic now, but Buzz is going to run on through, making a clear sound cue heard and read perfectly by Tones. Synthetic are going to pick up a flawless round.
I mean, again, a different style of strategy for Phantom Legion. They wanted to take the gunfight to Synthetic, and Synthetic, they hit them smack dab with that reverse Uno card, and they just took the gunfight to Phantom Legion, being caught off guard. Again, there are two ways of thinking about that style of defense. You as an attacker, you either play it more passive, you rotate to a completely different side of the map, and you respect the defender's utility and say, all right, you're putting so much emphasis on this side of the map, we're just going to bypass it entirely and go for that spot execute. Instead, Synthetic said, you know what? I got Spiff in my lobby. I got Toads in my lobby. I got Freak in my lobby. I'm just going to fight you for it. If you want to hold cash, if you want to hold CCTV, good. I want that part of the map, and one of us isn't making it home. And in that round 7, it was Synthetic that went back home because everybody in Phantom Legion, they took gunfights and they got nuked as a result. And TAC is bringing out my favorite operator in game. There's a reason why he's my Twitter header. That most dapper man in all of Siege, Warden, is in our lobby.
I wonder what the Warden pick is a response to. Like, I could see Warden being played for top of Rafters control, or maybe... I guess playing for the extension would work theoretically, though maybe I would suggest have Millie hold inside of Cash with the shotgun, and then Warden be that extra line of support inside construction, holding off the head hold. So I'll have to see how he decides to play this. Bit of a different approach. You do have that same shield seen previously, but the main breach is not left unreinforced this time, with Phantom Legion having a little bit more dedicated to holding that off, with the reinforcements to drop down. Though Tones, look at this drone. Full intel in the position at Rafters. Tones will try to go for the swing and maybe pull away with the fade shot, but TAC is not going to give up Rafters control too easy. Now hold on for as long as possible, and he'll swing out. Tones too eager, and well, with the delayed opening in the breach, just no one is there to get the trade.
Remember that operator, that Synthetic ban, the Capital? Well, that would have helped with your R2 execute. It would have also helped with dealing with Buzz behind that shield. Freak pops up. Where was the soft breach utility of Sophia? Where was the soft breach utility of Ash? They just all die in those scenarios, and the death for Synthetic is going to continue to mount. It's all on Mohese against 4. Now, 2 of those players were down but not out. Giorno gets res back up. Swervin is still down. And Mo is going to make a rotation downstairs in the basement. And at that point, Phantom Legion, 4 of their roster players are now back and alive. 2 of them at 20 HP. But still, it's going to be a very difficult trend for Mohese to even win any of these gunfights. But he's going to try his best, working his way up the central stairs. He has to grab that diffuser. He finds himself in the bomb site because everybody for Phantom Legion is on the other side of the map. Now, that pre-fire will give away that says, hey, I now own a bomb site.
Swing around. Ooh, a little bit too eager and too passive for Swervin, but Buzz is ready for the trade. Excellent positioning kills by Phantom Legion on that round, especially at the start. TAC was so successful inside Rafters, and Buzz with support, playing that deployable shield at the Zulu Hall, made it near impossible for Synthetic to get started, to get set up on that attack, which is going to put us at 4-4, and likely mean that this game goes the distance. I don't imagine Synthetic are just going to turn on a dime and take this in regulation. I feel like maybe an overtime win would be expected for them, if not PLG, to send us to the third map and have this one here in the winner's bracket final go all the way to Oregon.
The thing is, Reese, we have to almost address the elephant in the room. Phantom Legion has 2 of their players sitting on 1 HP. Having certain players pop off and other players being a little bit more quiet on that scoreboard isn't a sustainable strategy. At a certain point, the lack of kills are going to start to cost you. Buzz is going nuclear, which you can't always expect one player to be clicking heads 1,000% of the time. And, maybe that's a fault of the playstyle of Phantom Legion, because Giorno and Swervin are primary entries for the most part. They're always the ones taking the opening duel. And if you played games like Valorant or CS, usually the first person in a bomb site or down a corridor is the first person to die, because the players that follow up are getting those refrags. They have the information, whether or not it's off an actual audio call or your teammate communicating, say, there's a dude sitting in this corner, or even white tracer rounds. You say, hey, I see these bullets over here, I'm going to return fire. Again, if you're that first person walking into a gunfight, you're not always likely to be, going back home. And again, that's a byproduct of playing hyper aggressive like Phantom Legion is. At a certain point, players are going to be just knocked off the pitch.
Here we go. The attempt is there for Buzz, but no one to spawn at construction or opening themselves up to him, so the Bandits' attempt will be just that. Buzz has had a great game so far. 12 and 6, the 2.0 KD, and that's just going to get even better. He'll swing around, but Freak is ready for the trade at least. The loss of the Buck, a little bit troublesome here. With the sledge ban, that means a big majority of your vertical play just isn't present, and so you're going to have to approach this a little bit differently. You'll be sending Freak in, I'm sure, to the kitchen side of things to try to open up the floor. Giorno with the rook pick, a little bit unorthodox. More of an unusual operator here, but Synthetic are prepared to go for their push as Mo makes significant progress on the Moto drop-down. Suri Torch is there, and Tones is going to return fire below, make sure that there is no challenge and that somebody aggressing below does not catch out the Maverick in the hard-breaching process. But look at this now, as Tak is embroiled with the fight at the bottom of the main staircase, and Freak is looking to try to take some more control for Synthetic, being that first spear point.
That gunfight continues to rain on through, but Freak is going to lose that gunfight to that 2x scope with an MP5. Good positional advantage being used by Phantom Legion. That's why that vertical is so crucial, and Spiff's early death is costing Synthetic. They're not going to be able to hold top side deck as strongly as they once did. Now, you can still use soft place breaching charges, but when you find yourself at that 70-second execute mark, you're going to have to start to take gunfights. Synthetic will attempt exactly that, but they lose every gunfight that they now swing for. It's Poison, the primary IGL against 3. Tak attempts to give him that free kill. Tak loses a lot of that HP, but he's still alive and well until Mills swings in from deep arsenal.
Gotta say, the timing of that peek was really about as good as it gets. The Thermite checking it for so long, and then the moment he moves away is exactly when Millie decides to peek and go for the shots. Phantom Legion continuing their clubhouse campaign. Now at 5-4, their play across the halves has been great so far. 3-3 on their attacks, and now looking to prepare for defensive victory. CCTV is here, so let's see what it looks like. So far, that has been one of the sites Phantom Legion have tried to avoid. The distinct memory of CCTV on this map that we've had so far between these two has been PLG's main breach rush. They just ran in, threw caution to the wind, and went full steam ahead. Synthetic are going to have to approach this a little bit more cautiously. That's just not how Synthetic operates. They don't try to mimic that aggressive behavior. They are very kind of rhyme for reason, a more typical assault. But look at this. Laser gates on the main breach wall. Chief, I'm curious what you think about this.
So we have seen this before, and again, it's a way to almost subsidize not bringing out a mute or an electric unit. That is going to be your bandits and gates. And again, if we think about how are you going to be executing from east to west, well, you go for your successful hard breach. Now, if you want to burn a shield that's usually placed between the connections of the two bomb sites not currently available to Phantom Legion, those gates are going to help you temporarily waste time, because they're going to create a new mini game for the offensive Synthetic. They're going to have to burn an additional ADS, or in this case, a gate. And particularly when Synthetic doesn't have any flashbang, you're going to have to start to use more crucial gadgets, whether or not it's a drone, whether or not it's a smoke grenade, or you can just pull a freak.gn and just absolutely slam poor Giorno.
Just runs in, meets the rook, and plays the game. Now Buzz is looking to contest from below. Freak will be downed and out. See if there could be the confirm. In fact, there is. Tack is going to get it to eliminate the Ash, but this is more of the Maverick trick on the breach rather than needing the Ash to go below or having any utility standing in the way that would mean you would need that extra added step. Buzz goes very aggro at the red door, and Tones nearly takes his life for that mistake, as now the game shifts to maybe thinking about coming in from an additional area of pressure. Simply pushing singularly from the main breach is not going to get you anywhere on an attack like this, as now Buzz has been taken out after suffering damage earlier from Tones. The Zofia will arrive, secure the deal, and to move the man advantage into the Synthetic column.
Now, Synthetic, we've been highlighting those Aruni gates that are in the way of Synthetic offense. You have to start to address that. You have to burn it now, whether or not it's going to be a stun grenade of the Zofia lifeline, the back pocket of Tones, or even if it's that clone. That's going to have to start to go out sooner rather than later. Now, I guess there is an opportunity cost of doing it now. If you're not ready for that execute, it's going to be the fact that the defense can always just shoot it back again. But if you burn that now, also Phantom Legion, they won't be exactly prepared of when that execute's going to take place. Again, it's all about those mind games. Millies is going to be participating in their own mind game, playing over here by R90, being pressured by every single amount of utility, being droned, and eventually being murdered. Now Synthetic, they're storming into the bomb site. It's all on one, and TAC won't be able to seal the deal. Synthetic, they win CCTV, and so far the defense of both these teams are struggling on what's considered the primary bomb site.
Yeah, CCTV and Cash is just a rough one to try to hold on to. Everything was done right there by Synthetic. They moved very kind of sequentially, did all the appropriate steps, and eventually met at the bomb site, and Tones was able to kind of clean up the game and ultimately close that one out to put us back at equal. We've got a close game on our hands, as this is Phantom Legion's map pick, but Synthetic are not necessarily giving this one up without something of a fight. Gym and Bedroom will be seen. Maybe PLG have got their chance to take this one and maybe clinch match point. You have to feel, I think the Synthetic, they haven't been able to achieve much in the way of momentum. It feels like it's been kind of tit for tat across the second half, and that was also sort of true on the first split as well. Versus Villa, which was just, I mean, I'm sure you'll remember in the first half, Synthetic were just hammering round after round until eventually Phantom Legion kind of came to begin putting up a fight.
But again, that's to be surprised. That's not, we should not be surprised by that at all. Synthetic, they are Villa. Like, if you look at an amateur roster and say, pick a team and a map that just coexist together like peanut butter and jelly, I mean, of course, Synthetic and Villa just come out to mind. But the thing is, Synthetic, they're better maps are also where we currently find ourselves here on Clubhouse. And I think Poison is just struggling to make the adaptations of this aggressive style of play that Phantom Legion is bringing out. And I guess there's also another end of the stick that we probably have to address. We were talking about this earlier. It might be the competitive mindset of both these teams. If you're not playing at your 110%, you're not having that Gigabrain, spin at 1,000 RPMs, you might miss simple plays. And, this might be a play that might not be identified by Phantom Legion. Is this a 5-man Logi drop? Please tell me this is not the case. Oh, it's the case. Hold me, Reese.
This is something I have not seen for a long time, but the unexpected presence of Buzz is going to be good for two.
A full sin seems to be taking place, and Synthetic's going to be in the bad end of that. It's now all on Synthetic. They're somehow able to win it outright. It was just them losing those initial gunfights, and now it's on Giorno, sitting at that 2-8 margin. He has to find those kills. Two of them he needed to find. Now one, a headshot through the wall. Onto Poison he goes, but Giorno's taking that damage. Forced to continue on this path. He wants to take this gunfight, so marking his way over and through Logi. He now has that control, but Synthetic also has control with those yellow pings, identifying that push, and there goes Giorno falling out right. Round 11, that's Synthetic's victory, and that's going to put Synthetic on series point.
Well then, it has been a long time since I've seen the Logi drop, and though Buzz was good for 2 at the start, he just could not completely hold on until the bitter end. A late realization of what was Synthetic's plan there. And, oh my, what a round. Synthetic are going to clutch it up at the end, and no better player to get it done than Poison himself. Actually walking through, stepping up, and having a better performance than he usually does. That was just, I guess, Poison stepping up to the plate, and now Synthetic have got serious point. They could close it out here, and they could move up, send themselves forward to the grand finals, and not have to battle through the lower bracket.
You know, that attack that we saw from Synthetic made me want to just throw my headset across my room. And, you know, I guess if I did that, Reese, and I broke my headset, I can always go to cantolivingroom.com and upgrade my battle station that way. Find speakers, monitor mounts, and anything just to rectify my, you know, aggressive former water polo arm as I destroy my headset. So cantoliving.com. If you yeet headsets too often, you can find speakers, and hopefully you don't throw those. And honestly, Phantom Legion, you know, they've been doing things that are different. I could never say this game is a throw. They're not playing seriously, but again, they're having fun. And that to me is not a throw. It's them enjoying this game. They're playing it like comp players, and they're doing exactly what they want to do. Enjoying this game that they love. Everybody says Siege is dying, but if you want to keep this game alive and well, just have fun.
Exactly. That is what this is really all about. And Spiff opens up. I thought that was Freak for a moment, just kind of. I thought that was Freak for a moment, just firing through the barricade. I was just like, how in a million times does that work? But after all, this tournament is for fun, and that's something I wanted to talk about. TGS put on this event today. They're one of Canada's leaders in terms of esports, and if you're looking for the next big thing in competitive gaming, especially here for R6, look no further than the gaming stadium. The team at TGS are leaders in online esports tournaments and events. You can check out the action at tgs.gg to learn more and keep yourself updated on all upcoming tournaments and any future Rainbow Six events being put on by the people over at TGS as well. Make sure to follow their Twitter at, I want to say it's Gaming Stadium CS. Make sure that you tune in. You can learn a little bit more about all of them. But the progress in this round is steady. Synthetic at a 5-on-4 with Giorno taken down for the count, losing one half of the impacts. I would assume Giorno had brought, leaving only Millie to try to contest against maybe the Therm or Maverick contesting up above. But look at that. Buzz just playing from the main staircase.
Vertical pressure continues on through. The last time that we saw a basement hold Tones on that buck, well, he got fried. That was actually Spiff playing the buck in that round. It's now been a role change as Tones has access. No, it's still Spiff on that buck. Sometimes, you know, the brain gets all discombobulated, just like some of these attacks have been, as well as these defensive holds. Pre-prep nitros. That's now going to remove Tones from the lobby. Sophia off the board. Verticals can still come through. Buzz has to be incredibly careful of that play. He shows his forehead just a bit. Synthetic answers with a few rounds down range, but they never actually find their mark. It's going to be imperative that Buzz relocates himself to a position where he's able to remove those drones, remove those pressures, and to stop Synthetic dead in their tracks. Synthetic, you have to win this round if you want to conclude this series in regular play, and Phantom is going to stop you at every single twist and turn.
Poison will drop down, but in the meanwhile, Tak has managed to secure the first. Poison is there for the trade from below in the back of Arsenal, tucked deep into the corner. The Thermite possibly thinking about getting the case down. Buzz was waiting, leaving only Swervin kind of unsupported here at A-Case. It's a one-on-one. Poison is thinking about the plant, but he knows this is really unsettled waters. Now Buzz begins to creep on by. The buck will drop, and Poison begins the plant mid. Flash, the buck taken away, and Poison will be isolated as Phantom Legion come to bear in round number 12, sending us into overtime.
Well, Reese, you hit the nail on the head there. You said there's no way Synthetic is going to close this series out in regular play. Well, it seems like that storyline is true. Now, both our rosters are going to be forced to close out this map in overtime. How overtime is going to work, it's not unlimited overtime. What you have is you have 3 rounds moving forward. If you win 2 out of those 3 rounds, you instantaneously confirm yourself as the victor of Clubhouse. And if you win 1 round, lose another one, well, you're going to be stuck and taking that last battle in round 15, where if you win round 15, Clubhouse is yours. The stakes, though, are Synthetic wins this overtime. that puts themselves as the victor of this series. Phantom Legion is going to be forced to go over to the lower bracket where they're going to have to fight for their stakes. They have to make sure that they win that lower bracket grand final to put themselves back up into our true grand final. Again, honestly, the way this series is going out, Reese, it's honestly feeling a lot like a grand final, and that is exactly where we want to be. That means our remaining series of the evening are going to be just as good, if not better.
And especially here, 2 maps in, the Synthetic now have to dive into overtime. I imagine they're starting to lose energy just a little bit, and so maybe they'll have a few energy drinks by their side to try and keep themselves invigorated and keep themselves playing at their best. But when the day is done, the battle is won, and all of the games have concluded, you've got to do something with all of those energy drinks, and we've got Ncorp to help you with that. If you want a fast and easy way to recycle that energy drink, a can of soda or a juice box that you finished refueling on, with Return It Express, you can get that done. There's no sorting, there's no lineups, no handling cash. Refunds are deposited straight to your online account. You can just drop off your empties at an express depot near you and go. It's that simple. Signing up is easy too. Just head to returnit.ca/express to give your empties a second life and to help us with keeping the environment and our city clean. Moving forward, though, into overtime, it's here, and Synthetic are ready to play. Buzz has been heating up across both sides. Let's see if we can keep up with that same energy now as we step into round 13.
Honestly, both these teams are having a lot of fun, and I'm really heartbroken that we haven't seen a bar stock defense. One of my favorite bomb sites because it's just never played. It's actually incredibly fun to watch attackers just sit there with the question mark gifts over their head on what on earth am I doing here? How do I push this? And then they either win or they fall flat on their face. But Phantom Legion, they want to be normal. They want to have a good old time. And they're going to punish Synthetic for just walking in this map. Toads comes from Swamp, and now he's lost that nuclear bomb in the Swamp. He loses his life outright. Eventually, the IGL Poison's there to rectify that mistake. But you gotta do a little bit of droning there, Mr. Synthetic and Poison.
Yeah, you got to be expecting that at this point. Phantom Legion have been playing aggressive, roaming, hiding in corners all game, and specifically Buzz, too. You'll remember in one of the earlier rounds where they were Synthetic attempting to secure control of the vertical play, and Buzz was just hiding at the jacuzzi breach on the opposite side. When the soft wall opened, Buzz appeared and went 1-for-1 in a similar way as he does here. Tones goes down, and that's a big part of your soft breach component, especially when you've got Malusi Banshees on the opposite end of things, and a deployable shield somewhere from Giorno as well. No frag grenades brought in this composition, which essentially is going to leave Freak with a lot of work to do. Now you've lost Poison as well, so this round really not getting much better, looking like PLG might be able to pull away with the defense. The case is lost at the bottom of the staircase, leaving Spiff to make the decision if he's going to go recover it. Now Freak to challenge through, but walking right into the midst of a crossfire. Malusi is down in the wraparound for Freak to confirm a second and nearly a third onto the player at back of AKs, leaving Millie a 1-on-2. He'll get the confirm onto the first, and now a top box. He'll get one. Can he find the second? As Spiff will bail off the plant and run all the way down the long hall. He seems he's unaware, but in a snapshot, Spiff will hit it in the big one-on-one clutch, keeping Synthetic up and into the lead. What a magnificent play.
I mean, mechanical skill for Synthetic won them round 13. Their macro strategy honestly failed. They had bad droning. They never droned in their primary entries, as shown by Zophia's death over in Swamp. And even that refrag that Poison had was lost outright. I mean, he just won that off mechanical skill. That was a no information swing, and he just won it because of the AK-12. After that, more Synthetic players were losing their lives. And you know what? Freak said, nah, I'm going to win gunfights. He won 2 incredible gunfights, and as you mentioned, he almost won that third. And after that, Spiff said, you know what? I had shakes yesterday when I was playing ranked with my org owner, and AJ somehow carried me. I'm going to show the world that I am better than AJ in every single twist and turn. And he went nuclear. I mean, honestly, again, we talk about so many different rosters who have incredible IGLs, and their entry fraggers, their support players, and their flex players are capable of rectifying mistakes that happen because, again, we've seen, the best IGLs make mistakes. Canadian comes to mind. He went on record the first time that he saw the SSG roam. That was back when he was playing on EG because, again, he didn't come up with that strategy. He had to play against it. He said, I had no idea how to play it, but we won that round simply because my teammates were better mechanically. And that's the storyline of round 13. Synthetic, in that exact instance, were better mechanically.
Yeah, I mean, that was just one crazy clutch play and then multiple more. I mean, action after action, and I'm sure after the fact, probably have a lot of moments to reflect on for both of these teams, some impressive highlight reel moments, and we've got something for that as well. Of course, making your highlight reel and posting your various Twitter clips, you've got to have some good backing music for that, some hype tunes to listen to. And Monster Cat Gold can help you get there as well, to get some music on display to drop in your highlights. If you haven't heard of Monster Cat Gold, it's a great service, and for only $5 a month, it's very affordable. You can download, you can stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use music in your live streams, and more importantly, in your videos, with no fear of DMCA claims or strikes. In this round, though, Freak has been struck, taken off the board. Already, he's had kind of a slow game. It's rare to see Poison out-frag Freak.
I have to say, though, Poison has been top fragging a lot more recently. Again, I don't know if it's just a structural part of the team where he's putting himself in positions to take gunfights, or if he's just, executing all of his hard breach utility earlier. Now he's on defense, so he's not executing that now. But again, that just shows that Synthetic is a well-oiled machine. They're capable of executing, again, on every single possible way. But that being said, in round 14, they're finding themselves on the bad end of a defensive execute. They've lost 2 of their hitters, and now they're going to have to hold the forts with 60 seconds left, and they're just going to have to pray they win these gunfights. Miss Nitro Cells and Poison being relegated to the grave is not the twist and turn that they wanted. Instead, it's Phantom Legion flooding in through blue, winning both those gunfights, taking the victory on round 14. And now it's back to round 15. As mentioned before, whoever wins this round, well, they win map 2. If Synthetic wins, the series will be terminated with them as the victors. If Phantom Legion wins, that means we go on to one more map. Over to Oregon we go for that best of 3 decider map.
Well, that Church Arsenal round 14 defense uprooted by PLG, and they've come to play in what is a 15-round shootout so far. Buzz is approaching 20-bomb territory. He'll have the opportunity in this round, but the onus here is really on Synthetic if they want to close this one early and not have to play Oregon, which is really going to start to sap a little bit of that energy. You'd like to close this one out here. In fact, you'd love to close this one out, win the series, guarantee a spot in the grand final, and kind of take a step back. Take a little bit of a break and sort of catch your breath, because Phantom Legion have not been turtling. They have not been playing passive. No, they've been taking fights. They've been appearing suddenly and really knocking down Synthetic and taking the wind out of their sails, proverbially. Let's see what can be done in this round. Are Synthetic going to claim victory on the bottom floor attack, or will Phantom Legion push us to Oregon?
Honestly, at this point, you'd be better off, gambling who's going to win this. And that's why it's always so difficult when, a host or a caster's like, hey, who do you think's going to win? Please predict a lobby. Like, it becomes just nigh on impossible to do so, because it's difficult to predict exactly what's going to be taking place. Buzz is in the biggest rat place over here by Red Box. You never see gunfights go in this direction. A trade back and forth. Buzz wins it outright. He said, I want a 20 bomb Synthetic, and Synthetic gives it him outright. Freak is now removed from the server. Same thing can be said for Buzz. But what does that mean for round 15? Everybody is going to just calm down for the next 60 seconds or so as Synthetic starts their execute. Phantom Legion's going to deny them at every single turn, removing those drones as Synthetic starts their execute over on that final round, and downstairs in the basement they go.
There it is, the 20 bomb for Buzz. I'm sure that'll be posted on the timeline immediately. Buzz off 03 on Twitter, by the way, for Buzz. If you want to go drop him a follow and see what he's got to say about this game after the fact. Synthetic for their top floor pressure, securing control. With Buzz up the board, that is, I think, one consolation in mind. You don't have Buzz hiding somewhere in a corner that you have to go look for. Probably going to mean that Phantom Legion just completely fall back and hold on the floor of the objective itself. Though Synthetic kind of need to take this advantage while they've got it. You cannot waste time on a bottom floor attack. You have to move swiftly because you're going to now be forced to deal with the hard breaching game. Millie is a little bit hesitant. You can tell that he's kind of worrying about playing the hard breach game. The first impact goes up, but it's missed. And so that's going to mean the kitchen hatch is open without much difficulty. Mohese has still got 6x Kairos left in pocket that he could use to perhaps open up a rotation into dirt. The Moto drop has already been opened up as well, so this is really just the extra cherry on top for Synthetic.
Yeah, but cherries are only one part of an ice cream. You have to have the cone, and you have to have the vanilla there too. And Synthetic, sure, they have that cherry on top, but are they going to eat all of their ice cream and make it an ice cream cake at that? Well, it's going to come down to the next 42 seconds and what the members on the attack of Synthetic are going to be capable of doing. They're starting to fatal funnel over through Moto. They're going to find themselves in a wall of toxic gas, and this is going to force Poison to recall his troops and push some of them down in through blue. Tones is going to be the first one to be felled. Swervin has to be very careful of this, and Synthetic is starting to drop. Only 2 of them left. Now all in the back pocket of Poison. He still has 3 more targets in his way. Deployable shields are going to stun a bit, and it's Phantom Legion. They take it at round 15. They keep their hopes alive, and they're going to push us over to map 3. Oregon is now confirmed in this series.
What an explosive clubhouse from Phantom Legion, taking us through the whole duration beyond regular time and into the 15th round of OT. We'll have to see Oregon, as you said, Chief, and this one is gonna go the whole way. No 2-0 flat-out win here in the TGS Open Series winner bracket final. We're gonna have to go the whole way. But before we march on to the third map and go to Oregon, we've got a short break as we take our breaths, take a step back, and get ready for the third map. Farewell.
So, Stick, unfortunately, you were muted there on VMix, but my prediction going into Oregon is I have to go with Old Faithful. I have to put emphasis on Synthetic and Poison. Again, Phantom Legion, they're a great roster. They have proven it today, beating Synthetic on map 2. The problem is Oregon parallels Villa in so many different ways, particularly on those attacking executes. And I think Phantom Legion, while they're able to win map 2, they still have pains. Triss departing that roster. Swerve has done a wonderful job filling in those shoes. But again, Triss only left, 2 days ago, 3 days ago,
Yeah.
Reese? And I can promise you don't have enough time to scrim and dry run unless that announcement that Triss made was delayed and they already knew this was happening. Again, I don't think that's the case. It seemed a little sudden because I know there's some, personal issues going in the background.
Yeah, I can say almost with certainty there probably hasn't been more than 1 or 2 scrims here. They're a fairly new roster. They have not had time to really practice much, and so they're kind of just playing off the back of what they've known, what they played previously, and what their experience allows them to do. Going over to Oregon, I don't know how that's going to work. It's going to be really, I think, the game of Synthetic, how much they play and what Synthetic does to respond to that.
Yeah, again, that's the whole idea. Synthetic, they have to set the pace of these rounds. Again, solid IGLs, that's their whole job. And now Poison, after learning the lessons of map 2 that Phantom Legion, they will execute in any way they desire. If they want to blitz rush, if they want to Monty rush, if they want to glass rush, Finca rush, you now have to be prepared for that, which sounds incredibly mind-numbing to say, but let's look at Oregon as a whole. If you're holding upstairs in dorms, which a lot of people consider a primary bomb site, well, you could have a Ying rush in through attic to pit and take the gunfights over into dorms. You can replicate that exact same strategy in dorms, the South Games breach, or through trophy. And to make that storyline a little bit more sweet, what happens if you want to replicate that going downstairs to the basement? There are 3 different staircases plus J bunker, and any amount of flashbangs, candelas, smoke grenades are going to be incredibly oppressive. I mean, again, going back to DZ and Hyper, he was using Blitz to fly into J bunker and flash the poor smoke player, and he just runs into the wall, continues to hold Shift W as he gets shot up by the entire attacking team. So, yeah, it can work. It has worked in T1 play. So I could assume that Phantom Legion is going to bring it out here in map 3.
Yeah, it's honestly on them if they want to decide to bring this, or if now that they're kind of in map 3, they're on the decider and they can see the finish line ahead of them, maybe they'll step away from the Caveira picks and some of the more kind of unusual troll operators and take it a bit more seriously, because after all, they want to go home to the grand finals and have their shot to compete for the prize pool offered here in the TGS Open Series. As far as Oregon, it can be a very dull map sometimes. Unfortunately, that's kind of the way that we've come to know. Yeah, Borrigan. That's pretty much the descriptor of this map. However, with that being said, Phantom Legion being a more aggressive team, I think it's going to allow us to break away from the dorms. So let's go ahead and jump into this map and get underway with the operator vetoes.
Are we going to expect something normal out of these operator bans? Are we going to expect something atypical? I mean, we've seen under the sun. Capital is actually a strong operator on this map, like he was on Clubhouse. Now he was banned on Clubhouse, so we can draw that parallel. Synthetic is going to continue in that vein. An operator that was allowed in Clubhouse, and we probably didn't do enough chatting about the old man himself, Thatcher. Well, he stretched his legs a bit, he got out of bed, and now he's once again relegated to the same place he always is, the banned rubbish bin. And honestly, I would expect a Jackal, just knowing how Phantom Legion banned him out in Villa, but I can also go for absolutely wrong on the attacker side. Yep, I'm wrong.
All right, so we won't have that Jackal ban. He's still up and in play, but the Hibana is removed as well from Phantom Legion. Their second defender, I want to say maybe Malusi. I feel like that would make sense for them here. Remove Malusi allows them to move a little bit faster. However, I could see the reasoning behind something like a Mira ban. Maybe Cade, though you still have Maverick in play, but there we go. It'll be the Malusi who's taken off the board. The reason I say that is because so often it felt like Phantom Legion wanted to rush, but there was a Banshee that was blocking their progress. It was getting in the way when they were attacking CCTV. They had to bring a Twitch on top of maybe an operator they would have prefaced or preferred in something else. So with the Malusi banned away, you're going to be more focused on clearing things like barbed wire or maybe removing some of the Aruni laser gates.
Now, it's going to be the debate for Synthetic and Poison aside. Am I going to go upstairs? Am I going to go downstairs? And also, Phantom Legion is going to find themselves in the opposite end of that coin. Are we going to YOLO into a bomb site? Or are we going to be normal, good amateur players and just play it traditionally, removing pressure? Now, one thing I've actually started to really enjoy about the upstairs execute is how teams are changing it up. It used to be you open up North Attic, you open up South Games, and you clear out utility, and eventually you either have the man advantage, you have the utility advantage, or you've lost your lives on the attacking side. We've seen a lot of teams now go for linear executes all on the south side of the map, opening up actually that south pit side. Now, that's going to be a conversation for a different round, as Synthetic is going to tease the idea of going downstairs, over into the basement we go, and the Phantom Legion lineup is pretty normal.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much par for the course. I like the fact that we have the Zero here, though, as well, which is an operator that hadn't really seen the light of day. I feel like there hasn't been a Zero so far on either Clubhouse or Villa, maybe one round that's just glossed over my mind, but the impact of Zero is something we also haven't seen as well. The way that Zero is pretty much described is kind of like I almost want to say like an attacking Valkyrie. Toss a few cams around and you can have a bit of extra intel one time or one position where we would often see the Zero played is in the space of a Nomad BAM. Because Nomad is so troublesome and you want to be a little bit more flexible on your defense, having the opportunity to veto out the Nomad, remove the air jabs, can sometimes mean that there is a drought in terms of the flank watch, and so you'll introduce a Zero. But I feel like there is kind of a trade-off there, because Zero requires a more disciplined team. You have to have somebody that's actively stepping away from the cams and assumes a sense of responsibility.
Something that we've been seeing from teams like the Akron Zips is a large emphasis on Claymores. I am never a fan of that utility because it's really inconsistent if it finds impact. You'd be better off bringing flat place breaching charges every single time, even on a basement defense like this. The Jets are activated, the afterburners are in full effect, and Phantom Legion starts to fly in through J Bunker. Poison was completely unprepared for that. He's going to lose his life recalling his troops, so Mo's going to put the brakes down on Phantom Legion, unable to continue on this full sin. Both these rosters still refragging themselves back and forth, but Synthetic at the sharp end of the stick as they stop that attack dead in its tracks.
Buzz is going to hit the rotation as he tries to make his way down the main staircase, but in the meanwhile, Tak is left to fend for himself inside of Elbow. The Maestro has been down, putting this into a 1-on-2, but the Maestro swiftly res now as Spiff is back up into the fight to try and hold back this one. Tonez just trying to slowly move his way forward, contest Zero, or try to assume a little bit of a sense of intel here. As Buzz still waits, the Goyle will tease the rotate, but Mo now has full intel to make this play, and a Nitro still waiting. Pistol will come out, but it'll be the Vector credited with the kill as Synthetic pull away in round one with an initial defensive success, shutting down that basement rush.
I have to say, that was a solid read by Phantom Legion. The initial rush worked. They got the opening kill on Poison. The thing is, if you're rushing in through J Bunker, you actually have to do a two-pronged assault or even a three-pronged assault. What I mean by that is you take the gunfights over in J, but it's crucial that you do not stack up on J Bunker. And that was the problem for Phantom Legion. They had a 4-man emphasis on that one area, and you can see the wall of lead that Synthetic put downrange. Instead, Phantom Legion needs to put more emphasis over on Boiler, executing on Pillar. So 2 attackers go in through J, 2 attackers going through Boiler, and you have that other attacker be this wild card. He can either rush down the freezer stairs, which would end up happening. That's what Buzz did on that Zero. But you have to coordinate that, so all units execute at the exact same time. You can also mix one of those Boiler players or one of those J Bunker players over to the north stairs, and it's all about setting up those crossfires. Instead of having a one-dimensional crossfire, now you have a crossfire from the north, east, and south. You really start to pressure the defenders in that scenario, and they won't be able to swing on you just like Synthetic did. Again, if you're calling the rush, you still have to do what I refer to as a traditional execute full of cutoffs and crossfires.
I feel like the rush is a little bit more difficult to execute when you're here up on the top floor. Sometimes you'll see not so much of a rush, but really just kind of an aggressive sort of stomp into the bomb site off the back of maybe a Ying pick to come in from the big window side. However, that's absent in Phantom Legion's lineup here. Late toss of a Valkyrie cam. Seems there's kind of a lack of a person to cut that one down, but Mo will suffer that fate now as Tak lines him up and drops him down. In a second, oh, what? Spiff just peeking white. Not sure what the plan was there, but now Swervin kind of caught in a pressure funnel. Tak works his way up, and the M762 Freak will swing out for the first, but not credited with the second onto the Zofia as things are crumbling by the wayside. But Tones is going to pull away with a shot, a headshot even, onto Millie, putting this one back in 2-on-3 territory. But as soon as the realization hits that Synthetic are underpowered on the site, a rush could certainly be here to try and overwhelm Poison and secure site control.
What do we even call this defense for Synthetic? Do you call it like an anti-rush? Because they rushed the attackers on defense. They just pushed the west and took gunfights, and Synthetic lost them all. Now, that Valkyrie play up in the white stairs, that was because Synthetic was at a man disadvantage, and they had to make a play. And actually, the plays that were made by Synthetic haven't put them in a bad position. Sure, they have the man disadvantage. Tones is running around the bottom side of the map. Now, if he wasn't running, he could have won that gunfight. Now, on Poison, the only SMG-11 bro remaining, it becomes a lot more difficult. He just got stunned by Zofia Lifeline. Tak knows that he's sitting somewhere on the north side of the bomb site. Jorna rotating over to the Dorm's window. Here's the swing. There's no coverage whatsoever by Phantom Legion. Poison thought he got the down. That was an error made by him. He shoots the toes. He thought he did enough damage. A misplay. That could have actually worked for Synthetic, but unfortunately blundered away. Back to a tied up scoreline as we move into round 3.
If I'm Tak there and I kill Poison, I'm dropping the question mark in chat. Like there's no hesitation. It's going in the chat. Because Poison, man, you gotta confirm the kill. The SMG-11 can be at times a bit of a pea shooter. You have to make your shots count, but Poison, oh, that was a stinker. And so the round will go to Phantom Legion off the back of a very unusual, aggressive push in Synthetic, feeding them frags when they certainly shouldn't have. Mo was in dining trying to peek. He didn't get any drones. He didn't waste that much time. So there was really not many objectives met at the start of that one there. And you can't afford to give Phantom Legion opening kill after opening kill. I mean, first it was Mo, and then Spiff tried to peek White, and then Freak got a 1-for-1. You can't play for a trade in that situation. If you maybe can toss a Nitro down the stairs safely, go for it. But you have to play for your team in that point of view, because Freak almost just gave that round away by seeing both of his teammates die and just doing the same thing.
You know what, Reese? I want to clip like your every single time something happens, and every single time something nuclear goes off, I just want to like spam the button the entire time. That would make my life. It would make every single one of my casts. Well, you make my casts better every time we do it together, Reese. But still, like, oh my lord. You know, it's a different change-up, and a lot of rosters are electing to reinforce the west wall of dorms. So that's going to be the one that's closest towards the west side. And instead, Synthetic has reinforced the east wall, and they're going to have this insertion. What on earth is going on? Jordo's in a bomb site. He won the gunfight. Phantom Legion, on the other hand, is still refragging their way. The diffuser has been lost. Goyo shields are erupting. It's a volcano all around, and Synthetic needs to stop this diffuser dead into their tracks, and Synthetic are on the bad end of these refrags. You said it was difficult to go for rushes, and it seems like Phantom Legion wants to rush. Tak is almost done with this diffuser. Tones is actually the bad end of that reinforced wall. The lack of the reinforced, those bullet holes might cost him, but he's going to be a sneaky, beaky boy. Pushing his way on through. He spots the rotation over into Foosball. He also has yellow pings to facilitate that swing. Perfect reaction. Perfect recoil control. Tones, GN.Synthetic. Mechanical weaponry. What a round.
It took all of 30 seconds for Phantom Legion to appear in the bomb site. Less than 45 seconds, and the case was being put down on the ground. That is... that's a rush, and PLG are kind of an all-terrain vehicle here. They'll rush. It doesn't matter what side it is. What? Phantom Legion are giving me one of the most unusual Oregon games. It feels like that's been the word coming out of my mouth all night, unusual, because nothing about this screams typical Oregon. This is just weird play after weird play, and Phantom Legion almost win it. In fact, they come out on top in that position at a 2-1 after the trade battle to get control of the objective, but they just could fail to clear out Tones, and he comes alive in those clutch positions. When the pressure is on his shoulders, he holds it up, he stands tall, and he keeps his cool.
Do you remember OG E United? And that was when Callout was still IGLing that team. They had their first few play days, they were always unpredictable. They rushed just about every single round. They had a very similar operator lineup to Phantom Legion. It happened a lot here on Oregon. The problem is, if you're unpredictable every single round, we've seen Phantom Legion pretty much rush all 4 rounds of Oregon, your unpredictable plays becomes predictable. Because at a certain point, you realize, oh, they're just going to rush, and be prepared for that rush. Again, that leg up, that unpredictable play, again, becomes so predictable because you're expecting it to happen. Now, there are ways of, kind of getting around it. You mix up your rush. You can start to go for a south side rush. The problem is, if you're going to be yinging the south, you're going to have to deal with the Mossberg shotgun close quarters. And hopefully, for Phantom Legion's sake, they are prepared for it. And it seems like they haven't droned it. It's now going to be attempted 3K. One was down, but brought back up is going to be swerving. I mean, they wasn't droned, and Toads capitalized.
I mean, that's straight out of like a pro league highlight reel moment. Just like a Moringa, are you ready for this? With Tones just running up the staircase and shotgunning both Giorno and Tak in the back. Advantage is going to rest on Synthetic, just slightly. And Tak has got a comment for that one as well. Yeah, that was a long-range threat by Tones in this very oddball game. Leaving Swervin, Millers, and Buzz to see what they can make happen. I think this player in the middle of the meeting is going to go undetected. Bouncing for one. I think Freak got the player inside of Kitchen now as Millie will round the corner, puts the Jaeger to bed. At least coming out with a 1-for-1. But now Mo has crept his way back up to the freezer top stairs area. Phantom Legion, Ash and Ying. If I had to pick 2 operators to come at this clutch situation with, probably would be those 2. Given the utility, smoke canisters can block off sight lines, and isolating one-on-one fights, I mean, a 2-on-1 fight would be great, is kind of the objective to do here, the way that you're going to win this for Phantom Legion.
This is unique, as you were saying earlier. Phantom, they're going to do a 2-pronged assault. Coming down from the north and south, 180-degree crossfire. The problem is the attackers are so isolated. They have to guarantee that they win these gunfights. It's going to be difficult to do, but when you have Candelas in the lobby, it makes things a lot more obtainable. And it's Phantom Legion on the good end of these refrags. It's going to be the Evil Eye starting to tase poor Buzz away. He has still his launcher in hand, so he can actually destroy that, but he's going to destroy a soft wall instead, being met with an army of bullets, 82 rounds from that 5.56 LMG Alda. It's going to be impossible to push on through, but Buzz, he knows impossible. The diffuser sorted over to the south, still inching his way forward. Constant information for Synthetic. That's going to be how they secure this game. Now, Spiff is going to have to get off his camera eventually to be rifle up and take this gunfight against Buzz. Buzz doesn't have time to pay this passively at all. He has to take the gunfights, and there he goes. He attempts on the gunfight, but better positioning by Spiff wins the day for Synthetic, but a valiant effort by Phantom Legion to bring it to a 1v1.
Yeah, that's about the way that I would describe that one there. PLG fought to bring it down, but unfortunately failed when the closeout eventually hit. And you were left with just Buzz to try to fight against a Maestro with clear lack of intel. I mean, the Ash player was looking at Freezer. He was looking at Long 90. She was looking in Freezer, and then Maestro chose probably the most off-angle island to elbow rotate. I mean, you're just not going to predict that there. As much as I will give Buzz credit for being a good player, unfortunately, there's just too many angles to clear and too little time to accomplish it. Synthetic have 3 defenses built up so far. Things are looking good for them. I think they've done a much better job of shutting down Phantom Legion in their aggressive run-ins, especially that Dorms round. I consider that a big win for them, especially the fact that Tones kind of, I would say, got a morale boost off the back of that, hitting the clutch there in the 1-on-2. That gives a lot more energy for them to move forward. I think just the one missing piece of this equation is Freak to have stepped up ahead, and a perfect round for him to get that done here in number 5.
Mohese is going to be saying hello to Drones and missing those shots. But I have to actually say, I really enjoy the Phantom Legion attacking the lineup right now, particularly when we're going over into Dining Room, because the whole idea behind this bomb site, usually in European play, is to set yourself up with so many different impact grenades that if you ever even attempt traditional hard breach, whether or not it's a Thermite, Ace, or Kairos, you impact it, you destroy that utility, And then after that, good luck ever hard breaching. But now the attacking lineup for Phantom Legion, you have contingency plans. That is going to be that Maverick. So if you want to bypass impact grenades, you just start to cut away that wall with your Suri Torch. And then Synthetic won't be able to hold it as comfortably. But still, if you're going for that strategy, you have to have a good drone economy. You have to make sure you have a drone sitting over by the elbow or the shower side elbow, the green hallway, because if you don't, well, the Synthetic defenders can go for a swing. However, Phantom Legion, they're rushing once again.
An entirely horizontal assault in round number 5. Buzz is prepped for the run-in. The Buck will tear open the door, and Buzz will tear open Poison, securing the pick, but Mohesi and Freak will hold on now as Tones will find one as well. Oh, but a sudden reaction by Mo, leaving only Millis' position now fully understood. In the 1-on-3 this round, looked great at the start, but as soon as Phantom Legion tried to move more than 2 feet into the site, they were all cut down by Synthetic, and Mohese really being the playmaker for me in that round. The sudden shot hit onto the player at split doors, and then suddenly there for the closeout. Synthetic got 4-1. Quite some lead, and Phantom Legion, that aggressive motif is just not working for them. They try to skip steps and move too quickly, and when you're assaulting onto the kitchen and dining site, the lack of vertical play can be deafening.
I have to say, Synthetic is playing this extremely maturely. A lot of rosters, when Poison gets obliterated like he did after Buck opened up that green hallway and Ash of Buzz just ran on through, most players are going to scream at the top of their lungs, say, oh my God, and then not communicate what's happening. But again, Poison's maturity, he says, hey, I'm being pushed from this green door. I need my defenders to crash back. I need you to answer this by getting refrags. And you know what Synthetic did? They said, Poison, I heard you need refrags. Let me give you 3 of them. And after that, the Phantom Legion defense completely crumbled. They never had their foot in the door after that because they weren't able to recover. One of the problems with Phantom Legion is as soon as they commit to the rush and they get their initial way site, they almost like they apply the brakes. Problem is, if you're committing to a rush, commit all the way. Continue to take those gunfights to the defenders, because if you allow the defenders to relocate and reposition, they're going to always have that positional advantage. It only takes about 2 seconds for a competent defending roster to be back in their defensive holds, re-establishing their bunker positions. And Phantom Legion, they're always hesitating like 2 seconds after that initial rush, and Synthetic in Oregon has been able to stop that.
The big criticism that I had of Synthetic last time we went here was that they continued to peak and never knew when it was time to apply the brakes there. That could be a problem again. I think it was Mohese who had been the opening death in the last Dorms round, and then Spiff fell, and then Freak got a 1-for-1. But things are a little bit different as we look into the final round retrospectively at the end of the first half. Though the trade is there, the Zofia too quick to hop onto the drone, and Mohese tried to go for the Maverick at the Z Hall, but was just a little bit too slow, and the sound call was heard and the reaction made to put Phantom Legion into a 3-on-3. Things could be workable here. The one big bonus points that I would give is the fact that your Buck has stayed alive, and now you can open up vertical below, as we'll see Swervin do. So the positions that Synthetic might think to hold inside kids, a little bit more passive on the holdout, are not going to be as, and especially Freak, who was playing sort of at the back west side, has adjusted his position to white and will be promptly shut down. That AK-12 is such a menacing weapon and really does not lose against the MPX, especially with Freak seemingly kind of ill-prepared to take a battle. Advantage to Phantom Legion with 90 seconds. Plenty of time to work with, but they're going to have to challenge up from white, which is quite some choke point. Having the vertical play from below helps to alleviate some of that pressure, allowing you to focus more on the game side and isolate those gunfights rather than to have to fight against a player swinging wildly from inside of dorms, rather kids' dorms as well. Could be bit more of a challenging one, though as the time grows lower and lower, the value of Poison's toxic canisters will only grow.
That drone economy for Phantom Legion still working its way up the white stairs, confirming Spiff's location. He now is slumped and crumbled. Poison's utility is going to be also crucial, as well as his mechanical skill. It's not even going to find its impact in the round, as it's just a full send on through. I don't even think he saw his target. He just pre-fired it. Yep, he just walked and took the gunfight. I mean, what do you expect to happen? You're a 1v3, you have man advantage, you have positional advantage, and you may as well just throw bodies at the issue and guarantee your refrag that way. A problem when you're going against an SMG-11, right? You have 17 bullets in a magazine, and at a certain point, you're going to run out of ammunition. I guess you can pull like a Sonafin and mag dump all 17 rounds and get 4 headshots, but the likelihood of that happening is just non-existent.
Yeah, that was... I feel like that round had a little bit more in it for Synthetic, but they kind of gave it away with the way that the Goyo played. Got 2 picks, but then he just ran through Z Hall. Synthetic on the dorm site don't totally know when it's time to rotate back, and I don't feel like they have the timing down to the T that you would really need. Their other sites look fine. The way that they play it on the basement was good. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, sort of towards the meeting side, but as long as the picks work and Mohesi is allowed to frag out, things look fine. The Dorms just a site that wouldn't work for them, and that'll give Phantom Legion 2 rounds. Enough to hold on, a bit of a ledge to kind of prop yourself up with. Now that they're on the defense, the game is up to Synthetic to see how they're going to escape into the second split. Are the defenses going to be a little bit too difficult for Phantom Legion against the mounting pressure of Synthetic and a well-curated offense at the hands of Poison? Or is there going to be more issues at hand that Synthetic have to work on before they're able to run away with this series?
Now, Phantom Legion, in round 7 at least, they're bringing out just about as normal of a defensive lineup as possible. The thing is, we've seen them bring about every single operator under the sun that is far from normal. So it's oddly refreshing to see the norm be played again. And is Phantom Legion going to be able to even adjust to a mentality where they're not going to be flying at the members of Synthetic? Buzz's positioning here is going to say no. They are prepared. He back dumps and misses. A huge blunder by Buzz. Only 21 rounds in that weapons magazine. I mean, it's a bullet hose to say the least. The Peach and Roni is phenomenal with 1.5 times sign, but you just have to guarantee you hit your shots. Fortunately, Mills, who also has access to that weapon, hits their shots.
Desperate trade, well needed. Great execution there by Millie inside Attic Pit. Transition will hit. Poison is ready to open the main breach wall, and because Phantom Legion have played this kind of the more extended hold strategy, extra bits of utility to hold off in the various locations, they don't have anything to try to stop the wall from being open. However, when getting the wall open changes into getting through the wall, that's where the problems begin to arise, as Millie had laid out a few Surya gates to stop the initial step into it, and I think the Thermite had opened up the wall in a way that will make the Surya gates most effective. Tack is battled out of Attic now, and he'll be forced back, but look at this. Millie just creeping in from below the hatch, an area unwatched and Synthetic. A real lack of droning is going to cause them a tiny bit of attrition here on the round. Tack is DBNO'd in the meanwhile, so this could mean a 3-on-3 with Millie still offside. However, I think the Surya gates are going to allow a little bit of extra insurance in the slowdown to allow time for Millie to rotate back and support the rest of his team. But you leave Swervin all on his lonesome against such a menacing offense push. Poison still has Case in pocket and could theoretically try to get that leverage as the rotate will be in. Millie is going to try to flank in from Attic's side, but Spiff is quick to shut that one down, leaving the Goyo alone in the world for a 1-on-2 and hit with the moves. The prone Maverick from inside Attic. Synthetic are going to pull off a success on Dorms that they had not been capable of doing so earlier in the first half.
That round was all over the place. And what I don't like from Phantom Legion is that unbridled aggression, where you put Buzz on an island, and even if he gets that kill, he's not going to survive. He's going to get instantaneously refragged, and you're going to find yourself at square one. Will he be better off putting himself in a different position? maybe downstairs and meeting room, where he takes the gunfight through the hatch, just like Millie's did. And then after that, he rotates through the basement hatch and now gets away scot-free. I mean, again, you have to think about what happens after I get this kill. And you're also not guaranteed to get kills in an aggressive manner. Case in point, Buzz's that swing. Again, making mistakes. So tailor your aggression to meet the offense is always the way to go. Synthetic, a good round victory. They, even after losing some of their roster count, were able to get refrags, and more crucially, they set up strong drones. Millie's, after taking those duels, rotating up through North Attic, one small drone, whether or not it was over by green, underneath the default camera, or in Attic itself, identified, hey, there is somebody trying to be sneaky beaky. They're going to be coming in from behind. We know this. I just need to relegate one of my attackers to deal with this pressure.
So for the basement hold, things have looked a lot more serious for Phantom Legion. They have played kind of more towards the meta. I like the way that they're playing this. I feel like this is more... The way that you had described this style of Siege earlier was kind of mature, and that's the way that I would say as well. You're playing for more objective sort of orientations. You've got the Goyo being brought as well, which is always helpful to have sort of those extra shields as a layer of defense and to detonate them on the fallback. But the way that the strategy is being executed is a little bit different. Just because you have utility operators doesn't mean that's exactly how you're going to use them. As Millie is very aggressive at the bottom of the tower staircase, shoots a drone, but he does make the conscious decision to fall back. That's something that I like. You're wasting time, and the drone economy for Synthetic is actually rather low. Having already lost 4 drones out of the total 10 is going to force them to rely on a little bit more individual droning, and especially for Mohesse, I think it's kind of a problem because both of his drones are gone, and usually it's going to be your Nomad, that flank watch player with valuable utility, that you're going to take and step out of the fight so that she can be the primary droner. But with her gone, that's going to force maybe somebody that's more aggressive but has more drones, like maybe Tonez with the Replicator or Freak with his drones, to step into the droning role.
Slow acquisition of real estate for Synthetic. They've confirmed the second floor is unoccupied by Phantom Legion players, and they're also going to confirm that the first floor is unoccupied. Now it comes to their execute. They have to decide where they're going to be pushing from. Synthetic has sprawled out their attackers on just about every single possible place. They have pressure coming from the north stairs, the south stairs, and those freezer stairs, which means Synthetic, in theory, they could push from all 3 of those places simultaneously. And there's that push, first push. Tack goes down. Mills stops that dead in its tracks, so getting the technical refrag onto Spiff, opening up that E-box hatch. Now dead, you're not going to have your Maverick available to you, and more crucially, those frag grenades have been lost. Synthetic is going to start to lose their advance, though, and they're going to have to rectify these decisions by regrouping their troops and reestablishing crossfires.
PLG have got a lot of time, and this really could benefit them, though, as Giorno is taken out. Mohesse inches his way forward. He does not check behind the metal box, and that will serve as his undoing. Tones will move on through. 2 on 3, played patiently by Synthetic, going for the picks as Tones will collect his third. Clear intel onto the Wamai, waiting inside of the freezer. The head nearly spotted. The Wamai plays it so effortlessly, and Buzz will clean it up for Phantom Legion. And a round that looked like it had gone, or could have gone, either way. Synthetic just fail at the gates to push forward. And another key kill there, Giorno from the storage hallway, swinging out onto Freak, denying the extra area of pressure and allowing the Wamai to hang on for much longer than he should have been able to.
The first 90 seconds of Synthetic's execute was perfect. They had the full control of the map, but after that, Poison had so many different options to go for his attack, it almost looked like he was overwhelmed. Because very rarely, you as an IGL have just about every single attacking execute available to you. You usually have 1 or maybe 2. And if you have a strategy that you're saying, hey, I want to go for a plant over by the south side of the map, and all of a sudden you have the option of planting on both bomb sites and executing on both bomb sites, well, you put yourself in a position, what do I go for? And sometimes when you have indecisions, you spread out your entire attacking force and put them in scenarios where they won't be able to refrag. That exactly happened for Synthetic as they put pressure on every single stairwell. The only place they didn't pressure was from J Bunker. They spread their troops out so thinly, they couldn't get refrags, and when their players started to drop, they had no hope of getting back into that round. Sometimes when you have that option of just one execute, it becomes a lot more easy because the mini games, the tasks in front of you become a lot easier to see.
Nice little Valcam placement there by Millie, just in the shopping basket inside of the main window area. One player that we've talked... Oh no, Buzz. Not the Nomad. Outside the building. Mohese, who has been such a crucial entry player, despite the fact that he's playing on the Nomad, losing him is punishing. Now you've lost Tones as well, sorry. You've lost your intel. You've lost your 2 top fraggers, flashbangs, 2 sets of drones. I mean, that is a lot to lose off the back of just unwavering aggressive play by Phantom Legion.
You just use the word punishing. That's 100% what round 9 looks like. Synthetic is getting punished. Buzz is underneath. He can hold the angles. He can also nitrocell. He's just going to be a good passive boy. There's a nitrocell that goes off, and everybody is just instantaneously fallen. Spiff is on the other side of the map, over towards the north. His teammates nowhere near to be seen. He was giving away his position. He's being wallbanged through the highway windows, and the hunting pack of Phantom Legion is now in full force. It is a ghost defensive attack evolving into attackers. Spiff is running away. He's forced to go to T3. There's 90 seconds left, and honestly, Sticula, this looks like a technical timeout.
Yep. That's exactly what this is, because you just got completely demolished. Phantom Legion. They're... At this point, Synthetic have seen 2 maps of Phantom Legion. They know they're not playing passive. They're not playing, like, on site. They're roaming. That's what Buzz has done. That's how he got a 20 bomb on Oregon, or rather on Clubhouse. And it's not changing, so why wouldn't you expect it? And your Nomad... I mean, I get that it's garage door, and the likelihood of somebody peeking that is very rare, but why risk it? Just, why risk it at all? I think what the plan was there for the Nomad was to air jab off top main, and then that was going to be sort of the first step in the attack, but rappelling up to the East Highway was just not the play to make. And that puts them in such a terrible position, too.
I mean, you're 100% right. You don't want to be in this position, but if you're burning 100 seconds, you may as well burn it when listening to some Monster Cat. You know, you can buy Monster Cat Gold for $5 a month. You can listen to thousands of Monster Cat music from electric artists from around the world. And you know what? You can even stream it DMCA free. And you know what? If you want to make it even better, CantoLiving.com. You can grab some speakers and, jam out to all of that while you wait for Synthetic to talk amongst themselves, break down the round. And actually, again, if you're down such a large count, you may as well use a 100-second technical timeout, because if you used a true timeout, you only get 60 seconds. So, in theory, Synthetic got a super timeout.
Yeah, that was definitely a super timeout there. Slow game so far. I mean, Synthetic just kind of lacking some respects in a way that's not really not usual. Usually when Synthetic lose, it's not like this because of a few aggressive players shutting it down. I feel like that's Synthetic's strong point. Poison has been playing these ranked aggressive teams for a long time. I mean, when he was back on Phantom Troop, he effectively was on an aggressive ranked team. He was just that odd man out that didn't really totally form up to running out and playing aggressive every single time. Freak being so lackluster this game is another problem. I've seen Freak play so well in the past, but unfortunately, he is kind of a light switch player. Sometimes he's on and it looks bright for Synthetic, and other times he just isn't there. He's not having the impact, he's not being consistent, and he's not playing comfortably. And that has been Oregon, and towards the back end of Clubhouse was part of the reason why Phantom Legion had an opportunity to take this to 3 maps.
The thing is, both these rosters having certain players struggle to find the scoreboard, and it's probably just the fast nature of these rounds. At a certain point, Freak's job is to get real estate control, and when he's pre-firing corners like that without the assistance of drones, he's going to go for, a reload in the middle of no man's land and get punished for that. That's actually really on a primary droner, and usually that's going to come down to your flank watch or your primary support, which is Poison. He has to have that drone push him forward so he doesn't get swung, and if he at least gets swung, he's able to attempt a reload cancel again. It's just an unfortunate scenario, but you can chalk it up to that missed droning place. Far too often do we just want to point fingers at primary entries for getting fried, but that was a droning error.
And there is some blame to be placed on behalf of Freak for not waiting for the drone or not calling out that he needed a drone. Because you can't just push in and expect it to be fully clear and expect Phantom Legion to sort of unreel all of this ground for you, because that's not how they've been playing so far. They've been sort of fighting across the map and waiting for battles like that, waiting for a player like Freak to go ahead of the drones and move past the rest of the team. A trade is earned. You get Millie, which is the Valkyrie, a key nitro, big part of that plant denial, and it's just a power player kind of all around. The only other player in this lobby on Phantom Legion generally to have hit double digits. Buzz is just sort of lurking around the corner. He'll toss a nitro as Poison will go for the plant. Toxic Canister is used in the second. Now to double up, but it looks as though Poison will be successful in getting the case down. In fact, going unscathed in his plant attempt from the Toxic Canister. Tones is in a great spot, just waiting at the corner as multiple frags light up the scoreboard. The efforts of Freak did not bear much fruit, but the rest of the team, they are successful as Synthetic are going to finally fix up the majority of their issues and, beyond the death of the Ashe player, go flawless in this round to put them on match point.
We've had Synthetic on match point before. That was on map 2, and they weren't able to seal the duel. This was actually the first round where Phantom Legion wasn't aggressive at all. They were too passive, actually. They were expecting Synthetic to do a upstairs execute. The problem was Phantom put so much of their defensive reinforcements, their utility upstairs. Synthetic said, you know what? I'm going to allow you to have your utility upstairs, and I'm just going to avoid it altogether. They push in linearly through small, and they won their gunfights after the misplay of Freak. That happened because Phantom Legion was locked all the way in the back of their bomb sites, in kitchen. They couldn't throw their utility. They couldn't properly smoke. They couldn't even go for a Hail Mary impact trick denial. Their nitro cells didn't connect. Again, that's because they were too passive. And when they are forced to play aggressive, well, Synthetic was prepared. They had better post-plant positioning. And when Phantom Legion was forced to evolve into attackers, they got slaughtered instantly.
That was a really well done round for Synthetic, I feel. The way that they had done it to plant was very succinct. In the way that the player in Showers had coordinated with the one, I think they were playing Overwatch on the Breach, just isolated everything in that round. The big problem with the plant in Dining is there are 2 doors that get you back in that area. Well, I guess there's technically 3. If you really think about it, sometimes I remember casting Ape, a Challenger League team, where one of their star players, Forrest, had actually ran out of the big window all the way into Small Tower. But beyond that, the way that they covered it was excellent. I mean, they had 3 players actively contributing to the crossfire, with one in such an off angle. If you try to challenge into Dining and you're taking a fight with the players staring at you from Small Tower, how are you going to also, in the meanwhile, check into Showers, and also on top of that, try to fight the player that's at 90 in Showers? There's just too many angles to check, and unless a miracle happens, you're not going to win that round. Synthetic, I think, were aware of that, and as a result, the round will go to them. And now they have 2 opportunities to close this one out on Oregon before this one drags on into overtime.
Synthetic said, you know what, Phantom Legion, you're bringing out the Ying. We have done pretty much everything by the book. It's my turn to have a little bit more fun. And here we go. Spiff has confirmed his Ying choice. He's not going to go for smoke grenades. Instead, it's going to be the pocket thermite charge, a little bit more flexibility when it comes to hard breaching. But you foregone that Maverick. But we've seen Maverick lose his life over in meeting room when he's going for the hatch opening. We currently don't see a Bandit. We don't see a Kaid denying those hatches. So actually, you've expedited your attack now if you're a Synthetic, because you either open it up with a thermite charge, you do it with a pocket thermite charge. Hatches will now be removed. And also, if Phantom goes for the Shade Bunker defense, they're teasing it right now. You know, Synthetic can replicate what Phantom did and just fly in through J.
You know, I would almost kind of hope for that, but I feel like this is sort of not a moment to play for that style of siege. Synthetic have got to go with what they know, and attacking the basement has been a little bit troublesome so far. You need to be prepared for aggressive plays on the roam, but also players who kind of squirt away from the objective and try to creep up the staircase. One of the best plays so far this game has been around kind of players just moving away at the staircase. I remember in lobby, I think it was Spiff who just kind of walked up with the shotgun and just barreled down against Phantom Legion there. The main aspect of this has been so far mainly Buzz on the roam, but so far it looks like I think it's just Millie. As you can see, Buzz is probably going to play the long angle with the MP5K inside of either Freezer or 90 proper for storage. Looks like that'll be Tack on the opposite position, and Millie's position is now fully understood. He's going to open up the window, hop out, rotate back in, but before he can even tear down the barricade, Tones is going to rip right through him. A proper start to this match point round.
I don't hate Millie's play right there. What I do hate was the initial idea of putting yourself there. If you're a roamer, you have to make sure you have an escape route, and flying out a window and going in through green isn't really the escape route that you want to have, because again, you expect Synthetic to be in meeting room, and well, Synthetic was over in meeting room. They're absolutely prepared, and now is Phantom Legion prepared to continue to hold their fort. They've traded back perfectly. 4 players across the board has been lost, 2 per team respectively. Diffuser is lost in a particular scenario. You're now 60 seconds left on the clock. A lot of deployable shields as well as the eruption of the Goyo shields are available to the defense of Phantom Legion. That's going to allow for much better positional advantage when it comes down to the final execute of Synthetic.
And that final execute is going to have to come eventually. They've got one of the best execution operators, the Ying. A Candela sent off the backboard to try to flash out the player inside Freezer. Flashbangs themselves will come, and the Ying to drop on down, but it seems Spiff is flashbanged himself. Still manages to work his way through and almost tears off the head of Buzz. But the Wamai player will step up in a moment of need, as Tones is the only remaining Synthetic attacker. And his indecision to chase the angle and try to peek for Buzz is going to lead him down a dark road, as he's stuck now into a crossfire between Wamai and Goyo, taking the angle, but it will be unsuccessful, and now he's got to run through a Syria gate. Surely the sound call will be heard, and Buzz to collect his third. Phantom Legion are going to move up to round number 12 as they keep themselves alive on Oregon.
Did not see that round going that way at all. A good defensive hold by Phantom Legion and Synthetic. They did just about everything right in that round until the normal flashbang stopped Ying dead in their tracks, unable to see. Now, Ying is invulnerable to her own Candelas, her own flashbangs, but traditional flashbangs, the cylindrical ones, well, she can't see through them. You have to coordinate your utility burn. My hypothesis was Mohese was trying to burn ADSs and Wamai pancakes. However, the only Wamai pancake anywhere near Freezer already grabbed that Ying Candela. So at that point, the utility wasn't needed. And that's on Synthetic to coordinate that drone, say, hey, we want to go for our Ying execute, and we're going to need to make sure there isn't any defender utility that's going to inhibit that style of play. Unfortunately, that coordination didn't go down for Synthetic. They're forced to take gunfights. A valiant effort to stay on the good side of those refrags, but eventually that 1v2 was something that Synthetic was unable to break down.
Gotta give some good props to Buzz there. He played so well right when he spotted that moment of the advantage, the Ying being flashbang and stuck, and then the chase up to try to support the Ying. That's when Synthetic really fell apart to the guns of Buzz, and the MP5K really rang true in a moment like that. Phantom Legion have one last defense in regular time. See what they can make of it. It'll be up to the top floor. Last time we went here, Synthetic have had really mixed success so far on this top floor site. Their execute on a split take coming in from trophy side was really good. I think probably one of their better rounds so far, but this looks as though it might be more of a big window take, as the window will pop open. The instant trade is there, but look at this. It's a complete falling away. The Iana, the Maverick, the Thermite, they are all lost. And so now the Nomad and Ash left to try to get the clutch, but Tak moves into an opening, spotted still by the repelled player of the Nomad, moving the advantage a little bit closer towards the column of Synthetic and making it look like this round might be winnable. Buzz, the only player left alive, and the Cajone's a freak to be droning inside of the site. He'll go for the plant, and surely the sound call is heard, but it's a bit of a bait, as now one player is forced to chase up from the staircase in an attempt to deny the plant, but Millie rounds the corner before he's finished reloading. This could be the entire series done with off of the back of one mistake singularly coming through from what should have been a surefire win for Phantom Legion. Buzz is chased, but Freak will secure the frag, and Synthetic are headed to the grand finals with a 2-1 series victory.
Honestly, Reese, would you expect this series to end any other way than a full send rush? I mean, what says this best of 3 between Phantom Legion and Synthetic compared to just YOLOing it into a bomb site, YOLOing it in through a big window? And you honestly said it best. Freak's cojones just to sit there in the middle of the bomb site. He attempted a plan. He attempted a drone. He attempted a swing and win gunfights. How on earth was that a 2v4 converted into a Synthetic win? I mean, mind-boggling. Where was Phantom Legion's refrags? Why weren't they playing together? Where was their nitro cells? Where was their throwable utility? I mean, it just seemed like everything that Phantom Legion had on that initial rush was yeeted in Synthetic's way. The majority of it missed, and then Synthetic was in the better position. I mean, it's mind-boggling, discombobulating to even even think about that taking place, because Phantom Legion should not have lost round 12.
No, they really shouldn't, but with that being said, that's the end of the winners bracket final. We have another game up ahead of us. It's going to be losers of this game, Phantom Legion, taking on Team Bolo. So we'll see what that game has in store, though. Before we get there, we'll be taking a short break. Stick with us during the intermission.
Hello, we've returned. Hopefully you can hear my lovely voice. Sometimes things go awry. Welcome back, and welcome to a brand new best of 3 series here in the lower bracket. Again, you recognize some of those teams. Phantom Legion was just on broadcast not too long ago, and Bolo, not the player from TSM, but somebody and 5 players who want to be the next Bolo, or Boblo, as he definitely is called.
Yeah, we'll be jumping over to the next map, Clubhouse, before waiting too terribly long. Quickly to run through the roster and get you guys all familiar. We have Hazard, Saturn, Mad Sheba, Nicodem, Spacebar, and I think their substitute C12T. Sheba sounds familiar. It might not be the same person, though. So we'll have to see what happens when we get into the server. But as far as I'm concerned, I have not casted any of these players before, and so that adds a certain level of uncertainty. Phantom Legion, though, have been playing like a complete unknown the whole time. They have been very aggressive. They have been playing off the wall, and it's hard to play against that. When your team Bolo, I just don't know how Clubhouse could go.
I mean, Clubhouse is all over the place. At least Phantom Legion, they won Clubhouse. I mean, that's a plus. But how much of that was their macro strategy, and how much of it was them just doing things so out in left field that it worked against Synthetic? Because when you have an unknown entity like Team Bolo coming into the mix, what are you going to do? Are they going to be a roster that is expecting a full send YOLO rush? Or are they going to be a roster like Synthetic, expecting very traditional styles of play? And we also need to address an elephant in the room. Ashe has been completely banned. Valkyrie bans make sense, all about information acquisition. You want to shut down the defense's ability to acquire said information. But Ashe's, as a primary entry, again, she takes map control, but you can, in theory, do that with any single operator. We saw Phantom do it with the Blitz. So does it come down to maybe a multiple deployable shield strategy that Boblo wants to have that extra utility to buffer down and hold their shields? Or is it just a target ban?
That's a tough question to answer. We've got the Montaigne coming in. This looks like almost exactly the same team that we had from Phantom Legion earlier with the Monty, with the Gloss, trying to secure control by any means necessary. And I just have to think, how is it going to work against a team like Team Bolo, who are a bit different than Synthetic with the experience that a lot of their players have behind? But maybe what Bolo has got behind them here is a bit of ranked gunny, bit of experience and skill ready to take them on. But PLG are just fighting so many different wars at once. They're in the chat. They're playing the mental game. They are bragging like mad. I mean, last time Buzz was on Clubhouse, he got a 20 bomb. It's the one map that Phantom Legion have claimed victory on so far. This is going to be a tough fight, but let's let the gameplay do the talking, really, because we don't know much about Team Bolo, so we can't talk about them until what we see them bring to the table. Having the Warden in here is an excellent counterpick to the Glaz and to the Monty, trying to move through that smoke with stealth, and it could be the difference maker.
You know, Warden is rocking the P10C, that pistol with the red dot on it. And if you run SMG 12, you're just wrong. The P10C is the best pistol game. It is so crispy. And if you don't believe me, give it a run the next time you queue in our also favorite Dapper Man. Millies is just pushed in through blue. No contest whatsoever. Eventually, Space Bear says, hey, my bomb site seems a lot less, well, stable. And here's the full send from Phantom Legion. They're not pushing together, and Buzz doesn't have his Banana Man site active. But Shiba, he can activate his glasses and see straight through all the smoke and all the shenanigans that Phantom Legion's bringing out.
Bit of a trouble, kind of a stopping point here inside blue. A flashbang will be sent, diffuser now recovered, but Spacebar isn't really troubled to continue to play behind the bomb chassis. Still holding off here as a big flank will come through. The Jaeger causing trouble, but the pistol will get the shots. Team Bolo have approached this round in a way that Synthetic were not even capable of, and now that Giorno drops the hatch, he runs right into the existing line of fire from TAC. The Zofia left in a 1-on-4, shooting everywhere, and there is a sense of real frustration here that TAC does not have many opportunities left. The Surya Gates, the Warden, all of these really adding on to the slowdown, and Team Bolo have destroyed this strategy before it could really get much off the ground. Now that TAC's position is a relative unknown, they began to rotate some of this utility. The Zofia is a powerful operator, but with hatches closed, because the hard-reaching process was something that was pretty much ignored, this is going to have to be Zofia with a miracle clutch, and I just frankly don't see it happening.
Yeah, clutch is a 1v4. It honestly is impossible, but again, Phantom Legion, they're going to try their darndest to do exactly that. TAC working his way down the central stairs, already being met with resistance. It's just single tapping bullets down his way. He's going to find himself in the middle of a gate. He's going to find himself in the middle of a shield. And every member of Bolo, alive and active, other than Say, wants to get themselves that free kill. They want to start to pad them stats, and they always want to make sure they have as many of those stats moving forward. Relocation for TAC, and again, honestly at this point, he's just trying to get his own stats in his way. The round has been forfeit at this point. He's going to run outside to make sure he doesn't take a death in his first round.
There we go. Saving for the KD. He'll drop down eventually, so he won't preserve that KD. But Spacebar TK'd Nico, so kind of working against his teammate. I wonder if we'll see it on the replay. Yep, there it is. Getting a little bit of a shock to see the Rooney and a little bit too quick on the trigger. Oops, is dropped in chat, but Team Bolo come away with a round win. They saw the similar operators that determine what Phantom Legion's push was going to be, the strategy that they tried in so many different variations, but that same blue push against Synthetic, and it's read through completely. Team Bolo with an excellent display of counter-stratting and a great start to Clubhouse with the first round win. But quickly, we'd like to talk about one of our sponsors that allowed us to make this event possible, and that's N-Corp. If you want a fast and easy way to recycle that energy drink, that can of pop, or the juice box that you finished refueling on, with Return It Express, there's no sorting, no lineups, no handing cash, and refunds are deposited straight to your online account without much of a fuss. You can just drop off your empties at an express depot near you and go. Signing up is fairly easy too. Just head to returnit.ca/express to give your empties a second life. Much appreciation for N-Corp in helping us to make this event possible. But let's move into the second round of play as Team Bolo are headed up to CCTV and Cash.
So I actually believe the majority of Team Bolo are all actually collegiate players coming from the University of British Columbia. So at least that's what we're being said by fellow collegiate players. So again, makes sense. Collegiate players have a plethora of experience because they are, well, playing in just about 8,000 available collegiate leagues. And just by proxy, you don't have to scrim every day. If you're playing in live matches, you just absorb information by proxy again. So Phantom, they've lost their first attacking execute. Why? Because they went for another Hail Mary play. Everything that was atypical, well, they've been trying it here on Clubhouse. Maybe that's their best map, and they just want to flex their muscle by saying, hey, we are so good, we can do something that shouldn't ever work. Monty being shown once again, and he is going to be an absolute threat, able to clear all of Garage without expending any utility. But Spacebar has a different answer to that. Monty has to be very careful as he works up the Raptors stairs, because if he doesn't show his shield appropriately, he will end up losing that gunfight to the player sitting in oil.
Now you've got quite an aggressive play as Swervin moves in from blue side. Saturn just waiting outside of the west main lobby will inch his way forward, oblivious to the door behind him and the threat that exists beyond it of the IQ. But Buzz has managed to give it up, go out on the rappel, and so the Jaeger is only really going to have to contest with Swamp side now. The hard breaching efforts have been stalled. Nico unsuccessful in a mute trick, and Millet is going to blow himself to smithereens with the exothermic. Not the way you wanted to start this round, and the thermite just a little bit too quick on the run-in. But Swervin will get the trade, and now maybe think about getting the case down. This garage control is here and pretty much denied outright, but that'll be the same for the case as the Nitro flies through the air and forces Phantom Legion to rethink their options. Now jumping through, Buzz is going to have to take a few whiffs of that toxic canister, and the diffuser still yet to be recovered, but a fantastic shot by Buzz at the top of the red stairs, and now he'll reorient inside of Cash side. Saturn is not too certain about where the plant is. Buzz will come off and peek for another shot as the final defender stuck inside of blue. Spacebar will get the down. Surprisingly, Giorno maybe just not the Monty player, but instantly from up above, Tack hits quite a shot through the vertical lane.
There's no way Phantom Legion just won that round. I mean, it all started off with Thermite nuking themselves by running into their own Thermite charge. And at that point, I was fairly confident Bolo had won that round. You couple that by a Nitro Cell that denies the initial plant, and it looks like Phantom Legion are incapable of winning this round. But what we forget is Phantom Legions, their players sitting over by CCTV window. The exact same scenario that Phantom Legion employed against Synthetic, they repeat that. They fly in through CC, and more importantly, they also flew in through construction. Now Phantom Legion just makes themselves a brand new home on both bomb sites. Since Bolo was completely off-site, they had no hope of retaking their own site. They're forced to push up Bread. They're being oppressed by Monty, keeping them stuck in the secret stairs. And at that point, Bolo is nowhere near home, and they're basically forced to evolve into attackers, unable to do so. And Phantom Legion, again, they like to do things that are different, and it worked for them this time.
Yeah, you have to give credit to Phantom Legion, their ability to kind of change and respond to threats on the fly. That's worked them wonders so far. We'll have a Surya Gate setup, deny it. A simple rush in through the main breach, but this time with the drones that we've got predetermined, I wonder if maybe the push might change to more of a construction take. The Surya Gates still exist over on the single panel door, heading between construction and cache side. But this is up to Phantom Legion to determine what their push is going to look like. 3 at main breach side, or actually 4 now, as we'll know. So this looks like another kind of similar assault. Phantom Legion maybe thinking about a sensible attack, but an aggressive play will not work as Buzz is there, the G8 warrior, charging into the void. The death of the Aruni now will create.
Team Bolo, they want to chatter in while they're inner Bolo. They want to take aggressive gunfights, but sometimes, like we learned from Synthetic, if you're taking aggression versus aggression, somebody's always going to lose. And it's going to be a solo con rush. Well, Phantom Legion, they were so successful, so eager after their last one, they're going to replicate it, but it's going to be shut down dead in its tracks. It's going to be the pickup of the Mute Jammer, and now you can no longer push through solo con. A good read by Team Bolo. And now, what are you going to do? We're going to have to open it in some way. You can push in through logistics hatch, you can shoot it through the wall that way, and it seems like Swervin pushing in from behind, he's going to do exactly that. He's trying to wall bang it, and there it goes.
Nico! Nico! What? You had that, but now Millie will just fly in and get 2. A play that certainly shouldn't have worked out. Looks like a success. The Goyo, I don't know where that came from. The IQ was shut down for Buzz, but Spacebar is not too certain where to look. And he'll get felled by Tack just appearing suddenly as he dropped down the hatch. Phantom Legion are going to start this one off 2-1 on their attacks. Team Bolo tried to keep up that same momentum, that same level of energy, but so far it's just not working.
Was that a client side? Did Mute just get client side walled where it didn't erupt on his screen? Did he get so disoriented by, the explosion of the thermite charge that he couldn't see properly? Was there smoke in his way? I really want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he just forgot to pull the trigger, right? Like, for a fact that Phantom Legion is going to start to fly straight at you. How do you know that? Well, you take the experience from the Synthetic game, and you take the experience from round 3 and round 2 and say, hey, you know what? They're just going to play aggressive, so be prepared for that. A misplay all around, and, sometimes things like that happen, and you just have to say, all right, that was a mistake, my bad. Let's move forward to a new round. And going back downstairs to basement, the only bomb site the Team Bolo has won, it's a good position for them to be in, but if they win this bomb site, where do they go? Back upstairs to CC, or do you go to the tertiary bomb site or Jim?
I would go down to the basement. I mean, Team Bolo had an excellent setup last time. The glass is missing from this lineup, but you still have some smokes from Tack and Giorno. So theoretically, you could go for that same blue take. I wonder if maybe things will be a little bit different if perhaps this time we'll have the hatch reinforced inside stock. Looks like it's been left soft. There is still a reinforcement remaining, but nobody even near to try and put that down. Something of a roam as well, but I feel like roaming against a team like Phantom Legion, it's not going to waste time, so you're really only playing for picks, but sometimes we've seen Team Bolo members come into gunfights with uncertainty and with surprise on their side, but still lose. I mean, there's been some really awkward situations this game. With a stack up on the east side, I think this is probably going to be an E-box take once again, but maybe Saturn is going to stop it with his presence inside bar.
Maybe you do that exact take that you're highlighting, right? You do a linear take in through blue, but you incorporate some flair to it. You either push in through dirt tunnels, you have that 90-degree crossfire going that way, maybe you push down the main stairs, because at the end of the day, you have to apply pressure to the bomb site. Saturn was trying to hold as much real estate as possible, forced away by the concussion grenades, the lifeline of Zofia, as well as the Monty. And Phantom Legion, now they own the real estate of 2 different floors here on Clubhouse, but they don't own the most crucial part. That is going to be the basement, the bomb site that they're executing on, and they need to start this vertical play. No buck to be seen, no sledge to be seen. So if you want to go for vertical play, you have to do the soft, flat place breaching charges. You have 2 sets of those, and those are going to be the back pocket of Buzz and Mills.
Something of a dirt push with the G8 just stepping in behind Giorno. Wow, what a swing. Just obliterates Swervin. Spacebar doesn't miss. And now the Monty beginning to inch his way forward. Spots one, hiding behind the bomb chassis as an impact to go out. Giorno now given a bit of a warning. Stack up at bottom main, but a rethink is we'll have a drone, Twitch drone, in fact, go through. Great use of the Echo drone as Giorno is being upset, but Shiva's forced off the drone and the Yokai shot in the meanwhile, but 3 kills flash across the kill feed as they all come up in favor of Team Bolo, leaving only Tak yet again to try to clutch.
He has his pressure over on the central stairs, but he has a diffuser lost. And that's going to be not all of his problems. The problems are Team Bolo, and there are 5 players who are all live and well. Actually, one of them is on lower than 100% HP. That's going to be Spacebar, as he sits at 99 HP. This clutch from Tak, again, is going to be absolutely impossible. Now, Saturn gives him 1 free kill. Perfect. A step in the right direction, but you still have 10 seconds left on the clock. All the kills after this are completely impactless. Team Bolo, they might want to pad their strats. They might not. Again, at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. Round 4 has been sacrificed. Downstairs in the basement, Phantom Legion, they just can't seem to find their impact.
Basement side has just been pitiful so far for Phantom Legion. That same aggressive play works kind of on the top floor, but really not down in the basement. And for Team Bolo to be fending off Phantom Legion on their map choice and denying that aggressive play, I mean, that's really all you need. Continue playing like this, and there's a chance you could steal Clubhouse away from Phantom Legion and deny them a return matchup in the grand final eventually against Synthetic. Buzz is going to 6-pick away. No Finka to be brought this time, but I think he kind of... We've got a little bit of chatter going on, but baits out the Frost 6-pick almost. I guess you can... it's never bad to really bring a Frost.
I mean, you could always bring Frost. One of my favorite operators. I mean, angle grip, 1.5 sights are great. You incorporate a secondary shotgun, and it becomes that much better. But I love the fact that Team Bolo is like Synthetic or whoever they are. Like, I mean, tell that to AJ, whoever he is. And Phantom Legion, losing to them, they definitely have the name Synthetic permanently engraved into their head, tattooed, and they want to continue on with this revenge tour. They are eager and willing to take these gunfights. Now, we see Frost, as you were highlighting, being played, Reese, but that last Frost mat being placed tucked in the corner over by Red Long, that's different. That might be designed to counter the full send of Phantom Legion, because again, remember, they tried to rush in through CCTV breach. The problem is, it's a Maverick instead of a Thermite. You won't be able to full send rush, and it's going to be traditional uses of those Selma charges as you open up the high angle over by the south side of Rafters, as well as the bottom part. And good night, says Buzz. An incredible shot.
Buzz is just like, get off me! Don't peek me! This is my wall! I'm on the rappel, and Nico makes a critical mistake. Peeking Buzz, challenging the platform rappel. It's a mistake that'll cost him dearly. Millie has got eyes on the Cade, and he'll rip him apart with something of a shot. But Saturn is ready for the trade, but he won't win it out against the AK-12. Control of the Rafters is being secured, but not if Spacebar's got anything to say about it. It's now Diffuser is down in uncertain territory. Buzz will walk through right into the Frost mat as you would highlight it. It works perfectly. And now Giorno suffering at the behest of the Electro Claw. Tak has managed to recover the case. Now trying to get it down on the ground, but a lineup for Hazard. He'll secure one. And Tak is going to have to make a decision. He'll bail off, but the damage of the Electro Claw could be enough in its own right to eliminate TAC. Where does he go? Does he walk through? Does he chance it? Does he try to risk it here in round 5? What is TAC gonna do? He's got to do something. He must make one decision. The failure to clear this Electroclaw, TAC without any remaining Twitch drones to try to clear it after the fact. TAC really doesn't have anything he can do here. It's going to have to be a take through, maybe coming in from rafters, but he does have a drone remaining. He'll go through it. Takes a tiny bit of damage, but makes it through it alive. That's what really matters here in this moment. With the F2, it's a powerful weapon. It can make a clutch like this happen. A 1v2 is not beyond its capabilities, especially with damage on a hazard. And now the pistol comes out. TAC with it in hand. Still the case. Holding on, but spacebar, 100 HP. Perfectly healthy, and TAC now uncovered. Gumine is going to bait TAC off the plant as he'll try to dodge for it, watching through the drone hole. But spacebar does not tease it, does not move past it. Still playing passive. TAC is going to try to inch his way forward, thinking about the swing, but the HP disadvantage, it benefits spacebar oh so much. And TAC, he's really out of options at this point. He's got to take the fight, or he's got to get his cojones together and try to get the case down. The pistol will come out once more as TAC makes a decision. He'll go for the swing, but it's shut down by spacebar before TAC can perform the miracle.
What an incredible round all the way through. I mean, it started off by that incredible shot that Buzz had through the Maverick hole. And after that, Phantom Legion looked unstoppable. They won 3 different gunfights that they frankly had no business winning, particularly the one downstairs in Harry Potter that is underneath the stairwell of rafters. And that 4-2 split, or that 4 kills that Phantom Legion had, or the 4 players that they had alive and well compared to the 2 of Bolo, I mean, there's no hope in Team Bolo. But what they did was they played well together. They were playing unpredictable, and they took gunfights that Phantom Legion wasn't prepared for. And honestly, executing with still 2 minutes left on the clock, Phantom Legion needed to slow down that execute. They had the man advantage. They also had the positional advantage. What you do in that scenario is you just drone out a little bit more. You confirm exactly where those 2 players are playing, and then you use your man advantage to execute on them. The problem was Phantom, they just pushed these gunfights individuals. 4 1v1s, and Phantom Legion lost all 4 of those 1v1s. Again, Team Bolo is just showing how good they are mechanically. The same storyline that Phantom Legion had when they were playing on Synthetic. Now we go over to round 6, the final stint of defense for Team Bolo, and they're going to be electing to bring out the tertiary bomb site of Jim. A bomb site that they look like they're fearful of bringing out, but here to play in now.
Yep. Here we'll go and see what this looks like. Phantom Legion have shown us a variety of different things, but there is something lacking in this defense, and that's the fact that a cache side extension is not present from Team Bolo. They have elected to play this in more of a, I mean, this is like a year 2, year 3 clubhouse setup. Just holding inside Jim, playing the bomb site on its merits entirely. People will open us up. He gets a kill onto one of the primary hard breachers. Losing your ace is really going to constrict the way that you're going to push this. The one thing, though, I have to point out, Team Bolo still have 3 remaining reinforcements. Think about what the benefit of that could have been if they decided to close up one of the walls. Shiba will double down on his earlier aggressive behavior at the blue side jump out now with the punch hole made in the dirt wall. Buzz is just waiting on the rappel. Swervin is going to find Saturn in the meanwhile. That'll be the call back to alert Shiba. Playing inside dirt is really not the decision to make at this moment. Swervin didn't quite get away with that kill onto the Frost for free, however, as he's sent below 25 HP himself.
A slow execute for Phantom Legion. They're pushing on 2 different sides of the map. It's going to expand the attackers, and it seems like it's not going to be the play. They need to continue to coordinate these executes. That was one of the fatal flaws they had back in round 5. But smoke grenade followed by defensive smoke grenade to answer the shutdown over by the Logi door. Still eager to get kills. TAC forced to go to his secondary pistol once again. A position he was in just a few rounds before. Back in round 5, and everybody from Team Bolo is going to start to go off site. The case being, the diffuser is lost over in construction. Phantom Legion, they're all on the west side of the map. The diffuser's over to the east. Bad swings from TAC and Phantom Legion. They're still on the back foot of this execute. Only one of their teammates left alive. That's Giorno, who falls eventually to Team Bolo as Mad Shiba comes up a stairwell.
Well, I can't believe I'm saying it. A gym hold with no extension is a defensive win in a very solid way. Only one player having died that entire round. And that'll allow Team Bolo to secure a 4-2 initial split. Things could be better, but Phantom Legion performing a bit lackluster on their attack performances. One thing that we would like to talk about, though, is one of the sponsors that allowed us to make this happen, and that's Kanto Living. If you're looking for the final piece for your work from home or gaming setup, you can find everything you need to build the best workstation or create the most up-to-date battle station at cantoliving.com. You can check out their monitor mounts, speakers, and stands, plus more today. Make sure to check them out and help support us here so that TGS can keep putting on these great events. Huge thank you to all of our sponsors, not only Kanto, but also Monster Cat and N-Corp, as well as TGS themselves, running this event and allowing both myself and Chief to come on broadcast and bring these wonderful games to life.
You know what? We always appreciate anybody who allows us to cast together. You know, I always enjoy it, and we had a month-long break, and that just broke my heart, Reese. So it's good to be back. And also, whose heart will break at the end of Map 1? Clubhouse, will be Phantom Legion losing their own map choice? Or is it Team Bolo? Are they going to start to let go of this lead? Phantom Legion, the motif of today has been aggressive plays. Millie's is going to go for a spawn peek over by the east. That is going to be secret stairs. The thing is, Team Bolo is nowhere near the zip code. They are all on the other side of the map. They all spawn to the north, and this screams it is going to be that French style of play, pushing in through dirt, pushing in through the top hatch. You do have to be careful, but you have two sets of smoke grenades coming in the back pocket of Capital, as well as the newly reacquired smoke grenades for Thermite. It might be an interesting push, especially when you have two sets of frag grenades in the mix as well.
I like the Capital pick being brought out here. We don't see a lot of Capital in the recent meta. Earlier, when Phantom Legion played on Clubhouse, I believe Synthetic actually had banned the Capital, or perhaps that was on Oregon. I guess it was Clubhouse. The Capital not seeing the light of day. Team Bolo just establishing their positions on the north and west fronts of the clubhouse as Buzz is thinking about a roam. So far, he has not had that same blistering level of success. 5-5 is something to shake a stick at, but it's certainly not double digits in round number 7. Versus when you look on behalf of Team Bolo, Spacebar has been kind of the support fragger so far this game. A lot of very strong position kills. Team Bolo look very familiar with this style of siege, and I want to say maybe that's to the benefit of their collegiate background, where sometimes college siege can assume a much more aggressive demeanor than something up at the T3 amateur level. You have to be prepared to play against aggressive siege, and that's what Phantom Legion bring. Look at this. Look at Millie. He's on top of the box, peeking the hatch. You would never see that in any other level of play. But Millie is comfortable, and he recognizes the stakes, and so he's going to make the decision to peek it. Jaeger will shoot the drone, and that's critical to Millie's position here, as we'll see the Vigil go undetected. Not to mention also the benefit of his ERC-7. Giorno dying in the meanwhile has had a slow game, 1-7. Giorno was actually kind of going crazy against Synthetic on this map earlier. Now Millie spotted below the hatch, but Nico just unable to thread the shots to confirm the kill. And Tac will now tag on as well. Oh! He hits him with the hipfire move! Tac! You do not win that in a million chances, but he's just got enough gusto to make it happen. Sight control and 12 seconds to go. They're just going to have to challenge it. An impact sent to mask the sound cue. The diffuser will not get placed on the ground. A second to drop the hatch, but that's quite enough for Swerven, as now an impact is sent. The confirm hit by Buzz and the pistol for Swerven. Phantom Legion come into that with an energy. Gotta give it up to Tac.
You know, we're talking about the Reese soundboard where you just go, huh? I needed to be spamming that at the end of round 7 because Team Bolo did just about everything right. That was a textbook execute until they forgot the most important part of their execute, the utility. If you're bringing out a cap, why not use your fire bolts to soften up the players sitting in deep arsenal? Why not use your smoke grenades to help facilitate that drop? And more crucially, why aren't your frag grenades going down range to continue on that exact same step? Because again, if a frag grenade or if a firebolt is taking place, a defender will not be occupying that space. And if they are going to die. That was Bolo understanding the execute, but when it comes down to the execute, it's the hardest thing to do, simply because you can dry run and execute your preset drones, what you're opening up, but when it actually comes to that execute, all the variables that you're dry running are going to be completely different because you can't exactly predict, oh, there's going to be a defender playing in this position, there's going to be defenders over here. You have to just rely on your coordination and crucially that utility to make sure those soft held positions of defenders are going to be at least controlled.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly tag on there. If you're occupying the same space as a incendiary asphyxiation bolt from Capital, you're not going to be doing it for very long. One of the best pieces of utility to clear out positions, right up there with frag grenades and even candelas. Sometimes track stingers, a few that come to mind. The Capital, I don't think, really had as much impact, though, in the previous round, and so it's good to think about that. What maybe Team Bolo could have done differently. Because Phantom Legion, so quickly, a 4-2 first split performance can change direction just because of the nature of the beast, because of the dichotomy between defense and attack on Clubhouse.
I have to say, I love this new school strategy that Phantom Legion is bringing out. The traditional way of holding this bomb site is with castle barricades. Also, the traditional way of holding this bomb site or attacking this bomb site is not shooting your teammates in the head. But when you're holding this site, you have castle barricades on this door as well as the door behind Millie's, the window. And that way you absorb all the utility. But at a certain point, the utility will be destroyed, the castle barricades. But here when you're Rudy, all you do is just reactivate it. And Millie's, why are you swinging that, man? Like, you just got a free gifted kill after that TK. Don't give Team Bolo the save man advantage by making a dumb peek, please.
Yeah, that's kind of that's a real problem there. Tack just waiting on the opposite side. A lucky pre-fire, I mean, this could be done with. I'm not sure what the hiccup is yet. We'll see a frag grenade cooked, tossed at the bottom of the wall, and it'll detonate, which should open this up and force the player away. But, I mean, it's not really the best opening. Tack still feels comfortable to kind of chance it from a deeper angle inside the master bedroom. The diffuser, having gone down earlier on the rooftop, will be recovered as Spacebar and Hazard are both kind of peeking the same angle here, and the timing of this round, I think, could be a little bit better. Though it's a 4-on-4, and so it'll be up to the Team Bolo members to really explode in their entrance. A missed opportunity to collect a frag onto the coverage for Tack, and Buzz is there with support as well. This round coming down to the end, and a flank below, I think, kind of recognizing Nico will get fragged for it. Swerving it just in the moment prior, netted a kill, and now Spacebar down, but Shiba is there to kill Giorno, bringing this into 2-on-1 territory. Shiba's gonna go for the res on a Spacebar, a decision that will not leave the ace alive for much longer, and neither the Iana as Phantom Legion are gonna come to bear on the Clubhouse defense and put us back at an equal scoreline.
So many mistakes were being made by Team Bolo, and they were very simple mistakes. Again, a 3-year-old analyst would say, don't team kill. But we have to look at why that was happening. It was far too many attackers stuck in one area, attempting to hold the same position, and more crucially, holding the same cross. At a certain point, it's diminishing returns. And in this case, diminishing returns are shooting your players in the back. And if you're going to continue on with a linear execute through Spa, you have to establish some type of crossfire. But again, this is where Team Bolo starts to struggle. They never really applied pressure at all to the bottom side. Sure, their only real cutoff was coming up those central stairs. That was our Thatcher playing that angle. He was able to get a kill, but beyond that, it wasn't much pressure, because Phantom Legion was able just to re-swing on that because they had control of construction. They had control of Logi, and that allows all of those defenders to rotate like a highway, where they're always able to address the threat because the threat's coming from one position.
What is this? The mirror window on the main breach. Ooh. All right, this is something. The one time that I usually see this is actually a double mirror window on the main breach setup, which is incredibly rare. A rare treat, to say the least. But this is going to make Maverick tricking the wall impossible. And that would be great, Chief, right? But there isn't a Maverick. Team Bolo don't bring one, because Thatcher is up on the board, and that's just Freelo, essentially. But the big thing about this is when you're playing Thermite compared to an Ace, you have to get right up next to the wall. You're detonating an exothermic in one spot, and all it takes is a simple pop of the mirror window and a shot, and pretty much you're almost guaranteed to be able to hit that exothermic off the wall, or you can impact it, or nitro it. I mean, there's really a whole different variety of ways that you could deal with that.
Now, there might be one option. If you go from the upside down rappel, you actually might be able to bypass that mirror window and kind of get around that field of view. It's going to be a very tight angle, and it depends on where you actually end up placing it. I wouldn't have got off upside down rappel, and you can hear the mirror window. I don't believe it was cracked. He was just pre-firing to make sure that nobody decided to get cute with that mirror window and decide to take that gunfight. But you can just see how oppressive it is. It's changed up Phantom Legion's attack altogether, Team Bolo's attack altogether. There it was. It's opened up. Thermite charge has now been lost. Oh, but the impact grenade missed. It was a little bit too early, eventually destroying it. Now that's the macro strategy for Phantom Legion. They make a hole, but don't peek warehouses.
Yeah, I would not make that same decision. Swervin, you got off lucky. You got one of the exothermics so far, but a better timed impact on the first try probably would have meant that you could have gotten the second. Because now you're out of impact grenades, and TAC has to rotate in with Nitro. Swervin will pick off one. Saturn, where was he even at? I'm confused even where that kill had gone down from. It looked like the Zofia just sort of peeking at bottom blue, and Giorna will now double up. Buzz, another kind of questionable peek. You've got man advantage. Don't throw it away by challenging CC window. They don't even have the main breach open. That's about the biggest advantage you could ask for given the situation. You've scared the Thermite away, and so now he's going to put his exothermic down on, I believe that's the garage side, to open up below. The fact that you don't have the breach here, that's big. Phantom Legion can hold back. They have to worry about rafters, CC window, and construction door. With 40 seconds, that is a tremendous advantage. It's rare to see that, not to mention the fact Giorno still has 3 canisters in pocket.
Still strong positioning for Phantom Legion over here in Swamp. Swerve is going to just try to be as unpredictable as possible. He was a snake and a grassy knoll, but now, well, all of his bullets have missed. So he's been 100% identified. Phantom Legion is going to continue to go for the swing, almost able to capitalize on a second. Mills is now going to fall, but still strong positioning for Phantom Legion. 7 seconds left. It's going to be a full plant for Team Bolo, but they're winning their gunfights. They're in the position to go for the plant. No more Toxic Babes, no more impact grenades, but the final Toxic Babe, which was already in midair, will destroy the planter. The life was lost, and that comes down to timing your execute.
Well, the mirror window strategy. You love to see it. That is, there's a lot to say about that, but denying the hard breach is a rare sight in the current meta. And PLG, the round was won simply off the back of that. And now they will collect 3 in a row. Team Bolo playing well on their defense, but just not able to transition that momentum from the first half into the second. And because of that failure, Phantom Legion will now regain the lead after it looked like maybe Team Bolo were going to snipe out Phantom Legion's map pick.
Basement is going to be returned once again. Now, does Team Bolos decide, you know what? We saw how Phantom Legion wants to take this. They brought out a glass. They rushed in through blue. Are they going to put themselves in the exact same vein, that mentality, and replicate that? Or are they going to do something a little bit more traditional? Go for the execute they tried back in round 7, clearing up that top hatch, pushing their way through dirt. Because again, Team Bolo did just about everything right other than expending that utility. If you're bringing utility, you may as well use it. If you're dying with utility, why did you bring out that operator? You would have been better off bringing somebody who has no utility. Like, you know, we can bring in Amaru, because at least she has an angled grip ACOG, and on that G8 is just the most disgusting weapon conceivable. You're getting the exact same utility as you are if you brought out the cap, because again, you didn't use a firebolt, you didn't use a smoke bolt, so you might bring the most busted gun in the game.
I mean, Buzz did some great work with the G8 so far today. One thing we were talking about in the pre-map was, what is this going to look like if Phantom Legion win this best of 3 and then have to play another after already playing earlier a best of 3? That is a lot of casting. That is a lot of playing. That's just a lot of siege. Period! Oh! What a shot. Buzz just ego peaks Nico. Hello.
To summarize what we just saw, that is like threading the needle of your bullets. He shot a player on chain repel. Okay, Phantom Legion, you had 2 incredible kills. Let's tone it down a bit. You didn't need to just fly out windows. I mean, sir, you saw the man advantage. You killed Capitao. You killed Sledge. But don't bury all of your teammates. Now that you hear all those Selmas going off, go for your successful impact grenades. The first one misses, which is going to allow both Selma charges to open up that hatch. And what could have been a failed round outright for Team Bolo, it actually might be rectified after that hard breach went off. But Millius is going to absolutely say no to that. Slamming Mad Shiba. Now it's a 2v4. Under 90 seconds left in this round, and the members of Bolo who are alive and well, they don't have a lot of HP. Now, only one of them left alive. Millies has been going nuts, and now, just as well, pad your stats, get yourself a hard breacher to put on your trophy wall.
They tossed 2 Selmas at the hatch, which, I mean, in an ideal world, that probably would have been impacted. That's what I was thinking to talk about, but this round is just completely flip-flopped. Spacebar just trying to challenge for main, see if maybe he can secure 1 pick, but this looks like Phantom Legion primed to take us to match point, or map point at the very least, to close out Clubhouse. Spacebar, 15-5. There was some talk about whether or not he might approach 20-bomb territory. Buzz is kind of on a collision course there as well, but a little bit behind here in round number 10. Spacebar continually pestered by the toxic gas, and this round could be winnable. At this point, Spacebar's just got to make the decision to run, but he's going to play for the picks, and he does move in eventually, but at this point, it's already much too late. Credit to Spacebar for securing 3 picks on that round, but I think the bigger credit there must go to Buzz and Millie.
So that first kill that Phantom Legion got, we could just write off as Phantom just having better mechanical skill than Team Bolo, which is upsetting to say the least, because some people consider Bolo as one of the most incredible and mechanical players out there. But after that, Team Bolo, where was their preset drones? Where was their flank drones? Do they have no information on the offsite pressure of Phantom Legion? Because again, if you're going for that style of play, opening up dirt, opening up kitchen hatch, you need to have information. You don't have to clear out the map, but you have to have tabs on those defenders. So in the event that they do something, I'll call it brain dead, because that's kind of what that play was. You have to have that information, and more crucially, you have to be able to capitalize on it. Because if you allow a team like Phantom Legion to make incredibly aggressive plays and win him, I mean, that starts to chalk your mentality. That starts to hurt your
Yeah.
progression as a team. And when you're sitting on that round 5 mark, where you could either tie yourself up and guarantee all 12 rounds of regular play being required for map 1, or go over to match point, you have to dot your I's and cross your T's. And again, that always starts with preset information drones.
Twice in a row. I'm just fumbling the bag here. But
Just don't tell Henry. Don't tell Henry.
I won't. I promise I won't, for those who don't know. But I wanted to quickly talk about Monster Cat Gold. If you haven't tried Monster Cat Gold already, it's a great service. For $5 a month, where you can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use music in your live streams and videos with no fear of DMCA claims or strikes. One video you might use some Monster Cat music for, example here would be in the previous round, Buzz just wide swinging the chain repel. That would look fairly good with some Monster Cat music playing behind it.
CCTV, the secondary bomb site for Phantom Legion on both times that they brought out Clubhouse. Team Bolo, a little bit lackluster on their last showing of this bomb site. And Phantom Legion already making adaptations. The last time that we saw Gym Bedroom, that wall with a mirror window was placed. The northmost wall was actually left soft. This time, it's fully being reinforced, guarded by a Maestro bubble. Now, Swervin won't be able to guard himself at all, as he just swings haphazardly through the CCTV window. 2 members of Team Bolo were actively ready for that shutdown, and unfortunately, he has lost his life. And that's a crucial operator to have in the dying seconds of your round. And since he gets more with my pancakes, the longer he exists. Only up to 4, but still not a good position to be in. And not a good place for Hazard's body to be in.
Yeah, just kind of dangling down the hatch there. Nico is going to attempt the spray fire. Tack has brought the ACS-12, so we've got it back in action here, though. Taking a bit of damage, so his position weakened, not as entrenched behind the bathroom's Mira. Buzz has kind of got some support here for him as well. Oh, but look at this. Giorno is so close to the window. SMG-11 just trying to wait for it. But eventually, Team Bolo could try to walk in. And Mad Shiba will find the shots. Giorno taken down. Advantage does transfer over now to Team Bolo, as they're working their pressure from the highway windows. And Buzz has adjusted. Playing close at the Jacuzzi breach will collect a large portion of damage on a spacebar as Shiba suffers similarly. 3 on 4 this round, coming down to the 30-second mark. Spacebar taking just one more slight bit of chip damage. And Tack trying to hold off from the breach. Bolo are going to attempt a reinforcement, to rotate the replicator. No, it's a real Iana. She's caught out now in the meanwhile. The ACS-12 to round the corner. Tackle pick off Saturn. 2 on 1. The advantage in hand for Phantom Legion, but Nico will shut down the first. Can he get the second? Trying to jump in wildly. 5 seconds to go. Nico must rush for the kill, but Phantom Legion will shut it down on Clubhouse here and now. A 7-4 victory as we stare down Cafe Dostoevsky.
Phantom Legion needed round 15 in their first series of the day, going against Synthetic, but this time is 7-4 up to round 11. They will shut things down as Team Bolo. They weren't quite able to shut down the banana plays of Phantom Legion. And I have to say, Phantom has been playing great on Club. Everything that they do is just good. They deny time, they take gunfights, and more crucially, they win gunfights. And for the most part, some of them don't fall in this category, but the gunfights that they're taking are so far in left field, and IGL most of the time won't predict that to happen. Again, you can have the best thorough drone economy where you're clearing every single nook and cranny, but it's that one area, that one rat corridor that you're just not prepared for. Your drone just accidentally doesn't look in that spot, or you didn't put a flank drone there. And then next second, there's a member of Phantom Legion flying out a window or just flanking you from behind and taking that gunfight and winning it outright.
That game really had some exciting moments, some to the chagrin of Phantom Legion, and others where it was just like, Phantom Legion are allowed to play their game. You shouldn't be winning a swing as a Mozzie out down the kitchen hallway onto the chain rappel. That should always benefit the attackers, but Buzz is just a little bit too good with the Roni in hand. I think we're just going to continue on to Cafe. We've got a lot of games of Siege to digest, so we're just kind of running through them as fast as possible to try to get this done with and send ourselves into the grand finals. Remind you, that's what's at stake here. The winner heading forward to compete for our total $500 prize pool. The loser out of the tournament altogether.
Yeah, I mean, you want to stay in this tournament for as long as possible. And that's going to be Team Bolo going to Cafe. What are we going to see? Because this map has been all over the place, particularly if you look at SI that's taking place over in France. We've seen every single attacking and defending strategy under the sun. We've seen linear executes downstairs on the first floor where they only push in through Big Bakery. We've seen linear executes where they push in through the white quarter. We've seen them clear out the entire map. We've seen them ying rush. We've also seen defenders go for Nitrocell Bonanza plays. We've seen them bunker down in bomb sites. Literally any possible scenario that you can dream up, there has been an international team that has thought of it, and they've at least attempted it. So now, what are our two teams going to do? Are they going to channel in their inner Cyclops and just spawn peek every available window? Or are they going to be a little bit more normal? The thing is, Phantom Legion, if we take the 4 other maps they played today, they are going to just take gunfights, which means watch your windows.
Yeah, you gotta be careful on your approach to the building. Phantom Legion don't wait for the attackers to step in. That is what they do. That's pretty much the summing up of their performance so far from the broadcasted matches we've had of them this tournament. On Cafe now, though, Operator bans Thatcher and Maverick. Nope, it's the Ash. Thought I maybe would be able to sneak in and preempt that one, but nope. Team Bolo had banned the Ash previously. One part that had slipped my mind after that sort of lengthy endeavor. Defense bans, Chief?
Maestro and Mira and or Valkyrie. Again, staple operators, all operators that are designed to grab information. There is Mira. She was allowed through both clubhouse games, now no longer allowed in Cafe. The map that made her oppressive, the monster that she is, well, it was Cafe. If you place a mirror window upstairs and pallets on either a bar defense or downstairs on a reading defense, good luck ever having a primary insertion point of piano. It just won't happen. Maestro cameras and Valkyrie cameras can act as pseudo mirror windows, but another crucial aspect, again, the true pseudo mirror windows are going to be deployable shields. Well, Mai is always going to help you have deployable shields live and active because he destroys projectiles, or at least he grabs projectiles in midair.
I think this makes sense, banning out Wamai, and I don't know how Phantom Legion are going to react. There was a few clips so far, buzz with Wamai. Notably, I'm thinking back to the synthetic game on Oregon, where Buzz hit the clutch with Wamai to send it to the third map there. I mean, that was just totally bonkers. But his signature operator banned. Buzz can flex on a different pick. And Phantom Legion are going to start off on Cafe. Earlier, it was the game of Team Bolo. How do they start off on their opponent's map pick? Now it's sort of a different dilemma. Though I still think we should make sure to keep a keen eye on how Team Bolo's attacks change from round to round. What kind of executes are they going to adopt? How are they going to deal with the intel threat of Millie on the Valkyrie? Is there going to be a Nitro kill every single round? Or will they be able to use an operator like IQ or proper and thorough droning to be able to deny that and shut it down? It'll all come down to kind of a cumulative understanding of experience, what Team Bolo have played against before on Cafe. They look great on Clubhouse for that not to be their map selection. I'm really curious of what Cafe will have in store.
Well, we have seen this exact style of defense come out from Phantom Legion Reese in their UPL live matches, where they put a large emphasis over in CS, also known as Cigar Shop. You open up the humidor hatch as a rotation, because there's usually going to be an attacker post up on that skylight looking towards the west, shutting down that CS west door, so you won't be able to push in from that area at all. You have a castle barricade on the south, and west windows. So if an attacker wants to post up with that position, they're going to have to use some soft utility to break it down. Now, fortunately for Team Bolo, you have a sledge in play, so those castle barricades will be removed practically instantly. You have 25 swings of that sledgehammer, one of them being expended on a castle barricade is really in the benefit of the attackers. But here comes the hard part, the execute, actually breaking down that castle barricade in Cigar Shop, because you have to deal with Buzz playing that FO12 shotgun close quarters in Cigar Shop.
Probably outright the best weapon for this position, and it'll roar right through Nico, as otherwise on the map, Tack will find Hazard. This attack, a rough beginning. The foundation, not solid under the feet of Team Bolo, as Millie will run out from the bakery side, though caught in transition. A nice snatch and grab by Sheba, but still to deal with Buzz standing in the way. Losing your sledge, losing your Zofia, means your soft destruction utility is all gone. You have one breaching charge remaining. Try to use that to clear out Buzz. We'll see how well it goes, because you're not going to be able to deal with this shield unless you drop down, you defeat the ADSs, there are two, and also throw a Selma onto the shield. There's really no way you're going to be able to get past this. You've just completely come up with nothing. You got Millie in a 1-for-1 trade, but as the attackers, that is just not enough.
It's dangerous, to say the least. I mean, Spacebar, 1 HP. He's going to have to go with an FO12. And that shotgun absolutely obliterates what was left of that primary hard breach. And honestly, that round gets summarized perfectly by that mute sound bug, right? I mean, nothing says getting just absolutely dominated by having the mute jammer sound the entire game. And yeah, hopefully that doesn't continue to work its way forward, because that might require a rehost.
We might need to take a little bit of extra action behind the scenes. We'll see if we load into round number 2 and it's gone. Otherwise, the production will render their decision and we'll move on from there. But I don't want to let the mute jammer distract from the difficult state of affairs in that first attack. Team Bolo never got shop control. They never got cigar control. What control really did they get? I mean, could you even say that they didn't get top red control? Because I don't think they really did. I mean, there was spawn peaks, there was runouts, there was an Ella shotgun challenging the Nomad. In that moment of the Nomad being shot up by Ella at top red, where was the player up above to get the trade? No one was there. That's just not good cafe play.
You know what? Again, cafe is difficult because it's hard to vault in, right? You have to take control somehow. One thing I was going to mention earlier is I always look at the operator lineup to see how a team is going to execute. And more crucially, I look if Buck has been confirmed. If you have a Buck in your lineup, that means it's an underneath take from reading room. You soften up the east side of the map. But when you go for the hatch drops, you have to be prepared for contingencies. And when you see a defensive strategy where the whole goal is designed to hold the west side of the map, you as an IGL need to ponder the question, am I really worth, or is this worth executing on this one position, or am I better off changing up my execute altogether and going with a typical style take? Again, that's going to be that reading room underneath execute, because actually Team Bolo had the utility to be successful for that.
No way! Tack just playing his own game. You can't lose the Nomad. I mean, that's probably the biggest loss on an attack. You don't really need to be outside of the snow door anyway, Chief. I don't know what Tack thought he was doing there, but I mean, you're attacking this. There's just no reason to be out here. It's a death trap. You've lost your sledge. You've lost your Nomad. I mean, this is just left hook after left hook. And the round not even getting off to a great start. To lose your Nomad, I mean, I don't think Team Bolo even approached this in the right way. The only reason you're ever out on the snow balcony is for a rush. And why would you rush at this point in the game? It just doesn't connect.
Still the oppressive nature of Phantom Legion just continues to go on through, bullying Team Bolo as they just try macro strategy after macro strategy, and it's just not working for them. Again, you're highlighting why go for a rush. I think that just shows the desperate plays of Team Bolo. This is their map pick, but they just don't look comfortable on it. They're not demonstrating a mastery of this map, and now they're going to try another linear push, pushing up through the white stairs, being met by a Mossberg shotgun that is just ready to cycle buckshot down range. And Team Bolo, they need to address this. They're even being pressured from the dining room hatch. They're just twisting in the wind at this point. They're all stuck over in white stairs, and actually the rotations back have been completely nullified. There goes that down, and now it's all on spacebar. A hard breacher against 4. At least he has an AK-12. That weapon can quite pretty much obliterate anybody on the receiving end. But 4 players of Phantom Legion, it's unlikely. And there goes Buzz. He gets the kill on spacebar. And with that, we're going to have to temporarily rehost our lobby just to deal with this in-game sound bug.
Yeah, so we'll take a step back, I believe, and try to work everything out. But so far, there are a few different things to think about in this game. And I think Team Bolo kind of just have to go back to the drawing board on these attacks. I didn't really see many signs of a rush in that round. I'm curious maybe if you saw something I didn't, maybe a drone that would have signified if that was going to be a rush or if that was just Team Bolo not really knowing what they wanted to do on that attack. The first round was not any better. They started off at the right place. I'll give them that. You know, when you're attacking onto the top floor, you're generally always going to come in from red, use your hard breach to open the wall, and then move in for piano control. But from there on, it didn't ever get to the first step. The way that you want to attack that, you have to be prepared for the utility burn because that's what that setup is all about. Trying to hold back. The Wamai is banned. So that means your maximum utility consumption in a given 10-second window is going to be a set of 3 flashbangs. Flashbangs go in, and then you either toss a frag, an ash breaching round, which is banned, of course, or the lifeline, which was present, but I just don't think that discussion was had here, Chief.
You're 100% right. It was just a full sin, but we also have to send it over to a break. We have to rehost our server, so please don't go anywhere. Keep this tab open. We'll be back with you momentarily. Hello, welcome back. The gaming stadium has returned. And what an incredible evening so far. We currently find ourselves in the middle of our second best of 3. Right now, Phantom Legion is leading this series over Team Bolo by just 1 map. And right now, here in the second map, well, Phantom Legion is also leading by a 2-round differential. Team Bolo has been even struggling to get air foothold in the building.
Yeah, these rounds have been lost at the very beginning, which is a problem that Team Bolo must get under control. I almost feel after this round, if we see the same problems, we're going to have to stop the game and kind of have a boot camp for a moment with Team Bolo to kind of get them on the same page as far as what a competent comp attack on Cafe looks like, because these are lacking a real sense of structure. The positions have been quite lackluster, I'll say. The coverage is not there, and this is a very bland thing to say about a team that I almost never say, but Team Bolo aren't playing together. That's what this comes down to. There's no support. There's no trades. The refrags have been incredibly lackluster.
So the way I see at least the first 2 rounds going for Team Bolo is they're not asking that also crucial question is, how do I execute? And since we're going downstairs, we'll just kind of think through this. Take it as like a theory crafting or a think tank. So let's say you're going to be going for a plant. You can plant over in Java where we're currently looking above. How are you going to do that? Well, you have 1 of 2 ways. You can either do that linear push through bakery, but if you're asking how am I going to plant the B bomb site, that doesn't make sense. So again, if you're going for that B plant, you have to start with clearing that 3rd floor. If the 3rd floor is unoccupied, you repeat those steps going down to that 2nd floor, making sure you remove every single step. If you find a defender in your way, you now have to create a mini game. And that mini game is, how do I continue to have drone information on this player? And more crucially, how do I set up a crossfire or cutoffs to get this kill? After that, you start your vertical play. You continue to work your way on through. The thing is, Phantom Legion, they don't need to set that strategy up. Team Bolo does. Team Bolo dry peeking in through VIP is not addressing the how do I necessarily plan this, because the defense of Phantom Legion can still play from above. We have seen some teams in SI do or be successful with this linear execute into Meat Locker. It's just very difficult to do.
I disagree with a lot of this attack and the way that it was set up. Swervin will get shut down eventually, which is going to bring Team Bolo back into a 3-on-3, but the eventual execute, this is going to be a whiskey door push. There'll be a ping sent out, and so you have a Twitch drone, I would hope, from Saturn to be able to clear the Electro Claw, but when you have a Thatcher ban and Kate is in play, these are one of the issues that you're going to have to be prepared to navigate. The one thing, though, Twitch drone, not invincible. Can be countered by a Mew champ, especially if it's placed well. That could mean pretty much the end of this round. You're going to have to eventually force in here. A long angle tempted there. Tak is going to try to fire back, but for now, this is mainly a time waste round. Tak, another shot. He moves out and he just obliterates Hazard. It was so quick, I barely even could see it. Blink and you'll miss it, a kill like that. And now the advantage is back on behalf of Phantom Legion. The cap can uncleared, and Saturn has so many different angles to worry about. Tak is going to battle it. He'll send Saturn away, leaving only the Nomad, who eventually will be felled by Giorno. The round ended without any successful hard breach on the freezer wall, and the lack of a Maverick chiefly to blame.
I mean, there's a reason why Tank is a former CL player for Honor. I mean, the man has a great mechanical skill. I mean, just shown there by the fast QE lean spam. I mean, boom, absolutely nuked. We're highlighting the success, or I guess the steps that an IGL needs to take to execute on Cafe downstairs. Team Bolo went just about as far away from that style of play. They never addressed the issues, and the one bright side of their attack was that they won gunfights because Phantom Legion gifted Team Bolo gunfights. Phantom Legion is feeling very confident after their first map victory. They're feeling confident after their first 2 rounds that they won. So this time on the tertiary round, they decided just to swing for the fences, and they lost too many of their defenders. They need to dial that aggression back. As soon as you have that opening kill in your favor, you can't be constantly swinging for the fences, because at a certain point, the pitcher is not going to be throwing a fastball. He's going to throw a slider, and you're going to strike out.
And I'm in Phantom Legion with the Ella play here inside Cigar Shop. This is a definite fastball. The window you have to react to the yellow shotgun is so slim. If you've ever played ranked and tried to push something like Cigar Shop, like Top of Yellow Stairs on Consulate, like Walking Closet on Villa, that's where the yellow shotgun really in these close quarters positions where you just continuously tap away with that shotgun and you eliminate attackers because it shreds. Team Bolo need to change the way that they think about this attack. Maybe pushing in from top of red is not the way that you want to kick this off, but I feel like it's hard to suggest an alternative route. There are 2 ways that you really attack this, and that is to approach it from the rooftop, open the hatches, and go for a red push. Having your sledge might have been more helpful. Or you try to go for like a cocktail push, but I don't know if Team Bolo really know about that, have played it before, or are familiar with it. But at this point, you have to make some kind of a change because these rounds are just getting completely wrapped up. At this point, you shouldn't really be droning it out. You should be tossing flashbangs to burn the ADS and then eventually sending your frag grenade to clear the shield, because you can't start this round without clearing Buzz.
You need to identify the mini games, and more crucially, you need to identify ways of destroying the mini games. And so far, Team Bolo is really struggling to show me that they have that in-depth understanding. Again, this is a collegiate roster, and we've seen collegiate teams be all over the place, you know, in skill level. If we look at the Akron Zips, the best collegiate roster to have ever touched this game for good reason. Why? Because they understand the minute details of a round, and more crucially, they're able to break it down. You need to channel your inner IMAT in. And also, I just want to say, Hazard got Windstorm. That means you get nitrocelled on those hatches. So if you want to make it a thing, it's called getting Windstormed.
Buzz is still just holding on here, waiting with that shotgun. Shiba will almost have an opportunity to get the kill, but he completely misses the window, and now there's a certain air of uncertainty as to the position of Buzz. He's below with that shotgun, tearing up the floor below the feet of the Team Bolo attack, and they have yet to secure control of Cigar. Nico will isolate another fight. He finally eliminates Buzz, but the time wasted just on this clear alone. The one benefit here is they've got a player coming in from white, and PLG are kind of out of position. Tak is going to creep around the corner. He'll spot the Iana. This position completely goes unnoticed. He'll bounce up to the hatch, but nobody is up there to drop down for the peek. And now Nico is spotted. Nitro, it's called in. It's dialed in. Only Space Bear remains. He'll collect one. Moving this into a 1-on-2. Tak is going to confirm the kill in Spacebar now, trying to put the case on the floor. The swing should be here, but a moment of hesitation is going to allow Spacebar to stand up to get the AK-12 back into the fight, and he'll collect the first. Let's see if he can make it a second. Onto the player coming through the rotate, Giorno! He'll make it happen. Oh, that was a dangerously close one. Letting him get the case down almost denied it.
The thing was, Giorno was silent on Clubhouse. He went 3-9. That was because he was playing just unfathomable levels of aggression. Now he's back over to his favorite operator, playing Smoke, playing his SMG-11, and he is aggressive, but what's crucial about it is calculated at levels of aggression. In that 1v1 scenario, he has to take that gunfight early on. He swings into bar back storage and wins it outright. Team Bolo, that was a valiant effort to get to a 1v1 post-plant. They really struggled to deal with the cigar shot pressure, but once again, Phantom Legion put themselves in a position where they're just so aggressive that they throw away their man advantage. They put it in equal man advantage. Phantom Legion, if they want to close their defensive stint at a 6-0, it's imperative that they back down their aggression, because at a certain point, you're going to bury too many defenders to be successful in a defensive hold.
Well, you say back down the aggression. What operator might signify the opposite of that? Just thinking about it, Chief.
I mean, one of my favorite weapons of the game, G8 Angle Grip ACOG. if you're not...
Amaru?
Okay, yes, Armoru. Like, if you're not running G8 angled, like, you're tossing. Like, straight up tossing. Like, Thermite Angle Grip ACOG, broken. On the G8, I mean, it is like the best macaroni and cheese in the world. Creamy, delicious, and if it's from Kraft, it probably poisons you too. So that's exactly what the G8's like. It should be like poisoning all the other defenders.
Well, if we're talking about mac and cheese, you're gonna need a table to eat on it. And lucky for you, we've got a sponsor who might just have what you're looking for. By the name of Kanto. If you're looking for that final piece for your work from home or gaming setup, Kanto's got exactly what you need, and as that nitro gets shot out of the air, you might take this brief pause to go visit their website, kantoliving.com, and see the wide variety of monitor mounts, speakers, and stands that they have on display.
Well, you know, when you get that new shiny desk, make sure you don't have anything on it. That means cans, bottles, you can always recycle it in Corp. That's the play to do, right? You want a fast express return? You want cash for it? Put it in your baggie, deliver it to them, and you get cash on hand. So now your shiny new desk is perfectly clean. And hopefully it also doesn't have blood of Phantom Legion members, because Tak just got fried. And it seems like Team Bolo, they have full control of trade. They're pushing in a linear manner. They have some control for the first time this series. And it's Namaru holding her grappling hook, ready to fly in through the dining room, just waiting for a call, waiting for a drone. And there are members of Phantom Legion on the other side, Millie needs to be very careful that they don't die to the melee of that grappling hook.
Good pick for Saturn in the meanwhile, but the Amaru is likely not going to come in until Shiba has firm control inside of Train, and that could be just only moments away. Spacebar will try to throw a Selma in, but the Mute Jammer causing a bit of a choke point in the momentum of Nico. Looked like he did use the Amaru Gara hook, but not into the window. In the meanwhile, though, Millie will find Shiba. Saturn for his second, using that LMGE, and Spacebar makes way through inside dining, and now the second. Swervin will try to peek through the door, but it's missed time. Team Bolo will earn their first round on Cafe after a streak of 4, looking like Phantom Legion knew what was going on, but their tertiary defense on the mid-floor failed.
That was different, to say the least. Team Bola, they decided, all right, we struggled with taking that top floor the last time Reading Room was shown. So instead, we're going to go for a linear execute, and executed perfectly at that. Phantom Legion wasn't prepared for that. They're still stuck in their way of holding control of that top floor. They're forced to recall their troops. They're forced to put their troops into gunfights. Phantom Legion didn't play it aggressive at all. And actually, I was saying Phantom Legion, they needed to tone down their aggression in their first 5 rounds. Well, in round 5 itself, they were too passive. They sat back in their bomb sites and allowed Team Bolo to actually execute on them. And that was a round where Team Bolo looked like they were just doing things that were different, just to have fun, and maybe they applied a little bit less pressure to their players, their IGLs, and their entries, because we saw LMGEs, and it worked. We saw Amaru in play. While she didn't necessarily get the impact that we wanted, it still was a critical aspect of that final execute of Team Bolo. A good read by them, but now Phantom Legion electing to go back to that secondary bomb site of theirs, Reading Room. Are they going to change up their defense? And currently the answer is yes. We see more players of Phantom Legion on that second floor prepared for later execute, and they're going to go with the Cyclops strategy of just spawn peeking windows.
Swervin is just ready for it at this peak, and surely Team Bolo are gonna expect it after what's happened to them so far. The challenge on through, the Iana is there, but the shot from Swervin will connect. 2 spawn kills, the Vigil, the Mozzie, the Buck, the Iana meet their demise. And Phantom Legion come out of this round looking impeccable. Another form up just outside of the Hell Door, and Team Bolo are gonna fall into the same rut that they were in previously, with no presence, no peace of mind, no step to try to get control of the top floor. Finally, somebody will step foot on the rooftop for the first time, as we've seen on the Reading attack. Spacebar is going to get some vertical play open up, but I have to say, with the death of the Buck, your key vertical operator, with Iana, that main drone are gone, and that key set of frag grenades, I don't know if it's really going to be enough to be up on the rooftop, unsupported by the rest of your team. There is a clear difference. Team Bolo have 2 plans in mind, but I think one of them, the Aces, probably would be the better to decide on at this point. Nico's trying to come in on a Brownstairs push. He's just playing for picks at this point, but soon he'll realize that he has Tack up at Heaven and Swervin from bottom white.
Poor Team Bolo. Their hopes on attack starting to slip away through their fingertips. Only 2 of them remain alive. Now it's all on Spacebar. Still stuck on the roof. He's trying to hard breach his way into red, and Buzz is going to hear all that utility. Members of Phantom Legion are going to start to peek. One of them is going to lose their life in that process. But Spacebar still lurking upstairs. It's a dangerous place to be in. Again, this round is most likely forfeit at this point. It's all about padding stats. And you can even see Phantom Legion relocating their bomb site over to this new red drop. You see the shoe! Shoot the shoe, Spacebar! He misses the opportunity. Again, it would have probably been in vain if he got that kill, but you still want to be sitting at 6-2, or technically 6-3 probably at the end of all of this ordeal, but he's going to stay at 5-3.
Finally, the game of Looky Loo at the top of the red stairs hatch will end, but the Ace drops down, and that's about as far as he will get, as the first half has concluded, and the result is thus of wilding out of Phantom Legion, a 5-1 performance on their opponent. Map selection. Team Bolo, I'm a bit uncertain as to why they thought it a good idea to pick Cafe, given that their attacks lacked a primary objective and a first step in a lot of those. But the treacherous nature of the first half, as I'll put it, is now behind us, and Team Bolo are going to step over towards the defense to see if they can bail their first split performance out.
Well, just like the life of Brian, you can always look on the bright side, and the bright side here is Team Bolo. They're going over to defense. They're now going to set the pace up these rounds, and that's going to be the crucial aspect. If the defense loses control of the round, at least the timing aspect of it, that's going to be Phantom Legion's, well, strong hold. Now, if we look at the attacking lineup, we see a Buck in play. That means Phantom Legion has the option of going for that reading room execute from underneath, softening up the east side of Cocktail, or also known as Maestro Spot. That's going to be the northeast side, or C1, the bar, the first bar over on Cocktail side. So again, that's a north justified little mini bar there. Over by Heaven, you can just basically destroy that position. Now, Buck, since he no longer has his frag grenades, it's not going to be as effective. With that Ash Band, it's still going to be a lot more difficult to do, but you do have two other sets of frag grenades you can subsidize that explosive might with. So, Team Bolo, they have to be prepared for an execute that could come across multiple floors, and you also have a Ying in play. And I honestly wouldn't put it past Phantom Legion to just rush at this point. Just full smoke dump on the skylight and just 5-band drop.
I wouldn't put it past him either, and in the shoes of Team Bolo, I wouldn't fail to be prepared for it, because that could be a mistake that puts you on the receiving end of a match point. Tak is going to launch a few Selma's rather lifelines out in the process of clearing some of this utility. Swerven will collect Sheba, I believe from the window, repel far off, and now Saturn gone as well. With only a 3-man presence on site and drones, intel aplenty, things could become quite dire. Buzz a swing and a miss with that nade, but even though Nico dropped down and had a surprise, Buzz is able to stay up in the fight, and now Spacebar and Hazard are left to try to pick up the pieces. Millie is going to hit the shot of a lifetime there on a Spacebar, leaving only Hazard stuck, missing quite a few shots now, nearly out of ammo in the FMG. He'll need to reload and rethink what he plans to do in this round. Spots the headband of the Ying now. Shots will connect. 1-on-3. This one getting a little bit closer to winnable, but Phantom Legion are sitting passive, playing positions, and the Buck is spotted, but the shots miss onto the first target. The second is a little bit more favorable, as Hazard continues to isolate gunfights from this Heaven position, and Phantom Legion are keen to keep on giving them to him. Giorno still waits on the bomb chassis angle, and Swerven is now fought back, but the reload at a crucial moment. Giorno will open himself up and open up the clutch opportunity, but from the passive angle. Hazard, he'll get the ace, but it's all for naught, as he has run well out of time. Such an attempt, but the clock was the smoke's undoing.
So I was about to say, Team Bolo looked like a defeated team. Their whole strategy, how passive they were upstairs on bar, how they were afraid to take gunfights, and the gunfights that they had positional advantage on, they just outright lost. However, that ace that we just saw might actually be the turning point for Team Bolo, simply because they just learned that Phantom Legion can bleed. Now, Hazard, he was sitting at 1-4. He now propels himself up to 6-4. All impactless kills, but still, it happens. And honestly, again, you have to always look on the bright side. You have to say, you know what? We just learned that we can kill all 5 players of Phantom Legion. So, you know what? Let's try to create strategies now as we go over to kitchen service and say, hey, we can take gunfights. We know that we can. You just have to be very careful that Phantom Legion doesn't try to go for another rush, since Ying is once again being shown. Now, smoke has been taken away in favor of a Rook, and the Lord Tachanka has decided to bless us with his presence after he got reworked.
This is a rare sight to see. I don't get to cast Tachanka as often as I would like, but here he is. in the full form, the Tachanka himself. And I have to echo the words of our producer. What a play regardless in that moment for a spacebar to just, run rampant. So far, Team Bolo might be losing this game, but they are trying. Especially on Clubhouse. They gave Phantom Legion a real run for their money so far. And it's players like Spacebar, Saturn, Hazard that have propelled this team forward. And Nico and Shiba kind of filling out the back line that have allowed them to continue fighting. But the reality of this moment surely has dawned upon both teams. Phantom Legion looked prepared for a wild charge into Bakery. And Tak playing on the Ying is certainly going to support that. Barbed wire cleared. Nobody hiding behind the Bakery half wall is going to make the first step in the progress of this attack just a little bit easier. But securing control of Prep is not going to be too easy, given that the Tachanka, his LMG, and his Shumika launcher are on the opposite end to try and stand opposed to that. A little bit of a roam for Team Bolo as they are waiting in the wings, but the Shumika is ready.
First round of fireballs goes down range, but nobody from Team Bolo was expecting Swervin to be sitting over in Whiskey. That might have been the nail in the coffin. There's a full utility dump, but no Ying Candelas. Those flashbangs were designed to allow Giorno continue to open up this wall, because that pressure that we saw, well, Team Bolo wasn't able to take that gunfight. Where's our buck? Well, he's still over there on the east side of the map. You're gonna have to swing that sledgehammer. Now Phantom Legion has a hole in the bomb so that they can start to execute on. Swervin, though, on the other hand, the player holding the east side of the map, has now lost his life. There's full utility. You hear smoke grenades, you hear firebolts, and there goes the Candelas. It's going to be Phantom Legion starting to flood into their bomb site, but the ADSs reactivate. It's going to be a misplay. They didn't time their coordination at all, but Tak is still in the bomb site, taking gunfights one by one. Only 2 members of Team Bolo left alive, and they're forced to come back in through the double doors. And a great attempt, to say the least, coming out by Mad Shiba, but unable to seal anything beyond that. Phantom Legion, they storm in the bomb site. They storm in the series, a 7-1 on map 2. They're going back up to the grand finals to play Synthetic once again.
The rematch. Phantom Legion looking like Cafe was their playground. And I wonder if that might play into the map veto. Perhaps Phantom Legion now feeling a bit of confidence on this map. They might choose to take this one to Synthetic in the best of 3 that the grand finals will offer. But before we take that next step in the final best of 3 here in the TGS R6 Open Series, us casters have got to take a little bit of a break. So stick with us in this intermission. Don't go anywhere. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome back. We finally reached the end of the road. The grand finals here in the TGS Open Series and the rematch between the 2 teams that we had duke it out earlier in the day. It has been nearly 5 hours of siege action, and we're here at the conclusion. This was a long day for Phantom Legion. 5 maps total they played, including overtime and several games heading nearly towards the depth of regular time in total. We have our map bans coming up on the board. Things are looking fairly similar, though, Chief, I'm sure you'll be quick to point out Phantom Legion aren't keen to go back to Villa.
No, they definitely aren't. That's a smart target ban. Synthetic, again, they're known for that map. And honestly, are we in deja vu land? Is this a repeat of our first best of 3 of the day? Absolutely it is. And at least our maps are changing. Well, I spoke too soon. 2 of those maps will be returning. Oregon was our decider. Clubhouse has been the same pick for Phantom Legion across the other 2 best of 3 series. Now the other map bans are still taking place and their teams are debating. I was actually hoping to see Chalet make it on through, or maybe that's an opportunity for Synthetic to target ban Clubhouse. Cafe, well, Synthetic, they just saw Phantom Legion play that map. That was a 7-1 victory over Team Bolo. Also makes sense to remove that lethal map because that's actually the best performance all day for Phantom Legion.
Yeah, a 7-1. PLG were just ruthless on Cafe Dostoevsky, so I think banning it out makes perfect sense. And there we go, between Consulate and Coastline, we'll be heading to Ibiza for the final map in that decider if this one goes all the way, which is not always an option, especially if Synthetic, having such a lengthy break, just have that one little bit more energy. If they're better prepared for this one, if Phantom Legion are just out of gas left in the tank, things could be done for, over with in the first two maps between Oregon and Clubhouse. So we'll have a similar flow of things. Oregon, I'm glad to get off with this one at the beginning. If you remember back to earlier in the day when we had the winners bracket final, it was Synthetic taking a 7-5 victory on Oregon. So we can get to look down and see maybe if things change just a little bit.
This tournament took place. It started at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It is currently 6:11 Pacific Standard Time. That means Phantom Legion has been playing nonstop since 10 a.m. They haven't had a break that's more than 5 minutes. Sure, they're able to take that bio break, refuel, get some water, but they really haven't been able to do much. It's not like you can re-queue aim labs or QT hunt or even eat a slice of pizza in that amount of time. You just have to immediately sprint downstairs, grab something, ingest some substance, and come back upstairs and continue on this grind. But as you're highlighting Synthetic, they have been off for the past 3 hours. They could have watched the stream. They could have done nothing related to Siege. At the end of the day, they're going to be coming into the series refreshed. Now, does that mean that they've turned off their competitive edge, or are they going to just be even more competitive? Again, fatigue is going to be the crucial aspect that we have to watch throughout this next best of three.
Yeah, I mean, after playing this much Siege, eventually you're just going to get worn out. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've played this much Siege just nonstop all day. And to be playing comp, Phantom Legion have had a lot of clutch moments. They've been down to the wire. They've just been kind of pulled every which direction and not been allowed to have much breathing room. One thing that I did want to say, though, is a huge thanks to the gaming stadium for allowing us to make this possible, for inviting both myself and Chief to come along and illustrate all of the action that we've had so far. And speaking of TGS, they're one of the leaders in Canada as far as esports are concerned. Are you looking for the next big thing in esports? Well, you don't have to look any further. The team at TGS are the leaders in online esports, specifically tournaments and events like these. And if you want to learn more, all you have to do is just go to tgs.gg on whichever browser you prefer. You can learn a little bit more and maybe find out when the next time TGS hosts something Rainbow Six related, and maybe have me and Chief there once again. Well, we'll have to just wait and see. Teams still getting prepared. Chief, any predictions? We've certainly had a few words to say behind closed doors.
I mean, again, I hate to play favorites here, but I think Synthetic on paper is going to be the better roster. I mean, Poison is a great IGL, and, you know, maybe we're also a little bit biased because I know we both love Trist. Him departing Phantom Legion. I mean, the fact that we've been saying Swerve all day instead of Trist, my brain really can't comprehend. And it's different because Trist has been on Phantom Legion for, what, 6-8 months? I mean, I think he started on this roster maybe in October? I mean, on so long that we can't even put a date on it. Again, he has been synonymous with this team, and with him not on it, is hard to swallow.
Yeah, it's a really tough reality. And of course, you mentioned Trist. Trist is a big player in my mind. I have a few players specifically that I always talk to, get feedback about my casting, and just kind of mesh with them generally. Trist has been one of those. Phantom Legion were one of the first really strong teams that I had gotten the opportunity to cast, and so there is a really close attachment. But let's go ahead and jump into Oregon, the difference maker, and the first map here in the TGS Open Series Grand Final.
Are we going to see the exact same bands? The last time we were here as a Thatcher Mira band for Synthetic, followed by Habana and Malusi for Phantom Legion. So those are possible options moving forward. Thatcher, again, makes sense. It's all about denying that utility. With that band rolling on through, it seems to be the exact same storyline. Now, I guess the real question is, Phantom Legion, are they going to be toning things down, or are they going to continue on with the bananas plays just flying in through windows?
Well, that's certainly a tough question to ask, and it seems as though we're heading down quite a familiar road. Second operator band will be Habana. So we do have a bit of a change here. I wonder what Hibana might look like in terms of this one. Jackal is still left up on the board, and so that does add a bit of uncertainty. Mira and Malusi, what we had previous, and I think they probably are going to stick around. I don't really see much of a reason to change. Phantom Legion don't like Malusi. She slows down the aggression that they like to bring on their attacks, and that could really impede their progress, not to mention the kind of annoyance that those two provide, specifically Malusi being so difficult to clear out. It really takes you out of your element. You have to bring in extra soft destruction. With Thatcher Band, you can't simply toss an EMP along the ground and disable them. You have to make an active effort to remove those, and in the heat of the moment, sometimes Malusi Banshees have derailed PLG attacks.
So far, identical bandwave to our last time we saw Oregon. That was the decider map in that best of 3 series where we had to use all 3 maps. But here, Oregon is going to be shown as our first map, and it's going to parallel just about everything that we saw earlier on. Now, what is a crucial thing to realize is Buzz has not had access to his Ashe in a very long time. That's because Team Bolo decided to ban it every single series. They saw Buzz, how good he was on our first best of 3. That was on Clubhouse where he dropped that 20 bomb. Well, they removed his best operator, forced him over to something a little bit different. However, it seems like different is something that Phantom Legion is allergic to. They changed their hard breacher in favor of a Ying. Ace no longer on the board. I mean, I guess technically you could say, Chief, you're wrong. She does have a pocket hard breach charge, and I'd be like,
it's not
you're
brought.
Absolutely right. She doesn't bring it, but you still have, I guess, the Maverick. So not all hope is lost. I will be a little tilted, though, if I see another East Rush into J Bunker, just like the first attacking round of Phantom Legion the Decider, our first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, I would not be too happy to see another elbow rush. Just kind of step on the gas pedal and don't let go. But with the Banshee's gone, that is always an option. Look at the drones as they slowly roll on towards it. The Ying's drone in particular. They've got the intel. There is barbed wire, but that's really about it when it comes to trying to slow this down. I think even a 5-stack over here at the construction spawn. What I'm really keen to watch is, where does Millie go? It seems like he's perfectly formed up. A second drone will be sent in. However, a well-placed mute jammer stops and impedes the drone progress for some time. However, eventually they manage to get past it, and now Swervin, he'll charge forward. Oh, a decision to maybe give it up, but Poison will walk right back in, getting rid of it, maybe thinking about the reinforcement. It looks as though it'll go down, and the deployment of that Gersmont likely the reason why Poison will survive and manage to get the reinforcement deployed in good time.
You can see the look of panic on Synthetic's face. They hear the lifeline go out, they hear the Candelas, and they just reinforce J Bunker. Synthetic is going to just start to peek everything. They want to hold Pillar over here. However, Freak, the first swing that Synthetic will make, they're going to end up losing that engagement. Now here comes Phantom Legion, slowing down their attack and doing things a little bit by the book. They're going to start to Maverick open that J Bunker wall. Now, it's going to be too risky for Giorno to actually make a full rotation there, because Synthetic will hear that audio cue of that torch going off for a long duration, and they can start to swing. Whether or not it's with an impact grenade or a nitro cell, that would be the advised strategy for Synthetic. Leaving open the solo wall is going to allow Phantom Legion to go for a free down. Mohesi's down but not out, in a very difficult position, unlike to be picked back up. But Phantom Legion, they will not know about that down until they start to drone things out.
What an excellent bit of game sense there from Buzz, reacting to the audio cue and instantly eliminating Tones. Mo is still down on the bomb site, so technically a 4-on-2 advantage here. The Goyo's face spotted, now torn away by Millie, and he'll find a second onto the LMG-wielding Spiff, and now there's the third, finally closing it out. Phantom Legion, their attack blitz slowed down in the mid-phase, but still able to come away with a confident execute. The first attack win on Oregon will fall to their category, and Synthetic coming away a bit short on the first sign.
That round started off with Phantom Legion losing the opening duel, and one of the best ways for them to capitalize on the J Bunker player, well, that was by stun locking that J Bunker. But unfortunately, that concussion grenade landed short and did nothing but stun lock the attacking team, which means they're not going to be able to land their Candelos as quickly. They're not going to capitalize on that player that reinforced the wall that was poisoned on smoke. But still, Synthetic, they put all 4 of their troops on that bomb site, and holding downstairs is actually quite difficult to do. You don't have a lot of area to maneuver, and at a certain point, once the attacker is set up, it's practically impossible to delay it outright. Synthetic, realizing that mistake, is going to elect to go to a different bomb site. Now, when we saw this earlier in the day, this was actually Synthetic's best bomb site, particularly when they were on attack, because Phantom Legion just struggled to hold it all together. Now, that's a story for a different day, since Synthetic's turn to hold this bomb site. What are they going to use to hold over by showers? You only have 1 set of impact grenades, but again, not all hope is lost, since Maverick is going to bypass that entirely.
The Synthetic attack where Freak got shot and completely dismantled off the rip, and then Synthetic just executed flawlessly in a 4-on-5 is one of the most memorable rounds of the game we had earlier between these two. And I think that really showed the level of understanding that Synthetic have on this objective in particular that should help them out, as we'll see them play on this side, the defense, instead. Mohesse will make quite an aggressive move, jumping onto the camera. The Ace will be careful, training his gun sight on the window and making sure there isn't an allowed opening for the Valkyrie of Mohesse to think about executing with. The rotation will be here as the Ace approaches Master side. Phantom Legion with a little bit more depth in this attack strategy, as they're going to confront the entirety of the top floor rather than simply rushing in one single doorway as they had done in the round prior.
We see North Attic being opened up, no reinforcements being relegated to that position, because those reinforcements were placed on the pit wall. That is going to be the west wall of pit. And again, Synthetic, they're trying to bunker down on this vertical plane, forcing Phantom Legion to execute on 2 different fronts. Now, Phantom, they're just going to execute on 1 for right now. What they're doing is clearing out this top floor so they have that vertical play, and then they'll start to rotate their troops on over. Phantom Legion's attack in our first series were all linear, pushing in through a small tower. Now they're already changing things up. A good read by them, but they're going to have to start to address this offsite pressure, dealing both with the Dorms player as well as the White Stairs player.
Few different little issues to try to work through, and the first is identified as Buzz is going to charge into the space. Now with control here inside dining, nearly flirting with doom as he had overswung at the hatch side. Meanwhile, Millie, your hard breacher, has been felled by poison. And that could mean a disaster, as Giorno will have to rotate to try and get the opening made. The feet of the Maestro spotted, but just evaded. Freak will back up into the sightline, however, and die as a result. Attack DBNO'd, but the swing is here, and the MPX simply out of ammunition to try to fend that one off. Attack is still DBNO'd, but Spiff nearly charging into the midst of a frag grenade mid-detonation on the floor of security. Swerving on terribly low HP, a few chance shots or small breaths of the toxic canister could mean the demise of either the Sledge or Zofia player, but in a 1-on-4, surely Phantom Legion won't give it away, and they will net the round. 2 in a row on the Oregon attacks. Quite something of a start as Synthetic, just simply ill-prepared.
Synthetic did a lot of things textbook in that round, holding upstairs via White Stairs as well as in dorms. They gave a lot of map control to Phantom Legion very early on. I'd actually like to see Synthetic leave open one of those pit walls, and instead you expand your bomb site out temporarily, that extension upstairs into pit. As soon as you hear that breach charge on North Attic, you snipe away one of the drones, and then you fall back. That way, Phantom won't have as much time to set up on your bomb site, and hopefully Buzz won't have as much information when he starts to fly on through. I do want to say one thing about Phantom Legion. Their execute was incredible. I mean, we saw the Ace Selma charge open up South Pit, and Buzz immediately flew in. Why? Because he knew that the drop from the hatch would take place. That Selma charge was a diversion, and a perfect one at bat. Synthetic wasn't prepared. They've had 2 incredibly passive defenses, and it's allowed Phantom to have all that control in the universe.
So let's look and try to find out what maybe the changes will look like here. I think the problem with hoping to deny a rush in through construction barrel's side is the fact that Malusi and Mira are both banned. Two of the chief ways that you're going to stop the progress of the attackers coming in from this barrel side. Tak has got a drone there, but the Yings is absent. There is no Ying. So Phantom Legion maybe not looking to rush in the same way as they had done prior. In fact, I think the largest tell here will be the fact that they have spawns spread out across the map. Chief, if you're going to rush in through bunker side, I feel like maybe spawning a junkyard probably would not be the easiest way to go about that.
You know, Stick, incredible analysis right there, because you're 100,000% right. If you're rushing in through the east side of the map, you don't spawn in to the west. So Phantom is starting to change up their attack, and perfect at that. You want to keep Poison and Synthetic on their toes. They have to always be adjusting, and it seems like Synthetic is going to adjust perfectly. You see those Goyo shields be picked up and rotated away. Those Goyo shields were over by J Bunker, and now they're facing towards the west. So Phantom Legion goes for the west, execute like they've been set up through the entire time. Well, they're going to have new utility they're going to have to deal with. And if they initially drone out those positions, they might be caught off unawares that there are now new shields in their way.
Seems as though we've approached the point of mid-floor control. Breaching charge will go down, and the fluidity, the rotation made. Phantom Legion, it looks like they're going to set up for more of a front side take, maybe get down from the main stairs, but look at this. Tones will try to intervene, but Swervin has got other ideas about the Mute's advance up from the main stairs, and a slow game for Tones so far, his third death without any kills to spare. And the advantage now, Phantom Legion side. The time could be a little better, but it's all about making steady progress from here on out, and just marching your way down those freezer stairs. But Spiff is going to be something to concern yourselves with. That Alda has the opportunity to round the corner and pre-fire you to oblivion, and the Evil Eye feeding constant information is going to be another roadblock in their path. But in the meanwhile, Buzz has begun his creep. Down the back staircase, Millie will find Mo soon enough. This could be the execution. In fact, it is. There's Buzz from that backstairs pressure. Now Tak to isolate the rotation, and the Alda shut down before he can even connect on the first kill. Phantom Legion, their campaign on Oregon will come away a flawless round to cap off a 3-site attacking rotation.
Oh no, Synthetic, they look so good in Oregon. They won it 7-5. Phantom Legion wants to change that up entirely. And the change is just clicking heads, winning gunfights. I mean, Poison has 2 kills, and nobody else from Synthetic has any kills whatsoever. I am never a fan of just anchor defenses, simply because it allows the attackers so much free time to set up. Sure, you can make the argument when you're a defender, if you can pick up your shields, you can move them to a location, but at a certain point, the attackers are going to have 2 minutes of time to burn your ADSs, destroy those shields, and you just need to find ways of wasting time. I mean, maybe you go back to the original way this bomb site was held. That was before the rework. You go upstairs, you do a meeting room hold, you bring out your castle, you open up all those hatches, and this way you give a brand new minigame to Phantom Legion. Synthetic is going to go for more or less the exact same style of defense that they've done for every single one of their basement holds. This is the 3rd attempt, and it has to be a drastic change, but unfortunately, I just don't see that.
I'm really loving this game so far. Phantom Legion have stepped away from their just rushing attacks. Like, no matter the site earlier on Oregon, Phantom Legion were just rushing in, running in, not being cautious, and a more coordinated style of siege. I think this is really showing that, yes, Phantom Legion have played a lot of siege today, and maybe they're starting to get a little bit tired, but as they play more maps, they grow more accustomed to each other as teammates. And so maybe now that they've had this tournament under their belt, they feel more comfortable to continue playing more of a coordinated style of siege. They feel more comfortable that everybody will understand the various objectives that they're hoping to accomplish, and they will approach it a little bit more patiently with the knowledge that they can afford to spend time and achieve these various goals while also still maintaining enough time remaining that the execute doesn't have to be forced in the span of 30 seconds.
Tac just spotted, I believe, one of the SMG-11 bros' feet on the other side of the wall. He doesn't make the shots, but not all hope is lost because Tones is allowed to rotate away, and that's just going to save both these players for a different engagement. So far, that top floor control is still very much in favor of Phantom Legion. They've opened up the majority of the hatches, and here they go. At a 100-second mark in the round, they start their execute. Their drones continue to go down away. They start to burn ADSs. You can actually hear the lifeline grab nothing, which means the ADS was already burned, just doing your due diligence to make sure there is no additional utility. But that Maestro Evil Eye is still fully intact, and it's still grabbing information. A bad coordination, though, by Phantom Legion. They allow the ADS to come back online. One of their crucial explosive devices now lost its life, and now with the 60-second mark, that advantage that Phantom Legion had, it's been more or less lost.
And the smart rotation of position for the Maestro to hold close at the bomb chassis is going to make this one difficult to try to secure control of Freezer side. Mohesi is going to tag team now onto Millie as Tac tries to fend through multiple opponents, but is just unable to clear the shot. And as he tries to react to the rotating Goyo, he will fall now in tandem as the scoreboard and the kill feed light up in favor of the blue team. Synthetic will end the streak of rounds won by PLG, and the slowdown there from Phantom Legion, ultimately they're undoing the ADS, a major obstacle, one that there was significant trouble trying to navigate.
That's an early pause coming through a timeout. Obviously, Phantom Legion did not want to lose any rounds whatsoever. And honestly, I would have saved my tactical pause for somewhere down the road, unless I have some type of internal issue. But usually if you're rehosting for a computer crash or whatever have you, you're going to identify that, because sometimes those rehosts just take a little bit longer because, resetting a PC takes a bit of time. One thing that Synthetic had that round was very little time, because, well, that attacking execute happened at that 100-second mark. Phantom Legion, they just lost gunfights. They didn't win those executes. Most likely the reason being was Synthetic still had all their information. Phantom Legion started to push a little bit too quickly. Again, if you have 100 seconds on the clock, use it. You only need 3 seconds to plant. So that's essentially 97 seconds that you have at your disposal. And that's free time. Father Time very rarely gives you a gift. And when you have that gift, make sure you use all of it.
So the timeout called by PLG, and I almost see the reason behind this one here, because that round, number 4, was a marked difference from what we had in the first 3, which was just PLG win after win, and some really solid attacking stuff in really solid siege in general. The 4th round, something went wrong. I'm not sure if maybe that was miscommunication error, the one that you had pointed out with the ADS. Maybe that was something that the leadership here on PLG didn't like, and so they wanted to take a pause here and quickly fix that. Still, though, I think PLG winning 3 attack rounds is a good padded margin, and there's an opportunity to take a 4th, dare I say a 5th, if that rehost, if that quick timeout for them was enough to fix the issues moving now to kids' dorms.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, because we never talked about Synthetic in that rehost. Poison can use that opportunity just as much as Phantom, so maybe Synthetic's going to change up their executes as well. Again, it's impossible to know if you're not in comms, and since we're, on broadcast, we can't be whispering in the ear of Poison and getting an understanding of what his IGL brain is determining. And what's interesting is really how Synthetic is going to be playing this from a communication standpoint, because we always talk about Poison being that lead IGL, but when you're on defense, you no longer have that centralized voice. It's really a culmination of all 5 voices coming together, saying, hey, I'm being pressured from this side. Can we move a shield to help me hold this? Where instead of usually on attack, you have your primary agile and a secondary agile coordinating burns, coordinating your executes, and rotating this on over.
More of that same mid-floor progress as we've seen kind of be the telltale sign of a lot of these attacks and how they operate, but Synthetic have got a few men stationed away from the site. However, that's not going to really benefit them at all. Tones will fall. The opening test of this round and another demonstration of, his just falling away so far. The last round, I think he did manage to hold on, but I didn't even see him really in that round, so his impact is questionable at the very most. And what he had done, now Freaks and DBNO almost taken out completely by the Vulcan, and as he's forced to escape, tried to chase away and run towards the other side, but now has to dance around the vertical game. Low HP does not benefit the vertical player in that scenario, and now Buzz is going to find Moheste. With Freak on low HP, this attack does not look good. This could be over in a matter of moments, but now his attack will fall, I think, approaching trophy side. Synthetic are looking a little bit better. No, it looks like he had tried to come up from wide, and Spiff just put the works on him. The man advantage still benefits Phantom Legion, but they have under a minute to find out what the next step in their plan is going to be.
Chaos throughout round 5. And Synthetic, well, they have to make their own ball of chaotic energy. If they want to win this round, it's going to start off with peaks like that. But Freak has to actually win that duel. At least Spiff is going to rectify that mistake, but Synthetic still at the man disadvantage. A bad drone for Millies, just in the middle of the white door frame, getting downed by the shotgun, and Synthetic doesn't even know that. A misplay by Poison, unable to capitalize on it, but it's now 1v1 by that demon. No! And Synthetic wins round 5. A miracle round. It was a 1v3, but gifted by 2 down but not out. A positional advantage by Phantom Legion completely thrown away.
And in the span of a single moment, the round completely changes course. PLG probably hoping that they had another timeout to deploy right now, because that round started off oh so beautifully well with a 5-on-3 and a low health player of the Valkyrie. But just the closeout was atrocious. And the way that they approached that one, that was not a good looking round by Phantom Legion. Stepping into number 6, they still have at least a guaranteed flat and even half on this map, but need to do a little bit more work if they want to get themselves that 2-round advantage that we usually see credited to the defenders go their way in this first split attack half.
I'm still lost for words, which was funny because that was a theme that we had in our first best of 3 today. Ironically, these 2 teams were playing there. So honestly, I would guess moving forward, we're going to be speechless at every single twist and turn because these teams are going to do things that we're just not expecting. I do like the adaptation that War and Synthetic bring out. One of the problems that they had was holding upstairs in dorms. We saw that coordinated push between the Ace Selma as well as Buzz just flying into that door frame. Now, that's not going to be an option. You're going to have to deal with that west pit wall. Now, you do have a Maverick available to you, so you can start to bypass that, but you're going to have to do your 2 lines of Maverick Torch and have that reinforced wall fall away. Instead of opening it up with a Selma charge, it's going to be a lot more dangerous to do so. Synthetic already reading into their mistakes, and that's exactly what you want to see from a confident roster.
A large focus in this round on the intel game, as you can see both Maestro and Echo being brought. Tones, I think, kind of taking a bit of a back step in the way that he had been playing with that roaming mute. This time, more focused to play the extension and kind of stand behind the sandbags of this vertical hold. Try and wait and bide his time, but the Electro Claw on this wall is going to hamper the progress. Millie is in position to use his Selmas. That would be nice if the Electro Claw was gone, but a kill on the Spiff, I think, probably serves as just as much benefit And the final player holding oh so closely here. Hammer pulled out by Swerven. I'm not sure exactly what the idea was there. Drone will roll on by, but you can see the rotation has already hit. Their window to isolate this one-on-one to the Echo and not have pressure from White is gone. But now, as a little bit of damage is done to the Cade, they'll try to fall back, but Freak will find one, the headshot onto Swerven, and Tone's still steady and good for him. Inside of Kids, the pistol will come out and the headshot onto Giorno in the meantime. The advantage not set for either team, and now DBNO'd as Poison will find him through the vert holes. Millie taken down, and Mohese ready for the rotate, leaving only Buzz as the Ash player to try and work her way through the defense. I think there's still kind of a presumption that Buzz would be up above on the vertical game, but that doesn't matter now that the Showers 90 cam went uncleared and the intel was relayed.
A burial ground upstairs. 7 players in this lobby has just lost their lives on that play, and Buzz, is he going to be the only person to die on this first floor, or is he going to kill the synthetic players? There's still more information. All of those Maestro bubbles in his way. He attempts to deal with one, but his launcher is going to be grabbed in midair by ANES. Once again, forced to relocate. He's going to give away his position and then rush in through security. It's a dual-held crossfire for synthetic as they send a wall of bullet Buzz's way. Unable to save any more kills, Buzz loses his life. A valiant effort. And Phantom Legion goes even at the half with Synthetic.
Great team play there in the final moments by Synthetic. They knew that they held on to the advantage, and so they played it as a 2-on-1 and not 2 separate 1v1s. The crossfire from Poison allowing his teammate to hold on in the distraction. There, Buzz was just not able to fight on 2 fronts at the same exact time. We'll see the 3-3 half as Phantom Legion had such a great start. 3 rounds completely uninterrupted. But then Synthetic, after the pause, it benefited them, it seems, more so. And that opportunity to step back and analyze some of the ways that PLG had attacked in round number 4 also served as a crucial turning point. I imagine that clutch that came through by the Jaeger at the final moments of their dorm setup probably gave them a lot more momentum and morale.
You know, again, mental fortitude, something that we're alluding to at the start of this map. It's going to be that critical aspect. You can never get fully tilted. And I do find it interesting, though. We saw 3 rounds in a row for Phantom Legion, followed by 3 rounds in a row for Synthetic. So technically, Synthetic has the leg up going into round 7, their first round of their attacking stint. It's going to be crucial, though, on where they want to execute. We can get some insight by the preset drone of Spiff. He's going to be playing that Maverick, and his drone is set up in T2. Now, there's a couple reasons you can have that drone there. One, just to make sure nobody from Phantom Legion elects to run up the ladder and go to T3. But most likely, he is going to be tasked with opening up that north attic. Well, Tone spawning in that side of the map, too, says, all right, we're going to do a 2-pronged assault. We're going to have our first assault force come in from the north and our secondary assault force come in from the south. We'll have 2 different harbor breaches go off as fast as we can. Now we've opened up, created a line between our attacks, and we can continue to converge together and work our way to the west. The one adaptation I would like out of Synthetic is having somebody spawn over to the west by Junkyard and at minimum just open up that big window. You don't have to play out the big window. You just have to make Phantom Legion think that you can play out that big window.
That is the game as we play it currently. Poison dropped down the exothermic. So far, Phantom Legion haven't had much of a heavy focus on hard breach denial. They've played more for the actual setup on the site, whether that's Vulcan shields from Swerven or, you know, the Aruni laser gates of Millie. This has been a very kind of gunfight heavy defense play style almost for Phantom Legion so far today. They do have some roaming elements coming in here. A 3-stack just beyond inside of attic. Buzz is going to toss out one of his magnets at the last moment, and I think that sort of miss there could have been enough, but another flashbang was sent in the meanwhile, and 2 frag grenades in return for good measure as Buzz is peeled away inside attic, and the attempted flank from Millie a little bit poor timed.
Shotgun close quarters for Giorno. Far too aggressive of a play. Again, Phantom Legion had to make a play there, but swinging with your shotgun, your Mossberg at that range, it's never going to work. And Phantom's starting to be removed one by one. Tack on the elevated surface, unable to find anything other than rifle rounds to the dome. Swerving now left alive. He throws his nitro into the Aruni gate, and Poison's going to start to go for the plan. Tones is hungry and greedy for this kill. He has that cross coverage, but he also wants to take this gunfight. But Spiff, on that big window play they were highlighting earlier that Synthetic needed to have, well, he gets himself that kill off it.
Well then, what a round by Synthetic. A great example of the fundamentals of a dorm split push, and that extra little spice of a big window player thrown in there at the end just made sure that Phantom Legion would not be able to even have hopes for a clutch. That one, a fairly desolate round, and Synthetic starting to walk away with this one. 4 rounds consecutively, and things are getting difficult. PLG, they played so well, such a structured team in the first half, but that structure was absent in round number 7. I'm hoping that it will show again going to the basement.
Well, Ying's back. That's always fun to see. And again, Ying has been a staple today by every team that we've seen play. I guess we've really only seen 3 different teams play today across our best of 3s, but everybody just wants to bring this operator, and it makes sense. She has access to a pocket hard breach charge, which allows you to flex away from a Maverick or a Thermite. In Synthetic's case, they're going to go away from that Maverick, and at the cost of smoke grenades. But you still have access to smokes if you want. Again, it just depends on the playstyle you have. But as we mentioned in previous best of 3s, you have smoke grenades now in the back pocket of Thermite. He got them back after Ubisoft took them away from him back in year 1. We currently find ourselves in year 6. And at the cost of flashbangs. But Mohese has flashbangs. So again, you don't lose a lot with this atypical rotation of your secondary gadgets. What is going to be the interesting point is how Synthetic takes map control and how they use that Ying utility. With so much of their emphasis on the west side of the map, it's starting to look like they're going to clear out the small tower and push the freezer stairs. They just need to make sure they do their due diligence on the roam play. Synthetic loses some damage, Tones is in that early engagement, and Millies flies into an engagement herself and lose it outright.
I mean, that is not the way that you want to respond to 4 rounds lost in a row and such a lackluster first defense from PLG. You just, at some point, eventually, I think you have to rotate back to the objective and just lock the door behind you and stop trying to play aggressive, because Synthetic are ready for it now. Team Bolo were well ready for it, and Phantom Legion stopped playing that aggressive style of Siege eventually. But I think after what PLG saw Cafe, they want to keep playing this aggressive game, but Millie is just not on really the same page as the rest of his team, and an opening death is not what you need at this point. If you're gonna go aggressive, at least get something out of it. You know, go for a run out, get a 1-for-1, maybe peel off a bit of utility. But I mean, he just died for a little bit of control, and I think Synthetic probably making about as much progress as they would have otherwise without the presence of the Aruni.
So far, Synthetic, they've opened up the hatches that they want. They're primed and ready to go for this execute. They just have to burn a few of these Aruni gates, and they can tell on a 3 charge, well, that means it's going to be dropped down. We also see Swerving down, but not out. And Spiff is debating on whether or not he wants to use this utility on the Aruni gate or just drop himself. Flashbangs go out, and Swervin is going to be brought back up to that 20 HP mark. So both these rosters, more or less in the exact same ballpark. Synthetic has that slight advantage, though, is at that +1 man advantage. Going into this execute, all that utility in the bomb site, those Goyle shields start to erupt. Our first round of Candles go down range, being spawned in by Toxic Babes to answer it back. A Nitro cell could have been so crucial. Gripped and ripped, misses its target altogether. Synthetic still in the top end of these trades. They're just flying into the bomb site, winning them outright. It's now from the back shoulders attack, and Giorno being pressured from every side, unable to win it and missing their targets, but eventually being rectified as Synthetic and Poison seal the deal, and another round in a row for Synthetic.
The train just keeps on chugging so far. Synthetic had a weird start, but they've forgotten about what happened on the first 3 rounds and are just playing their own game. BLG cannot speed up to match the progress of Synthetic right now. The biggest thing that scares me here about the Synthetic team is the fact that Freak has been quiet this game. The fact that they are winning rounds uninterrupted like this, if Freak starts to contribute as well, I mean, there's just nothing that PLG really can do. Look at that. He's 4-7 sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, but this has also been a tale of a more consistent Synthetic. That was a problem they faced earlier. Sometimes things were lopsided, but I mean, a minimum of 4 kills. Spiff has been getting a lot of important kills towards the mid phase, opening up advantages that Synthetic push further, and PLG, I don't think, totally know how they want to respond to this. I don't know what they need to do either, but I do know one thing that it isn't, and that's the aggressive plays. Giving the opening advantage to Synthetic is just going to allow them to march forward and be comfortable in the fact that they have a 5-on-4 and they can spread themselves more thinly.
So, if I was Phantom Legion in the lobby, what I would do is say, all right, boys and girls, we need to put a defender on every single one of these stairwells. And we're just going to shoot away a drone. We're going to fall back to the next landing and shoot away another drone. This way, at the end of that strategy, you should have removed 6 drones, assuming that Synthetic is pushing from every single stairwell like they've been doing. Now you're going to cripple the defense or the offense of Synthetic. Now Swervin is going to cripple the defense of Phantom Legion. He was post up in T3. He drops to T2 and gets obliterated. Phantom Legion also has a trio roam over to the west side of the map, assuming that Synthetic's going to push in from that. They're not, and Phantom Legion hasn't made the adjustments. Perplexing, to say the least. I mean, that's about as bizarre as it gets.
I mean, what do you say to that? That's just a missed opportunity. That's somebody you could have had back on the site holding and playing for control, but Swervin is just a missed window, missed opportunity, and that's going to pretty much give Synthetic the confirmation that they need to continue playing this game so far. Now as Buzz gets droned out, the isolation and the execution is near instant. Finally, a kill for this roam, but now Millie is being chased in from every angle. The reload, he's caught out by Freak, the second pick with the pistol of the Ash. Giorno and Tack, the only remaining 2. Giorno is going to find 1 kill. I think probably the closest thing that we've seen to an amicable Phantom Legion position at the minute 20 mark. But now Tack is felled, and things are just up to Giorno. Hiding inside of Elbow with the SMG-11. The diffuser in an awkward spot, but that shouldn't be too much trouble to recover. Freak somehow goes DBNO, but Spiff is there in the rotation. The Synthetic not only win 6 rounds uninterrupted, but now place themselves on match point.
I don't want to be too critical of Phantom Legion, but that roam was horrendous. At the end of the day, you had 4 players offside, and they didn't accomplish anything. Obviously, they're like, all right, our bunker down strategies didn't work, so we're going to do the exact opposite. Again, I alluded to doing something similar to that, but not to that extent. And Reese, you and I have casted Phantom Legion probably once a week for the past 2 different seasons of UPL, and I have never once seen them play like that. So in sake of overanalyzing and being too critical, I'm just going to assume that Phantom Legion, they don't want to show all of their strategies on stream. So when they go to their regular league plays, Synthetic won't be able to VOD review them, or other enterprising IGLs and support staff won't be able to, well, break down their strategies and ruin their league play days. Because the other option is, you know, Phantom Legion has gotten mad. They're bringing out a strategy that will never work unless Synthetic absolutely blunders a way around. And maybe that mentality, that style of play will work against, you know, a lower level amateur team. But Synthetic has constantly been an upper echelon amateur roster. And especially with Poison in the lobby, you're not going to be able to get away with these shenanigans.
Definitely not, and I think the problem here is that Phantom Legion are just woefully unable to rotate, to change up their playstyle on the fly. Something happened during that timeout for Sin, and they have just been a machine storming back. I'm not sure if maybe something happened. We talked about the momentum and the morale boosting for Sin after they won round number 4 from that clutch that the Jaeger had done, but maybe the other side of that was kind of the disappointment you would face from Phantom Legion. And you take that and you tack it on to the fact that they have been playing Siege all day. Maybe some of these players are just ready to give up. And they're done trying their best.
But see, Reese, why you might be right. I mean, Tack is a former CL player. He had to grind the 14-hour day that is CL quals, and you do that twice. Like, I struggle to believe that somebody of his caliber is just going to flame out, right? Like, he's done series like this before, starting at 10 a.m. and going into the evening. He's had this experience, and more crucially, he's succeeded doing that. So I would expect a senior player like him to, guide his troops. But again, we're not in the server with them. We're not in their Discord calls, so we just don't know what's going on. You can look at it from the outside of just them fatiguing, but I guess I also partly don't want to believe that they're just going to start to lose 6 rounds in a row.
Well, hopefully this round shows a bit of a change. The start was not that change, and it doesn't look like much has changed at all. Millie got caught on the opening death, which at what point do you have to say maybe that's just bad positioning, bad luck even for Millie? Now Giorno is lost as well, so your toxic canister are gone, and you're not going to be able to stall the push. Synthetic are just chomping at the bit, ready to push this one forward, and they realize that every second that they wait, it's just more opportunities for Phantom Legion kind of to get over aggressive, and maybe they cut one down. I mean, if this is a 5-on-2, there's just so little chance of a Phantom Legion win, and that would mean immediately out of the bat, we would head to the second map and go away from Oregon. But also, what a story it would be for Phantom Legion to clutch up this round in the very same way that Synthetic had done to build their own momentum. We'll figure out the answer as we step under the 20-second mark. Giorno, long gone, no toxic canisters, and kills will fly across the board. The final defender overwhelmed. Synthetic, 7 rounds in a row.
At least the scoreline reflects 7-3, but that was a dominant performance from Synthetic. I mean, Phantom Legion, they themselves looked unstoppable in round 3. And whatever happened, as you were alluding to, that technical pause that they called stopped everything that Phantom Legion had going their way. Synthetic evolved into a completely different roster. And you know what? Maybe the change was Synthetic wasn't taking the grand final seriously. Maybe they underestimated their opponent and they decided, all right, we're going to pull out all of our stops. We want to be a champion today. We want to be crowned a champion. So we're no longer going to be making these mistakes because, Reese, let's be honest, the Synthetic that we saw in that first best of 3 today, that had some uncharacteristic mistakes, far too much aggression. And, I think you highlighted that perfectly. Freak's early deaths in the first 3 rounds, and then him coming back, playing that mature level of Siege is exactly what we expect out of him, because he is that rank star, that primary entry that slaughters anything he sees. When he's going 2 and 4, you have to question, is that, a byproduct of the team, or is that a byproduct of mentality?
It's a lot of different sort of micro questions to ask there. Overall, how Synthetic were playing at the start. PLG they had one style of Siege for the first 3 rounds and then something completely different. Their defense, I just don't think they were totally ready for it. 3 attack wins on Oregon, that's huge. But not when you can't take that 3 and then completely just It felt like that advantage was only at the start of the game. As soon as the second half hit, Synthetic were riding high. They had 3 rounds in a row, and then they just made it 4, 5, 6, 7, and never look back with Clubhouse ahead. Phantom Legion are going to be glad to go to their map pick, but I'm just hoping that they come into this game and shake off what happened on the previous map.
Well, they're going to have the opportunity to shake things off and break themselves down. We're going to be going over to a quick 2 to 3 minute break. Please don't go anywhere. Please keep this tab open because I promise you, you want to see this conclusion of the Especially grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Back with you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're prepared for the second map as we stare down Phantom Legion's pick here in the grand finals. After what has been a long day of siege, we are one step closer to deciding the victor here in the TGS Open Series. My name is Sticula. Joining me here is Chief. How ready are you for Clubhouse?
I don't think anybody is going to be currently ready for Clubhouse Phantom Legion. They've played this map 3 different times across our best of 3s. Synthetic saw, hey, you guys like Monty? Ha, that's not happening this time. Now, going back to our previous Clubhouse against Synthetic, we would see Synthetic ban Captau and Valkyrie. Phantom Legion ban out Sledge and Clash. That Clash ban, of course, that makes sense. Poison loves that operator, but we've already seen a change-up. Monty being off the board, I highly doubt Phantom is going to go with another Sledge ban. It makes a little bit more sense. Maverick has been used by both these rosters. Spiff was quite good with him on our previous map. So off that board, that's going to change up the attacking executes, but still allow Thatcher to be available.
I'm glad Thatcher is still up. I prefer Clubhouse games that have Thatcher, like Thatcher Cade, it's fine. Maverick banned. Maverick can kind of... It takes a long time to get the Surrey Torch up, especially if you're not really well drilled with it. EMP grenades are just a little bit easier, and it doesn't make it sort of a necessity for PLG to ban out the Malusi, because you can have your Thatcher in your composition, and when you go for the push, there's no excuse me, there's no waiting for a Twitch drone to roll through. There's no, hey, Sledge, hey, Sophia, get over here. Hey, Ash, can you clear this for me, please? No, you just toss an EMP down, and it's open season, really.
There's a new open season. We saw my favorite operator ban, Warden. It's nice to see the suit and tie up there, but it always breaks my heart when he's actually banned. You could see why that was banned. They even just told you in Twitch chat, or not Twitch chat, in all chat, Glaz will be shown. He says, peek that smoke. And boy, do you not want to do that unless you want to give Buzz free kills. The last time he played Synthetic here on Dub House, well, it was a dub for Phantom Legion, and more importantly, all off of Buzz on that Glaz. He just smoke dumped everything. And you know what? It actually worked out pretty well. I would still like to maybe see the Thermite be brought out for an additional set of smoke grenades just to give you a little bit more flexibility. I mean, if you're, tripling down on this strategy where you ban out the Warden, you may as well bring an operator lineup where you have practically all smokes.
I'm curious to see how this will go, given that you've got the Monty ban, but still smokes galore. The Ash is there as well, but notably Buzz is on the glass rather than the Ash. Giorno has kind of managed to sort of snake his way onto the Ash pick rather than more of a support operator, which is curious, but we'll ignore that unless he has a lackluster performance given the Ash and gets demoted back to playing more of a support op. There's no Thatcher, though. Phantom Legion have just decided, we're not going to bring it, and I'm not totally sure if this is exactly what I would decide.
I mean, none of us would decide to bring out a Glaz. Oh no! You made so many decisions to have this Glaz in play! And Buzz gets fried off spawn, running in through the secret stairs. The bullets meet his cranium, and he lost his life. That's so unfortunate. We spent the entire prep phase hyping up Buzz, and he doesn't even get to play the game. That's sad.
He doesn't even get to step foot in the building, taken out before he can even get into the clubhouse itself. That is really rough for him. But Phantom Legion, they kind of have to make progress. Nonetheless, the Goyo looking to chase through below. The ADS, however, are going to make this easy living for Tones, though eventually cleared and the Vulcan removed from that long haul position. As a result, Freak just swinging out with ultimate confidence. And he'll take one out for the count as now Swervin is going to put Poison to rest. Phantom Legion, they aren't completely down and out of this one just yet, but it is looking difficult as Freak continues to light up the scoreboard with his third kill on the round. Swervin to try to peek the corner, but he is going to come up short as Synthetic hold on in the 4-on-2.
Still bullets whizzing over Freak's head. His ace has now been stolen away from him, and Giorno, off the support operator onto the primary entry, doesn't even get to have any ground on this basement, as he is going to be buried 6 feet below it, losing that gunfight. And what an incredible round for Synthetic, all starting off with that spawn kill onto Buzz, an instrumental player for Phantom Legion. After that, Phantom Legion just tried to continue on their merry way, everything like they normally would, but their attacking execute was deviated so far away. They lost so many of their troops, they decided to just send it down the central stairs, and well, they sent it into the grave. A good round for Synthetic. They're going to be moving over to round 2 upstairs to Gym Bedroom. Makes sense because CCTV was a terrible bomb site for both of these rosters on defense.
Yeah, I mean, CCTV hasn't looked good in a long time, whether it's between these two teams or just in general. The map has been an utter disaster, and every season that goes by, it seems the win percentage for the defense on CCTV cache gets lower and lower. Meanwhile, the pick rate for Gym Bedroom becomes higher, and that's really because of the fact that playing on this site, the extension is workable. A master bedroom extension on a CCTV defense, that's really unheard of. Very rarely you'll see maybe a construction extension or a few Mozzie pests placed over here, but a full extension on CCTV just never seen. But on Gym Bedroom, the amount of time you can waste just by forming up over here by deploying reinforcements has benefited both of these teams all night.
Well, a more or less standard hold coming out from Synthetic. They've been doing these basic default strategies over and over again. Phantom Legion, they need to be prepared for it, but hopefully Phantom has actually learned that it is indeed a gym hold instead of this sibling sign of CCTV, because when they 6-pick tack into the Thermite, that screams like it's going to be another rush like they did through that breach. But at a certain point, after Phantom Legion has attempted it multiple times, you have to realize that it's going to take place. And I think Synthetic was also prepared for a full Sin Logi push. They put one of the Aruni gates up there. Run away, Mohesi. You're taking a lot of damage now buried behind this mirror window. Poison's turn to step up to the plate and take that gunfight. But it's going to be a full rain of utilities. Our first round of Candelas go down range.
And immediately Millie will try to follow that up, but his job is not made easy by the sudden appearance of Mohese's Nitro Cell, and Freak's gun is going to answer back on a Giorno now. Swervin will drop down, but is met by the Jaeger. Freak to collect his second. A total 6 kills in the first 2 rounds of play. It is quite an immaculate sightline, and Poison prone from the floor. There was simply not enough time for TAC to respond, react, and even be prepared for that now, as Tones will swing out to get the final word in. That Synthetic defense looking hot out of the gate here in round number 2 as they played Phantom Legion's games, and their fraggers were hot on the money.
I love the way Phantom Legion is playing, but to a certain extent, you have to tone things down. I always love to see players flying in through Logiants. I always love to see Yings being brought out. But at a certain point, you need to play it a little bit more traditionally. Again, this is a tournament. They play in different leagues. I'm sure that they don't want to give away their full strategies, but also, you know, they are a sportsman. They want to win, and you don't want to just concede, you know, a championship, even in a tournament. You know, you always want to be playing 110%. And a curious decision by Poison and Synthetic to call in for this TAC pause, because Synthetic have been winning the majority of these rounds. technically, this is their 9th round win in a row. Why would you stop your momentum? You don't want to give Phantom Legion a opportunity to break things down, particularly when you're going over to CCTV. And as we were highlighting, a bomb site that both these rosters are struggling to hold.
Yeah, maybe I feel like I see two conclusions here. Like, this is Synthetic preparing for CCTV, which is such a cartoon thought. Like, CCTV is such a difficult bomb site that in its own right you have to take a timeout to get ready for it. But the other way that I see here this playing out is this is Synthetic like rubbing it in. Like, we've won 9 rounds in a row, I think, if I did my math right.
Correct.
That is a lot of rounds in a row. And even though PLG are putting on sort of this face of like, what did Giorno say when the timeout was called, like, denied? Like, they're trying to still be in all chat, like be talking back and forth and trying to play the game. Like, I feel like at a certain point PLG probably are going to say, like, this is enough.
Well, they'll definitely never say that in all chat because, I mean, you know, even if you're losing rounds, you can still meme on your opponents in all chat. You might not be memeing on them in the server, but at least you can do it in all chat, right? You can flex your superiority, flex your gigabrain muscles by your witty comebacks instead of your big brain executes and your mechanical skill. Now, as we keep mentioning CCTV, what is Synthetic going to do? How are they going to hold this bomb site? We've seen rosters try to contemplate this idea. Do you even have a rotation upstairs in rafters? It's going to be a hold of rafters. You can tell that by the Maestro camera being placed there. You can also tell it by the pancakes that are being brought out. But you're also going to be bearing that poor player on an island. He's going to be almost impossible for him to rotate back into the window of rafters because that's going to be occupied by a cross angle of the attackers of Phantom Legion. So you're going to be playing to die, but more crucially, you're going to be playing to waste as much time as possible.
That is the expectation on Clubhouse. The time waste does not help Phantom Legion in any respect. Thermite is absent. Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. There he is. So the reason I call that out is because I wonder if we might see the rush again. Like, that has been the way Phantom Legion have dealt with CCTV cache all night. Just run in full steam, standing on the gas pedal, and not looking back. But the way that they have approached this so far, this looks like kind of more a default push. So far, nothing crazy ongoing. You've got logistics pressure coming in. Millie's drone shot, and another defender look like trying to approach from master side, unless I was mistaken. But you do have a heavy threat from below. Nitrocell just trying to hold back and maybe think about what this could do to the Zofia later towards the mid-phase. This could go wrong very quickly here. The fact that Phantom Legion don't have really a solid grasp. I mean, their attack is kind of piecemeal here or there. Giorno waiting outside the window. Tack is not even in the building yet. Though the main breach is open, I suppose that's sort of the one saving grace.
You can still rotate your Heart Breacher on over as the have two of them open up that con wall. Oh no! Fully exposed. Millies is going to go now down. Too much of their body being shown by that construction door frame. Secondary entry off the board, and Synthetic's actually going to fill in that gap for Phantom Legion as they rotate two of their defenders onto the hatch below. Now, Tact heard that audio cue, and it's going to be Impact Grenade City as they start to fly up, denying that hard breach charge, and Swerve is going to take the gunfight to the defenders over and far. They've all completely relocated, so his rotation down is going to be purely in vain. Diffuser now surrendered, and Giga Brain plays all around, but Phantom Legion pushing their way to the bomb site. Bohesi on 3, attempting that 4th, unable to do so, and Synthetic crumples the entire server. Round 3 is miraculously sent in their direction as everybody from Phantom Legion instantaneously melts.
Well, that is a tough round, to say the least. Phantom Legion lacking quite some sense of a foundation. I mean, the Thermite rotated far too slowly, and the case being taken down the construction hatch into stage is a decision that should never be made. There was a clear lack of intel. I mean, in any position, whether it's a full soft wall, no holes open, a barricade on the door, you should not be taking the defuse down there because of the extra time that adds in. But at that point, I don't think the case down on the bottom floor was the biggest problem because PLG just walked in. It wasn't rushing in to get site control and then to plant. That round really lacked a focus. And it almost kind of takes me back to some of the rounds on Cafe we had from Team Bolo, where they didn't have a focus. And the lack of an objective was the reason why the round was lost. Phantom Legion have some serious work to do. It's still just stepping into the first half, and it's clubhouse defense, but this is Phantom Legion's map pick.
And we can't say it's clubhouse defense anymore, because if we look at SI, this map is truly attack your side at this point, or if at minimum 3-3 splits. And that means Phantom Legion has to stop this 10 round in a row for Synthetic, win the next 3 rounds, and then Phantom Legion's in a strong position as they move over into their defensive stint. You banned out the Warden in favor of bringing out that glass so you could constantly have pressure with those smoke grenades. And no glass to be seen other than in round 1. It's going to be a completely different attacking Russian operator, somebody that you probably never see in professional play or even in amateur play. That is going to be the man with the hockey pucks that explode. The Fuse, owned by Buzz. Honestly, there's some nice symmetry between there because they both have Z's in their names, but Fuse can actually work here in this bottom bomb site simply because you just nuke everything with those hockey pucks, just like he's going to start to do. Millies will also get absolutely nuked as they run down the secret stairs.
Well, if there's any util under the kitchen hatchet, it's gone, but Giorno and Millie are both dead. You've lost your entry duo. Swervin is going to find Mohese, the Maestro, kind of making an uncalculated play for him to be at the bottom of the main stairs. I think that's Poison letting his grasp on this team grow a little bit too loose. And what was a 5-on-3 with Diffuser stuck in blue is now a 3-on-1 because Swervin and Buzz came alive. Each given freebie kills, and now Tones, trigger discipline, one across his sight line, but the Vector at that range for only half a second to see the feeder on the cross. He'll stand still, but Tones still decides not to try to go for the shots. He'll wrap around the corner, spots the Fuse, but misses, nearly letting Buzz come back into a gunfight that he had no business winning, but Tones himself now for 3 kills apiece. Tack is running down the long hall, but Tones, the recoil side to side, it'll dance around the buck as the Goyo might just be able to turn this round around, but Tack will finish it. 2 kills for the duo of the Sledge and Fuse. And the final one there from the Buck as PLG interrupt what had been a 10-round streak here in the grand finals.
All right, a perfect round for Phantom Legion. They needed exactly that. That was a 3v5 comeback. Phantom Legion, they lost the opening duels, a storyline that they've had throughout Clubhouse. But all of a sudden, we saw Buzz come alive. Swervin, Trista's substitute or Trista's replacement, came alive, started to take gunfights. And honestly, incredible for Tones to be even able to hold that 1v3 at that point. He was incredible there. Good trigger discipline. Just about every single player under the sun would have absolutely pulled that trigger. Missed all those gunshots with the Vector because the Vector shoots so many bullets so rapidly, it becomes very difficult to take gunfights at range. And honestly, perfectly played. Unfortunately, in the end, it didn't go his way, but still a valiant effort. Synthetic has realized that they don't want to go downstairs again. They look solid over in gym, and they're going to go back over to gym.
Well, we have a bit of a problem arise. I'm sure for those of you who are reading the chat, there is an allegation made about an illegal skin worn by Buzz. Chief, I can't really blame him. I mean, you shouldn't have skins on in comp. I myself, I kind of still wear them because I don't play in any leagues right now, but yeah, it's on Fuse. Who plays Fuse? Who checks their cosmetics on Fuse? You just never do that.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, I just don't play Fuse in comms. So, and if I do, I'm probably up 7 rounds anyways, and I'm bringing Shield Fuse. You know, if you double down on the pain and suffering, you may as well absolutely nuke it all together. Giorno, our support player, now on the Ash roll, flies up the red stairs. Who's been putting him on Ash? Because he definitely deserves this role, taking the gunfight against Tones. Synthetic wasn't quite prepared for that full sin. Now, this isn't the bomb site. This is the expansion of that bomb site. But red control was a crucial aspect to this, and it's now answered by more aggression. Synthetic's hold of the entire east side of the map has been completely lost. Even Mohese's ability to hold it is eventually going to be relocated into the gray. Synthetic, they did their due diligence, so they're able to keep their refrags somewhat alive. Now they're only at a -1 disadvantage, converted into an even contest.
The Ashe and the Zofia, though, the final 2 attackers in this field of uncertainty. Giorno will make the rotate below. Breaching round sent up above. Poison is going to have to pull back and inch his way. But Giorno is going to give it up. He'll pop the window, though, which allows Millie to do that! To swing into Khan. And now Spiff hides in the corner. Giorno working his way up the staircase, hidden in the gun sight, but the drone surely spotted him. Doesn't matter much for Spiff, though, as Millie is the only remaining attacker, but that LMG packs quite a mighty punch with 150 rounds in the magazine. Slowly inching his way forward, Spiff has got an element of uncertainty, though. Millie has case, but that doesn't matter. You can't plant in this one-on-one. Zofia just waits behind Mattress, her gun sight trained across all the angles where this final player could be. And Spiff is going to make it happen. A 5-3 start by PLG just crumbles away.
What is this series, Reese? How are we seeing these rounds go in any direction? A 4-2 split, that's going to be the best that Phantom Legion is going to be able to do. At worst, it's going to be a 5-1 in favor of Synthetic. Synthetic, led by Poison, is looking so good right now. Honestly, at this point, it's hard to say what's going on in the heads of Phantom Legion. They're probably, again, just playing this to have fun. They're not going to be playing it for their Gigabrain strategies, which is why we're seeing those fuse plays. We see the mix-up of operator lineups and completely different, play styles, which is fine. It's exactly what you expect in a tournament like this. Again, you don't want to give away all of those strategies. Yeah, Reese, with my degree in finance, I can't really count beyond 10 because I only have 10 fingers on my hand. So once it goes past that point, my brain just really doesn't comprehend. Oh, well, Tones, he tried that before. And a fitting end in round 1, Buzz was on the bad end of that spawn peak. And now, well, Tones gets absolutely slammed. There is a reason why he is GN not Sin, because he got absolutely good knighted after that. Aggressive plays from Synthetic. They want to continue punishing out Phantom Legion, but they weren't prepared themselves to get punished.
The chat is starting to get more and more active here. Synthetic 4-4. The Maestro trying to battle it back here as the breach has been open. Frick is going to drop the hatch. Kind of an awkward situation to be in. It looks like the hook of the rappel for, I think that's Buzz. It's just spotted on the opposite side. Swervin getting the setup ready. PLG, their advantage was good at the beginning, but has begun to teeter the other way. Poison finds Giorno, the Ashe player. And now things are getting a little bit odd in the back half of this round as the Maestro is fed to Buzz. That'll put us in a 3-on-3. Maybe Phantom Legion could get this round. And put themselves further in this position. The time is low, and PLG, their plan seems like it's kind of lacking here. They're searching for these picks, seeing if they can get anything, but the advantage automatically should be on the behalf of Synthetic. And Poison just does not react, but the opportunity for that freebie, a kill onto the smoke, probably the best pick you could have gotten this situation, will travel by. And in this position, I bet Swervin is probably slamming his fist on his table. Now downed. Poison is going to get the kill back onto the sledge, leaving only Tack and Buzz in what is such a bittersweet position to be in. Synthetic are looking to possibly move themselves forward, but at least Buzz is there.
Well, hopefully he slammed his fist on a table from CantonLiving.com with all of his monitor stands and speakers. So, Synthetic, well, they're so much closer in round 6 to accomplishing their goal of being victorious. A perfect 180-degree crossfire from our window as well as top red. I mean, this is an impossible scenario to even push in from. If you're an attacker in this scenario, you even take that gunfight, you shoot one, you instantaneously get refragged, and it's just an impossible way to be in. Synthetic sitting at that 5-1 mark. We're still waiting on that ruling from the illegal skin, or alleged illegal skin, but at this point, Synthetic, I don't think they need a freebie round. What they need is just to bury the series outright, because Phantom Legion, they need to call a doctor, because their nose are starting to bleed after this just pummeling that Synthetic is delivering.
This uncertainty is so terrible right now to be sitting at this position. Phantom Legion, not if they're on match point or not. I mean, what happens if this round is won for Synthetic and then the admins, the phone rings and Synthetic pick up and say the round is won, the tournament is yours? I mean, that is just, I don't really know what to say about that, but we have the confirmation.
Oh, they just confirmed it. It is a 6-0. That was an illegal skin. So what we're going to probably have to do is rehost. Synthetic is going to be going flawless into their attacking half. Wow. So it will indeed be that rehost. There's some spice going on in this lobby. So round 7, whatever you see on your screen, just forget about it. It's not going to take place. Phantom Legion will be locked in this operator lineup and in this bomb site. But other than that, the scoreboard that you just saw, the 5-1 split, will not be the case. That means Synthetic is up 13 rounds. 13 rounds in a row. The last time that we saw a Phantom Legion true win, if we're looking at the scoreboard, was back in round 3 of Oregon. We're currently in map 2. Phantom Legion's map pick, 13 in a row. Poison and Team AJ over by Synthetic. They gotta celebrate that one.
Well, this is kind of lining up to probably be one of the fastest grand finals that I've casted yet. I mean, 7-3, now 6-0, with Synthetic having won every single round on their opponent's map selection. I just don't know what to say at this point. I mean, Synthetic are walking through PLG, and the chat is really can kind of feel sort of what is a building rivalry between these two.
I mean, at least during this break, you can, jam out to some good music from Monster Cat. Monster Cat Gold is now only $5 a month. If you're a streamer, if you're a YouTube player, or if you just want to vibe to good music, well, you can do it DMCA free. And that's the most important thing. We all know that Twitch loves to strike you down. YouTube wants to strike you down for your music that you play on your VODs. Well, Monster Cat Gold is a way so you don't get your insta-ban, because it's 3 strikes here on Twitch, and you don't ever want to get strike down.
No, you do not. And now is a perfect time to become a content creator. I know there's plenty of organizations out there that are looking for the next big talent, the next big entertainer. So, if you're building your stream, whether on OBS or Streamlabs, get some Monster Cat music going, and you can kind of build up your production level. Huge thanks to all of our sponsors for allowing us to make this happen. We're getting ready to join back into the lobby to hopefully resume here and see whether Clubhouse is going to be a 7-0 and Synthetic just send us home quite early, or if PLG are going to kind of feel energized and get sort of their second wind coming back into this game and kick it into high gear.
If you can pardon my tangent for a quick second, Reese, if you ever played Rocket League, you know how good the Monster Cat music is. I mean, it absolutely slaps. It's beyond gnarly. So truly look into it because it's great. And if you're a Rocket League player, you know 100%. Now, as you're talking about 6-0, it's going to be practically impossible for Phantom Legion to come back. Even if they start to win a few rounds, at what point is it a consolation prize? And again, I know Phantom Legion isn't trying their hardest. They don't want to bring out all their crazy stuff. But with Synthetic starting to egg them on in all chat, are you going to get fired up to the point where you're like, you know what? I don't want to lose to these scrubs. I want to win. I don't want to conclude it here at map 2. I want to go to Coastline, our map 3. Because remember, this is a deja vu series. Back at 1 Pacific Standard Time, we started off our first best of 3. That was between these two rosters. It went the distance in map 3. We would see that up to round 12. And map 2, which was also here on Clubhouse, that went to round 15. So we know that these teams are very even. And actually, what allowed Phantom Legion to win was the fact that they were doing just about everything that nobody in the world could ever expect. I mean, we saw Glaz rushes, we saw Blitz rushes, we saw Monty rushes. Now, again, he is currently banned. We also saw Finka plays. And you know what? We've seen nothing but normal plays out of Phantom Legion. Again, and if Phantom Legion, if you're here to meme, why aren't you bringing out, Finka Shoddy and flying at somebody?
I have to hope this one goes into the full length. Earlier in the series, you mentioned what we had in the winners bracket final. That was a 7-3 on the first map to Synthetic, and then it went deep into overtime. But it wasn't from the same position. It wasn't, PLG storming back 6 rounds in a row. That is a lot of match points for Sin to close out, even if Phantom Legion just kind of come into this one completely different. There's only so much rope that you're going to get given by Synthetic, and they just want to be done. I mean, at this point, they want to win the game, collect their check, and turn their computer off. And, maybe go listen to some more Monster Cat music, or maybe, take a break and take all of their empty energy drink cans back to Return Express and their 5 cents or 10 cents or whatever it may be. But we do have one player that is taking a sweet time joining into the lobby. But once that is over and done with, we'll be jumping back in. Chief, I don't know if I can say this with confidence that PLG are going to win the map. That's 6 rounds in a row where Synthetic, they can win a round, whether it's by a clutch or it's by any means necessary. It's just overwhelming.
Hashtag we miss Trist. I think that's a good way of summarizing it. I mean, yeah, we've talked about it all. And there's a certain point where you realize, you're watching a defeated roster. And again, sure, you're memeing, you're here to have fun, but what point does getting 13 rounded become fun? Because that seems to be about as far away from fun as possible. Again, Synthetic, they're an upper echelon amateur roster. I mean, you can consider them probably, top 10 amateur teams right now. You can really point your finger in that direction and say, they're up there. And losing to a team like Synthetic, all hope is not lost. I mean, if you're going to lose to them and you take a map against them, I have to say that's a win in my book. I mean, I don't think these teams are currently playing in leagues where they play together, but still, it's an accomplishment to be able to win something against them.
Yeah, and we've been kind of bouncing back and forth talking about what's going on with PLG. I think it can really just be summed up to the fact that this is a new roster, and they haven't had enough time. We had 2 players on this roster that said in all chat, definitely saw it, that they were day before subs coming onto this team. So they had very little notice, and they're subs. They're not main roster, whatever PLG's main roster looks like. I don't know. I don't think it's been announced yet, and I haven't had it leaked to me, so I can't, give you kind of the inside scoop. But unfortunately, we're waiting on confirmation. I've just heard in my ear there might not be a round number 7 on Clubhouse. They have forfeit, unfortunately. Phantom Legion are not going to step any further. And what that means is Synthetic are our victors here in the TGS Open Series. And it feels oh so belayed, but they're going to walk home with that majority of the $500 prize pool.
Reese, I feel robbed. I mean, sure, that was quite a showing, to say the least. I mean, Synthetic were playing, right? 13 rounds in a row, we can't write off. And even if it was converted into 14 in a row, I have to say, I wanted to still see it. Again, sportsmanship, competitiveship. You want to see everything be played out. And you and I have a plethora of experience casting Phantom Legion over the past year at this point, and it's heartbreaking to see them not cross that finish line. But there's substitutes in the lobby, star players are departing, and at a certain point it does take a mental toll. Even if they're quote unquote trolling, you always want to see a roster give their best, or 110% effort. Even if it's only 20% of their normal effort, you still always want to see somebody commit, and it just kind of hurts to see them not cross that finish line.
But with that being said, that is all from us here at TGS today. Another huge thanks to the Gaming Stadium for putting on this event, and to the sponsors who allowed us to make this all possible. Monster Cat, Kanto, as well as NCorp for providing us with some of the resources to allow this to progress. But with that being said, that is all from us here tonight. Myself and Chief. TGS, thank you for allowing us to cast this wonderful event, and we look forward to maybe returning once again in the futures. But that's both myself and Chief signing off. Farewell.